Dear Lord, let's hope the voice works better than the damn intro. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. It looks like, I swear, I think it's something to do with my mini tablet that I'm using for the, so I can read the text. But something's wrong there. Something's janked. Like, I'm still getting, like, error checking YouTube Studio. Can you guys actually hear me? Tell me if sound is 5x5. Shout out, we got a new subscriber too. Hopefully, you guys can hear this. I think the stream should stabilize here in a second. I don't know what the deal is with that. I have yet to figure it out. I went through system checks and everything else about 3 hours ago. And it just started like, as soon as I fired up that intro, it just... So according to Stranded, the voice is okay. We got 9 people already in here. Thank you guys showing up. Smash that like button. From the great swamp land in the middle of the amazing state of South Kakalaki. You're at Gam Catches Up. It's great to see all you guys in here. I got a game trailer that I saw. I can't believe. Couple of other trailers. One for a movie that I'm actually looking really forward to, believe it or not. If you're a guy who likes action movies, then you're probably going to like this one trailer. Actually, 2 game trailers and a Harry Potter trailer that it didn't look terrible, all except for one damn thing. But we'll go over the stuff with the war, all that kind of crap. Just something that I noticed that I'm not exactly excited about there. And try and get away from that doom and gloom and get us back to the fun. Well, I can look up something to do with Art Bell too. If you guys want to hear more time travel, I don't know if you want to go down a different rabbit hole with him, but we can definitely look through some shows that he's done and find something there. And yeah, it's just going to be a chill night. Whatever else you guys want to talk about, I'm up for it. Super Mario Brothers looks okay. It just looks like the other Super Mario Brothers, man. it's an animated movie. I'm not huge on them. Like some of them are fun, and that is one thing. I mean, we can talk about that right off the rip if you guys want, because Sora has shut down. So everybody who was making those amazing little videos, those AI videos, like they look like Pixar, but they're puns of it. Let's go to the bench. Um, yeah, they shut down Sora. Gone. Can't use it. Company realized real fast, and this is one of those things I was talking about with the AI, that it's kind of a bubble. It's kind of like cryptocurrency, in my opinion. And granted, maybe I'm completely wrong. I'm just some retard on the internet. However, the way I see it, when it comes to AI, it's gonna be just like cryptocurrency. Ethereum and Bitcoin, everybody knows them. They trade in them. They're worth a bunch. You look at all the other coins, you might get one that's like worth pennies on the dollar or what have you, that goes up, and then it's mainly pump and dump and everything else. The AI companies are going to be the same thing. There's going to be one that's going to be the most important of the AI companies. You're going to get a secondary one that's pretty good, and then everything else is just going to be like, oh well, we invested billions of dollars in this, and our company collapsed because how do we actually make money with this thing? I don't know if anybody with Madman Michael Markham. I don't know if anybody checked if he was in prison or anything like that. Um, I looked into it a little bit because I tried to find the other times. Apparently, Art Bell interviewed him between that 97 and 2000 gap, and I couldn't find those interviews. Like I looked, I couldn't find any other interviews outside of the three I played. But then he disappeared for a while. So uh, I don't know if those were Art Bell shows that are just lost to the dustbin of history or what, but definitely interesting. You got me on a loading? Really? It says I'm just spinning. I just checked. Everything is looking like it's coming through full tilt. So I don't know what the deal is with that. Oh, video settings are used in a faster encoding preset. Encoding overload. Great. Now I got to look that shit up. I've never had that happen. This may be YouTube failing. I'm looking it up right now. I'm looking for it now, guys. Was for a minute back now. What's up, Bubba? Good to see you. Of course, Road Leaf, Stranded, and good old David Mon. Ooh. Well, this is interesting. I'm looking it up now. Where is my drop frame 61.3%. That's a pretty good drop. How's my video? My video looks fluid. My CPU's pretty damn solid set too, 26. I'm reading. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sitting there reading, trying to figure out what this technical error is because I haven't had it. Yeah, encoding. Turn down video settings or use a faster. Let me look. All right, let's see if this fixes it. Where is it? Um, File settings. I'm sitting here boomering the shit out of this. What is going on here? Oh my god, this thing, its OBS is running like shit for some reason. Ever since they did that update. Video. Why is that not letting me switch it? It's, let me see, stream, appearance, output. Go to this. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this doesn't crash everything. See if I start getting a drop in performance or everything gets tighter. Oh god, that thing made my CPU just went to 73%. Let's see, how am I looking? Oh god, that made it noticeably shittier. Like, I mean, like we're talking like how you guys have a delay on your end, I have a delay on my end, right? You say the stream's coming through fine for you. I'm about to switch that setting back because that came through like when I say it went shit on my end of things. I mean it went shit on my end of things. I'm switching it up again. Hopefully this does not crap us out. It definitely improved quality. I can go to super fast too, which is the only thing I think I've got higher than this, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna fucking take a shit. I'm starting to. I think part of it is YouTube because it keeps coming up with the encoder, this, that, and a third. Um, Let me go into the video capture device itself. Configure video. No, that's just my quality. I'm just going to leave that right where it's set. Auto detect, flip vertical. Buffering is an auto detect. Everything should be good here. Yeah, I mean, I think, let me see. Yeah. So after going in and out of my camera, my hands moving natural again. I think we're good. I think we're good. Anyway, smash the like button, guys. Sorry about that bullshit. Going off about AI for a minute there and completely derailed because apparently, yeah, I'm right back to fucking lagging. I'm starting to think it might be Discord on the back end or something else is hitting that is just taking a shit. Rogue is in live chat. I'm hopping in with him on Discord right now. If it'll actually fucking connect. Can you hear me, Rogue?
Oh, there he is.
There you go.
Well, I was wondering if you'd ever jump in here or not. You having all kind of difficulties tonight.
Dude, well, no, I mean, I saw you, say Discord and all that and was going to hop in, but if everything else is running like hot shit, then I'm not going to add one more problem to the
Oh yeah, no,
mix.
yeah. Thing is, I wasn't having any. The only thing that was rough from my end, at least, was the intro was all kind of choppy. But after that, video and audio was fine until you started screwing around with it.
I mean, we are running on Windows 10, and they just did an update to OBS, which I'm guessing is more customized to Windows 11, so that could be part of the problem. But like right now, error. YouTube is not receiving. What? I wonder about something. I'm cutting off my little side where I can see chat real easy. Seeing if that fixes it. But it keeps opening up like error YouTube is not receiving. And the big problem with that, if I'm streaming perfectly fine here, it could be this PC's just fucking had it too. But yeah, it's clunking. Like something in the background on this is clunking. And it never used to do this. But it's been doing it worse and worse lately. I'm wondering
Gotcha.
if I'm going to have to format the entire hard drive and rebuild Windows from the ground up.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
It's not that big a deal, actually. I'm thinking part of it was that I may or may not have some software on here that was obtained through an interesting method. Oh, shit. Might help if I grab the right fucking keyboard. Like it went away again. It may be. I may have to read off my other tablet from now on for the chats. It could be something where my old tablet is hitting on the regular, not on the 5G part of the network, but on the regular end of the network. It could be siphoning off the resource. I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
But I mean, gigabit, internet. I shouldn't have any issues on 5,000 things hooked.
You shouldn't have any issues on fiber in general.
Right.
I try to lock this thing.
I was answering. Yeah, like I'm down to like 2 people watching or whatever, and Bubba telling me that he had to reload like 3 times to see it. That's not good.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
I mean,
I'm not in there right now just so I can hear you better.
well, I mean, the craziest part is the fact that I'm up to 137 subs, so my subs are growing, and all of a sudden my stream's starting to shit. That's gonna piss me off to no end. But yeah, as far as Madman Mike Markham, um, I went and tried to find the other interviews. I can't. I have no idea if he went to prison, anything like this. The best we had seen was that the best thing I guess we had seen was somebody, I think it was Bean, said that he went, he was in the DOD and married and living in Hawaii, and I don't buy all that bullshit because he had felonies on his record. And unless it's you're the best in your field at something, the DOD does not hire you or will not let you in. And the argument was, well, you can get government jobs with dings on your record, and that's absolutely true. But there's certain dings that they're not going to entrust you with something like Department of Defense shit. Like you're automatically disqualified because you have to go through a precursor. They do a whole check on you. So, but yeah, that's as far as Madman goes. That's pretty much it. I definitely, I'll get into it too in a little bit because it's fucking hysterical to me. But I've got a pair of game trailers that must be seen. One action movie that's coming up that I'm actually looking super forward to. Because I don't know if you guys have ever watched John Wick. I'm sure you have. Sisu or The Raid. The Raid movies like Raid and Raid Redemption. They're fucking like unbelievable action movies. And this looks like it's going to be right there with them. This is fucking. Something's definitely funky.
You said you think it's going to be up there with John Wick, even?
Dude, yeah. Absolutely.
Dang. I'll have to go back in the stream and watch or look them up on my own time. I'm driving back to my house from my parents. Had to drop the old
Well,
man's truck back.
I'm saving them so I can get the doom and gloom part of the show out. You know, get that over and done with. So it'd just be me talking shit basically for a minute.
Everything's doom and gloom nowadays, sir. You just got to find the bright bits to
Well, the bright
keep it
bits
managed.
is, we can all come together and commiserate, I guess. And like I said, some of these trailers and stuff, you guys won't believe some of the games they got coming up down the pipe.
Eh.
Let me see something. I just want to see what else is running in the background on this PC real quick. I mean, it's taken 10 minutes. I hit Control Alt Delete to bring up my task manager, and that shit's still waiting to load. One cool thing I will show off. Well, I was going to, but I actually got to my task manager. So let me go in here and see what we got. OBS is eating. Yeah, it's definitely eating. Chrome's eating. Discord's kind of eating. Oh yeah, it's my CPU is taxing out. I don't know why. Something's running in the background that is just absolute dog shit. I'm looking for it now. It's probably like Microsoft shit trying to reload or like any of this stuff. Which would not shock me. Like I said, I'm going to have to blow this computer out and redo it. So I'll have a struggle session through this show, but after that, I'm going to just format the hard drive and rock and roll fresh clean. Trump signed an emergency executive order to get TSA paid. Like you got ice in there at this point, and from what I understand, everything's actually moving smooth. So by doing that, you are going to take away your leverage in negotiations and have one less thing to pin on the Democrats, if I'm to be honest. So I don't know about that. The other thing is then he's going to end up, here's what's going to happen with that. I can see it happening this way too, that people in Congress are going to sue his ass. They're going to come at him with some kind of lawsuit and say that he can't appropriate funds like that. It's the same thing they did with the tariffs, and because Congress is supposed to have the power of the purse, so unless he's taking it from a different sector, like the war sector, which we're in an active war, which would be foolish. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. I think it could be bad.
I think we would have been better off making the congressmen and senators go and work TSA instead of the agents without pay. And then,
I mean, I'm at that point where everybody's kind of fucking useless, if I'm to be honest.
oh yeah,
But this is the pattern. So I was discussing this. Like I said, we're going to get through this doom and gloom real quick, or try to anyway, because I don't want to get too hung up on it. Because my whole thing is you always follow the money. Who's making money off of everything going on with the war? Okay, so you can say the people that build the weapons, Lockheed Martin, this kind of thing. All right, that's who's making the money because we're dropping bombs, so they got to build new bombers, new bombs, bunch of munitions, all this kind of stuff. All right, fine, that's fine. Who's making this money? Well, I started looking at the fucking pattern, and I didn't like what I saw. So, when did the war start? Do we all know? Do we all remember? Started on a Friday night. Okay, so you're going to go in and do all this stuff. Well, it started at midnight on a Friday night, our time, right? East Coast time or what have you, somewhere in this range. Thing is, that would put it at daylight over there. So why would you launch a surprise attack during the day? Why wouldn't you hit everything at night? That didn't make a lot of sense to me. So I kept going down this little rabbit hole. Right down to, I even just saw it with my last stream. It was in there, ultimatum, right? When did Trump issue that ultimatum? He issued it on a Friday at night after the stock market closed. So now we've got the 82nd Airborne and another group of Marines headed there to the Straits of Hormuz. Why? Why? If you're telling me the war's wrapped up, you guys are in negotiations, all this, and every Monday seems like, we got into Friday and there's like this panic in the market because of what's going on. And then after the markets close, Trump makes this announcement, of this ultimatum. Then come Monday, he's like, "Oh no, we're close to a peace deal and all this." And then you read through the peace deal, and it's basically everything he was asking for before that the Iranians told him to go fuck himself on. And included in it now is you got to do away with your ballistic missile stockpiles and stuff. So now not only are you trying to pitch the same fucking deal that you already were, that they told you to shove up your ass, but now you want to add more things on top of it that they're not going to go for. And of course, Iran came back and said, no, we're not going to peace. We're kind of like going to just hold up the global economy and the global oil supply in the Straits of Hormuz because we can hold it. So that's been this week. Well, the troops that were en route, I had seen it on like Tuesday that these troops were en route and should have been there right around Thursday. However, something happened and they were delayed until when? Well, magically on Friday. The same point in time that the 82nd Airborne arrives is on, late Friday. So if you're planning ahead of time strategically, why wouldn't you get shit done quick, fast, in a hurry if you're already going in with a fucking plan? Who's benefiting for this? Who follow the money? Who's benefiting? Well, people in the stock market were in a panic come Friday. The announcement comes out about the ultimatum, all this. The stock market's frozen, so you can't do anything. But then when it opens the next day, you kind of diffuse everything, so you reassure the market so everything stays up. People were already panicking and selling stock and all this other kind of crap. Who's benefiting from this? Well, apparently there are people, and this is what I want. I want transactional things, like anybody who's done a transaction with the stock market out of that administration or anybody who's close to it that would be in the fucking know to know about what we're doing over there. Because I have this odd, crazy, fucked up feeling that the people, these rich people that are friends with our White House, are the ones who are making all this money. Because if you know what he's going to announce before he announces it, even if it's an hour, hell, even if it's 15 minutes before he announces it, You can buy or sell. Now, if everybody else in the market is speculative and panicking, and you get diamond hands and then snap their stuff at a lower price, turn around when everything's reassured and the market stabilizes and then sell it off, you're making billions. Not just millions, but billions. Is changing hands immediately. This whole war is starting to turn into a fucking game of finance. And somebody is making a shit ton of money. Now, I don't know who it is. I don't know which people in the administration I'm going to point a finger at or any of this other stuff. But I have this bad feeling we got these troops headed there for Friday. Hell, maybe they're already there and staging. That announcement's not going to come till after the market shuts down on Friday. And then come Monday, there's going to be something that stabilizes stabilizes the market. And somebody's going to have made a shit ton of money in that from point A to point B. It's all about playing the game. This war has now become a game. Something's messed up here. Something's dirty below the surface. The other thing is this, I think, because I just watched a Trump cabinet meeting earlier. I think they're completely insulating J.D. Vance from everything so that he becomes the candidate in 2028 and he can disavow anything to do with this. Anything to do with this military operation. Can't call it a war because Congress didn't declare it a war. Looks like a war to me, but it's a military operation. Exactly. Well, I'm not a financial guru here, Stranded, but yes, I'm going to say we're going to see the stock market take a dip. You're going to see a bunch of people, really rich people, snap up a whole bunch of whatever stock. And then because it's going to be announced like Friday night that, yeah, we got boots on the ground. Something like this, or we're taking over. And then Monday it'll be like, oh, we're holding the Straits of Hormuz or some shit like this. And the stock market's going to rebound and somebody's going to have made millions of dollars. To me, this is looking a lot less happenstance and everything else and much, much more by design. And that's a disgusting prospect for everything to me. That's disgusting to me because that means that we are trading off human lives, whether they be American, Israeli, or Iranian, so billionaires can make more money. It's not good. I've always heard peace sells, who's buying? Well, somebody's obviously buying. Somebody's actually buying, and I'm watching all this other stuff happen with it, and it's just fucking crazy. But yeah, I noticed this pattern, and it's just one to keep your eye on. The other thing is this whole cabinet meeting happens today, and of course they broadcast it for some reason. Now we're broadcasting when he meets with his cabinet, which is been like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is supposed to be when you're going over and reviewing classified confidential shit, and everybody's in there joking around and fucking around and having a blast, it seems like. But I noticed one person was very absent, and that was J.D. Vance. Now, word on the streets is that J.D. Vance is currently, I don't know where, I think maybe Pakistan, somewhere over in the Middle East, along with Witkoff and with Jared Kushner. And what these guys are doing is supposedly negotiating out a peace treaty. If I were Iran, anytime they wanted to, somebody from the U.S. said, I want to go to the negotiating table, I would hide my leadership because that seems to be when the U.S. hits them. If we're to be real, it's like, yo, we're in the middle of negotiations. Things are going well. And, oh, well, there goes our nuclear plants. Oh, well, we're back at the negotiating table. Everything's kind of going well. We got to hammer this out a little bit more. And then, oh shit, here comes Israel and America to just bomb the fuck out of us. Yep, there you go, Ian. Buy when there's blood in the streets. Good to see you, Ian, by the way. You guys are awesome, dropping in, smashing like, subbing, all that fun stuff. But yeah, so according to, just me watching shit on the internet, which who knows if it's true or not, because everything right now is a fog of war. Supposedly, the Iranians asked for J.D. Vance. They don't trust Kushner and Witkoff anymore. So they asked for J.D. Vance personally to come in because he carries more weight in his words to come in and negotiate peace. So let's say peace gets negotiated with J.D. Vance at the helm. J.D. Vance comes out, says, I was completely against this war the entire time, everything else, blah, 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 blah. But he doesn't do it till after everything, all the smoke is settled and cleared. Well, what are we doing here? We're setting J.D. Vance up for a 2028 run where he can run and say, look, I was opposed to Trump's war. I followed the commander-in-chief. He's the president. I got to do what the president says. But I was against it the entire time, and that's why I was able to iron out a peace deal. I promised no new wars under me, blah, 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 blah. And you know what I mean? Then he looks good come 2028. He doesn't get the shit on him from this. But I don't know. I don't trust either side right now, guys. I don't trust either side. I don't trust the people in the White House. I don't trust the people that are going to be running for the White House. I trust fucking no one when it comes to politics. Because right now, this is some dirty fucking underhanded shit. And it does seem like the flow of money is going to start going way upward. The other part of it is we haven't felt the effects from this yet at all. We have not felt. I want everybody to put your heads back in 2020 when COVID shut down all the shipping routes, all the fuel distribution worldwide, the global market, right? I want everybody to put your head back there and remember, because that's what is basically going on with them shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. So did we feel it right away? We didn't. We couldn't go out anywhere to see it really. But then when everything opened back up, well, when most places opened back up, there's places that stayed shut the fuck down. I want you to think about this. How all of a sudden prices started to go up. Everything became a little bit harder to get. The joke was toilet paper is worth as much as gold at this point. There's a reason. Supply chains were cut, everything else. Australia right now is shutting down different service stations and putting in emergency people work from home. Just like COVID. Why though? Because they're out of gas. Because they have a gas shortage. This is not good. We're going to feel it in like a month to 3 months. You guys we're all going to see grocery prices go up. On top of it, something's going on with Russia with the fertilizer too for the crops. It's not good. What's the other biggest distributor of fertilizer to America? Well, that would be Ukraine. Well, I think we all know what's going on there. It's going to be a rough season. We're in for a little bit of a system shock. Like it's concerning. It's definitely all this shit is concerning, and I don't think we felt it yet. In the meantime, I've got a president who's telling me how we won this war, but we need our allies to come in and secure the Strait of Hormuz with us. And it's like, and telling everybody, well, we've got our own gas, so I'm not worried about it because we have our own gasoline. That's great and everything else. Are you going to shut off all the gas that we're currently exporting to Europe, to everywhere else in the world? Because if you're going to do that, then okay, that's fine. In our own little concealed environment of America, we're good. But the shit that's coming from overseas isn't going to be good. It's all fucked up. They can't get their fuel. Captains aren't pulling their boats out because shit, they just want the paycheck. They're not there to die for somebody's cause, regardless of whose cause that is. Why do we need our allies in there? Well, it affects Europe more than it affects us. Okay, great. But if we've already won the war and we've already decimated them and wrecked them and basically, hit them with the old Smurf toy in the butt, then why are we worried about any of this? We shouldn't be, right? Yeah, I'm not buying it. The fog of war is thick and it's bullshit and it's all a war game. It's all a game. And by the end of COVID, we saw money go from our pockets, the average American consumer, up to the biggest corporations, pharmaceuticals in particular. In that case, we saw one of the biggest transfers of wealth in American history. We're about to see it again. So that is the sea of bullshit. Before I jump off, I mean, I guess I got to give the bright spot here. Here's the bright spot, guys. I'm not alone in this. I'm not the only asshole with a voice that is seeing these things for what they are. The average person is starting to see it too. And it's becoming more and more see-through. Everything's becoming more and more transparent. People are waking up to the way the game's actually played. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how we go forward. But I think because people are waking up to the bullshit and the way the game's played, it gives us hope for a better future. That people aren't falling for it anymore. People aren't putting on 12 masks. People aren't injecting themselves on a regular. Some people still do. Some people still go get the booster shot. Hey, God bless those people. And the people who want to put on 12 masks, that makes you feel good. But the average person is not accepting this shit anymore. The we're winning narrative doesn't work. You can say strategically, well, militarily, yes, we're crushing Iran. We are decimating them. We are knocking the shit out of them. But this war it's not a war about militaries anymore. It's about economics and global economics on top of it. And in that case, we're in pretty dangerous waters right now. But there's hope. And the hope is everybody who is paying attention. Yes. And you were talking to a guy who fertilizes the fields there, and he's saying the fertilizer is ridiculously high. It is. And it's going to go up. It's not good. None of this. I wish I had better news when it comes to that front. I mean, I've got a couple haha funnies that have happened. So in particular, because there's a huge rift right now in the right end of the party, the moderates, the independents, all that kind of stuff, and the people that are the warhawk neoconservatives. And the people that are Israel firsters, all that, there's a major rift in the entire right end of the party. Well, let's start off with, I guess we can go into Mark Levin real quick. Mark Levin had Joe Kent on his podcast. I think that's the dude's name, right? Is it Joe Kent? And he had him on there, and Joe Kent started telling him all the logistics and everything else. And Mark Levin goes, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. And Joe Kent he goes, you need to slow down when you're talking. I can't understand exactly what you're saying. So Joe Kent starts slowing down with his talking and everything else and repeats kind of the same thing, but gets a little bit louder with it, a little bit more clear. Mark Levin, because they're on his radio show, starts turning up the fucking music. And Joe Kent kind of put him in his place with what he was saying. And then Mark Levin cut immediately to commercial. So he made Mark Levin retreat on his own damn show. And it was pretty fucking amazing. Like, it was fucking hysterical. The other one that got completely owned, from what I saw, got completely owned, is Dan Bongino. Dan Bongino's at an event, and he's walking, and he's got his security guys with him. And there was 3 guys, and they were big dudes. Like, I mean, I thought they were pro wrestlers at first when I saw them. They were so big. It's like, what the fuck is this? It turns out they were ex-cops. The one dude called him a pedophile protector. He's like, you pedophile protector. And man, I lost my shit laughing. Dan Bongino didn't even try to bow up at him or muscle up. Screw you, man. You don't even know what I've gone through or whatever. And just walks off and let his security guards handle it. And then try to meme them out on Twitter. Didn't work. Absolutely didn't work. So, like I said, the average person, this is our hope. Average people are seeing the bullshit for what the bullshit is. People aren't going along with this anymore and are starting to go, yeah, it goes back to like that scene in Step Brothers when they're in there and they're interviewing in the tuxedos and he cuts a fart. And then Seth Rogen looks at him and he goes, did you just fart? And he's like, no, what? Like he's trying to play it off. And he's just like, yeah, I can taste it on my tongue. It's ketchup and onion rings. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about it. Tuxedos are kind of fucked up and they don't get the job. But that's the American consumer or, the average American citizen right there is looking at it going, yeah, something don't smell right here. Yeah, now that I'm looking at this is all kinds of fucked up. That is the hope. Because maybe we'll hold our politicians to a higher standard going forward. Maybe we won't be able to be bait and switched as easily. And maybe people will vote with their heads instead of their hearts going forward. Maybe instead of the lesser of two evils, we'll get somebody in there who's actually fucking good. But yeah, let's hope spot that one. In the meantime, let's get into some trailers. Rogue, you make it home yet? I don't even know if you're still in Discord.
Yeah, I'm actually just now pulling up. So give me a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm surprised that I held on to my connection this long, to be honest with you.
I mean, anything I said in there that was fucked up or you don't think I'm right on or,
You seem pretty spot on. But in my opinion, honestly, politicians don't really have any actual power. It's all big corporations that throw money at things, and they're the ones actually in charge.
Lobbyists,
And
right?
elected officials don't actually have any power.
Yeah. I think it's people that give them their campaign money is who has the power. They should be wearing like NASCAR drivers have to wear all those patches all over them. Who's giving them money? That's politicians should have that sewn on their suits. Definitely tell you who's real and who's bullshit. Like, oh shit, look, Pfizer invested in him. Oh look, the Adelsons invested in him.
Yep.
And Ian says, hey, Rogue. And he's like, exactly, Rogue. He agrees with you. I agree with you, too. I just,
Hey, Ian.
Like I said, I think the American citizens, this may be a point in time where we put aside our differences and come together as one voice. And again, you're always going to have outliers, but I think the bulk, the consensus, the people that work hard, the people that have killed themselves trying to get somewhere in life. I think the little things are going to start to go away and we're going to focus on the more important things. And
only hope.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm hopeful that this is my white pill out of this black pill.
Yeah.
It's always a shade of gray, but So should I start off with the movie or should I start off with, the games? The games you guys aren't going to fucking believe when I show you these fucking games. You're going to lose your shit.
Either someone's been in my house or I left my door wide open.
You better go check that. Everybody, we're all listening, Rogue. Go get to the guns, Rogue. Get to the guns.
Who said I have to get to them?
Is the dog okay? That's Gam's for. Yeah, that's the most important part right there. They burn down the rest of your house, you're fine as long as the dog's all right.
I must have just missed it or something. In fact, I think I know what happened. The door wasn't closed all the way, and my little robot vacuum probably bumped it open.
That's crazy. Your vacuum went outside. You tried to escape. You got a messy floor.
The screen door is closed, just the door with the actual lock on it wasn't. Shotguns are still here. Yeah, nobody's been in here. If someone around here was breaking into the house, all the guns would be gone.
All right, we are going to start out with the one that this is going to piss off some people, namely David Mon. He's already pissed off about this one. But yeah, we need to. We might as well get this one out of the way because it's the one that pisses me off too. If I'm to be honest, for one reason. It's also the one that's immediately going to get me a mild copyright. I'm taking your money strike because it's HBO Max. It's on and the nature of the show. But here we go.
I told you. You are a normal boy. And you're going to start acting like one.
How's the volume, guys?
You think you're something special? There is nothing special about.
So, I know he looks like a fat child compared to Daniel Radcliffe, but the casting of Harry Potter, not terrible.
You.
Very low. Okay, I turned it up. Let's hope this boosted a bit for you there, Ian.
I've always wanted to know about my parents.
Your parents were the kindest, bravest people I ever met. They were funny.
That's better.
Not a bad looking Hagrid. Not bad.
And clever. They stood up for what they believed was right. The next time I see you, we'll be in Hogwarts.
We got the Dursleys. It's the old sorting hat.
I think we can expect great things from you.
We just saw Draco Malfoy.
Let's see who you are.
Kid who's playing Ron and the one that's playing Hermione. They're all right. They're they're passable. There was our problem. Let me back it up by a frame.
Oh, yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, I think that's been a controversy for a little while at this point.
How in the absolute fuck are you going to make Snape African American? Described in the books as having sallow skin with long, greasy black hair. This dude don't even have his hair straightened. Like, he didn't even get, like, soul glow in his hair to make it all straight and wavy. No. He's full on, looks like he's got his shit braided. He's all clean looking and everything. Why? I'm sure he's a fantastic actor, but this was not the right casting for this role. This fucks up so many things from the book, everything going forward. So he can kill the part and he can kill the role and everything else. I'm sorry. It's just, you diverted from your source material too far right here.
My thing is, why are they redoing it to begin with?
And that is the other part. If they do this as a series, they stick to every last word in the book, it'll be fantastic. But the fact that you cast him, you just completely took a shit right on the books. So anybody reading the books is going to be like, yeah, I'm not watching it. Why? Because they're obviously going to divert from the books. Dumbledore looks all right.
Are you really Harry Potter?
You know, I like I said, you could have had a winner here. And unfortunately, I think this is going to be shit. Shall we get to the movie I'm excited about, though? I think, now, if you guys know the Raid Redemption, the Raid 2, John Wick, Sisu, guys who like action movies, well, this one is for us, and I'm actually super excited for it. I think this is going to be one of those movies where if you are an action hero junkie like I am, and you want over the top, just holy fuck action, and the premise is brilliant in my opinion too. This movie right here. Here we go. Obviously a good dad. Oh, missing child. What happened? Oh! You stole my dollar! I kill you! I kill you all! Here's the question, ladies and gentlemen. If somebody grabbed one of your kids, you saw your kid get taken in front of you, what would you do?
You're looking for someone.
So am I.
My wife went missing.
So, we've got one guy whose wife got black bagged like that, and one dude who has his daughter black bagged. I'm sorry. I'm a sucker for people using regular real world items to kick the shit out of another person brutally. And the fact that this man doesn't pull out like a giant samurai sword or a machine gun or like, you know, I'm going to use these nunchucks, right? No. This son of a bitch goes to a ball peen hammer and just starts kicking people's asses with it.
Your daughter, she might still be alive.
He broke a fucking sledgehammer over that dude's skull. Dude's just not even fucking around. He didn't run in there with the gun and, you know, just start mowing people down like he's Rambo. He wasn't Smurf. He just, hey, yo, check this out. I'm your worst nightmare. No, this dude runs in with a bow and arrow and starts dropping people. I can't fucking wait. I got chills. I love it. I love it, dude. Like, it's going to be over the top and everything else, but then you think about it and you're like, somebody stole my wife. Somebody stole my daughter with a black bag. What would I fucking do? Well, you would hope that you would go ham like this. Like, would you be the victim that's crying on the 6 o'clock news? They took my daughter. Or would you be the guy who's like, yo, I'm picking up a pair of claw hammers at the local hardware store. I'm going to go find these sons of a bitches and bring justice. I cannot lie. I'm actually like, oh yeah, that's my jam right there. So, we're going to go on to the games now. And you guys, I know if I don't show this, you guys would think I'm making this shit up. I'm not making this shit up. The first game we are going to watch the trailer for is called Karen.
Sorry, we're all out of half and half.
Can only do an exchange.
No, breadsticks are extra.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That's our policy.
No, this is not a AI slop. No, this is no bullshit. This is the actual fucking game. I can't make that up. What do you think, Rogue? Is that a day one game for you? I don't even know if we
It looks like a Steam game.
It looks like what?
It looks like it's probably just going to be a Steam game.
Oh no. That's gonna. I guarantee you, it's gonna be like $10 or like $20 game. Guaranteed, if not Game Pass. They're making a Karen fucking video game. But
yeah, I've seen.
But that is
something.
So that is one that I figured you guys would get a kick out of. This next one I'm going to say is going to absolutely be rated M for mature. Featured in this game is is something from David's bedroom. I'm just going to let you guys know that now. And again, if I told you guys they were making this game, you guys would be like, "Gam, come on, really, dude? That's fucking nasty." I am not fucking kidding you when I say this is a game coming up. Here's the trailer for it. I give you all Becoming.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go. You guys ready for this one? Because you're not going to believe this shit.
It all starts here. One among millions. Tiny, determined, and ridiculously optimistic. They dream of purpose, but it will not be easy.
That was the prop from David's room, just FYI, guys. Just a heads up on that one.
Where millions perished, you become.
I can't make that up. If I were to tell you guys they're coming out with a game where you are a sperm, would you have believed me? Would you have been like, yo, Gam's on some extra shit tonight? I don't think you guys would have believed me. But yes, yeah, that game is coming in 2026. I've seen it. Now you have to see it too. Yeah, what do you think of that one, Rogue? Is that a day one game for you? Think that one's that one's going to be sold out everywhere, or what, guys?
I think that'll be a David Mind game right at the gate.
I think so too. Well, we got to get some paint on this bad boy. Matter of fact, before I go full on into paint mode here, we get our bomb. I needed to show you guys something that I did with good old Bizarro here before I even start painting. So we had two different heads on him, and I know they're kind of hard to see because of how bright the light is. Move the light off them. So you got this head and this head. One where he's scream yelling, the other one he's gritting his teeth, all pissed off, right? The other one he's doing the Smurf, like, I'm taking a shit here, like that face. And then, you know, the Taco Tuesday, right? So, yeah, guys, I told you guys that this would soon be a feature, and I just had to figure it out. Well, I figured it out. Now, granted, this isn't glued in place yet, this cape. So we're loose on it. I can actually pull that off. Eventually, that's going to get glued in, kind of heavy or what have you. If you look, you can see it in the bottom of this headpiece right here. You can see the other one right there on the neck hole. And you notice the cape, as heavy as that thing is, isn't coming off, and the head isn't flying anywhere. Even if I turn them upside down, shake, head's still there. And we can take that one off. We'll put that one on. We are magnetized now where I can switch the heads. So you got a magnet point here in the neck. You've got one drilled into each one of those. And yeah, going forward, anybody who has multiple heads, multiple arms, they will no longer get glued. I will now be doing everything using the power of science and magnets to make it where I can switch out the way I want them to look. That means I have to paint double the heads, double the arms, whatever. So we are, we've stepped up a notch. I'm not going to lie. Pain in the ass. As a matter of fact, as you can see, get that solid in frame, I think. But as you can see, when I drilled this one in, I actually broke the back off. I had to use the glue, and then I went in with a bit of resin. Really get that thing in frame. You can see in the back where that snapped when I was drilling into it. However, I used resin and a little bit of glue to secure the other magnet, really get that magnet in there secure, and then reharden it. In order to drill these magnets in, might as well grab these out and just show them off real fast. I started at 1/12 and then ended at 5/32 or 30 seconds and went through each of the bits. You can still probably see some of the resin dust on it, but you want to start off with your tiny bit. You drill in, make your hole. Then you're going to go to the next one, the next size, the next, and you're going to increase till you get where the last one should be the same size around as your magnet, which I had, you know, if I had used a smaller magnet like this little button guy, it's actually about the same diameter. You need to get it to the same exact diameter as this drill bit. If I can actually get that shit. Thing's trying to track me. There it goes. So you want to get your diameter the same as your drill bit when you're drilling in. It's your ultimate form, really. And once you got it in the same diameter, you know how high up you need to go. So you're going to start low and go much, much higher. But the only problem is with this bigger bit, this is what keeps cracking out my piece. So I'm going to have to find a more refined bit than the ones I'm using currently. But this was the test run for this. So I've said as time goes, I'll be progressing on these models and the model making and all this and the paint jobs and everything else. But the other thing I wanted to get into was making sure the model looked good. So I had 2 different chests, 2 different waists. And this one fit like a fucking glove. So this ended up being the chest I used. The waist was much smoother for my legs on my seam line. So that's the one I use. So I don't have to use as much putty to seal it in there and make it look good. Everything else. Then this cape I would have had to print out in like 10 different pieces. But because I got the FDM printer and printing in PLA, it's lighter, it's stronger, more durable, and I can do it in one piece now and not have it looking like dog shit. So I can do big capes and bigger bases now. And then my new upgrade is putting magnets behind everything where they snap in and they snap out. Like, I don't know if you guys can hear this or not, but they snap in, they snap out. So as time's going, trying to get better and better, not just at the paint end of things, but also the modeling end of things. And again, this is a slow process. And I suck at life, and I'm sure there's guys out there who are like, oh, dude, this guy just figured out like how to make the magnets work in the neck hole, you know, and stuff like this to switch heads. For me, it's a big deal. And I think anybody that's beginning, you're just starting out, start small, build a little bit. Your painting techniques, you're going to start off, you're going to suck, but always be creative. Keep getting better with it as time goes. And so this is some of that progress that I know a lot of you guys probably aren't going to care about, but people that are watching it for the modeling, assembly, painting, and all that, this might be the part that they take away from it, that you start off like shit and you get better and better at things. Right? What? Yeah, am I right or am I wrong, Rogue? Rogue's like floating in and out. He's here, there, everywhere. He may even be drunk right now. We're not sure. Coming along nicely. I mean, it's progress. I've got to progress in one way or another. Um, I'm just. I learned this from when I used to play pool. Right. You would go up ratings and all this other stuff, and you would get better at first. Then all of a sudden, you hit this crescendo. You hit this plateau where you're not going to get better for a minute. And then all of a sudden, something kicks in and you start getting better again. And I haven't plateaued yet. I'm sure that first plateau is going to hit soon. And when it does, I'm going to be like, shit. But I'm going to keep persevering and keep practicing and keep trying until we get better and better and better to where I'm doing stuff that looks like a professional did it. Not like some asshole in a room on a microphone talking shit did it, you know? And part of my reasoning for all this is because I want to show people out there that are thinking about getting into this hobby, I guess you could call it. You could call it into this form of art, whatever your nerd tendency is towards wording, that don't give up just because you start off and things look like shit. My Bigfoot, that stream, my 100th stream, should have showed you guys that. Like this is the difference. This is where I was. This is where I'm at. And I still don't consider myself really good. I think I'm okay, but I don't think I'm like amazing anymore. You know, or well, anymore at all. Like never did. I think I'm just okay. But I'm working at it and I'm going to keep getting better and better as time goes. And anybody out there that's frustrated and like, I can't do better, you can. It's going to take time. You just got to put in that time. You got to put in the effort. It's like anything else. It's a lot of heartache when you do something that you're like, yeah, I did this and it looks like shit. There's going to be times where you're going to be really proud of something and then look at it again later on and be like, what the fuck was I even, this doesn't even look good. This is kind of ass cheeks. You're going to have that kind of stuff happen. But everything happens in due time. And, you know, keep being creative. Always be creative. You know, and just keep striving to be better. We should all keep wanting to be better. Just not even just as artists or model makers, painters, whatever you want to call yourself, but just as human beings. So always be aiming for improvement. Always improve yourself. And in the meantime, as soon as I find the right keyboard, mouse, let's take a look. What should we look up? We're gonna do Art Bell, because unless you guys got something for me, I don't think I have anything else in the description that really I should be addressing, right? We already got away from the shit black pill part of the segment. Let's get to a fun part of the show. Start the actual painting and stuff like this. Is there anything you wanted to discuss, Rogue, if you're even there? Let's see. Nope, Rogue ain't even here. So, I don't even need my headset on anymore. I can take off my headset. And it frees up my brain. I think Rogue saw that sock and got excited and decided, hey, you know what? I can play this video game without even buying the game. And I think that's where Rogue went. Shout out to Rogue. But let's see what we've got for Mr. Art Bell here. See if there's anything good. Let's see. I hate it when I get these. I'd say we do. Oh, there's something else too, guys. I covered it on the last show about the meteorite. Yeah, Rogue ditched me. He ditched me for the gym sock. That's how it always goes. Sorry, those socks aren't going to hold themselves up. You got to put something in there to keep them up. I'm just saying. So there was apparently Ohio had a meteorite fall from the sky. It's the other thing. Maybe we should be looking up more often because California and Texas also had meteors fall like that, and like big ass meteors. And during the daylight, bright enough where you could see them in the sky. One was green when it was coming in. I saw it. It was crazy. I wonder if there's something that's we're not seeing or we don't know about because everybody's focused on war and all this kind of bullshit. If there's something going on with, like, are we getting hit with a meteor storm right now? Like, did a comet break apart and start raining debris on us? Like, what is going on? But yeah, meteors have been in the news a lot lately. He had a date with Rosie. Very nice. And it's better than an ankle sock. That is fucking epic. All right, let's see. That is 10 minutes. So, I think here's how we're going to go with Art Bell tonight. And actually, I got to put back on my damn headphone for this. But, and I'm going to have to be careful. I'm going to have to be cautious. And I'm going to have to be watching. In case I got to fast forward through when he takes a break. Because I don't know if this guy posted this, if he actually posted it with or without the commercial break music in there. But here we go. This is Art Bell. And the title of the episode is Art Bell Interviews Bob Lazar. Let me know if you guys can hear it when it starts up.
All right, here we go. Bob Lazar is the ex-government scientist who, in 1989, came forward with the fact he's been part of a team of...
Okay. I'm going to see if I can't find one with better audio, though. That one says it's got low audio quality. That might actually be our best option, guys. Unfortunately, I think that may be the best option, so we're going to go with it.
All right, here we go. Bob Lazar is the ex-government scientist who, in 19...
Can you guys hear this?
Came forward with the fact that he had...
Yeah, it says it has bad audio quality. All right, well, then until I can find one with better audio quality, we'll switch it up. We'll save Bob Lazar for maybe Sunday if I can find one with better audio quality. Let me see if I can find, this one's going to be a time traveler episode. Actually, I know exactly what I'm going to look for. Let's do a fun one. Here we go. This one is Art Bell on Periscope is the name of the channel. And it is Midnight in the Desert from October 26, 2015. This one should have, and the guest is Dr. Michael Lynch. And the topic is the ghost phenomenon. Either that or else I can go to Art Bell, October 31st, 2013, Spooky Matter Halloween Ghost Stories. So I'm gonna let you guys know, decide which one do you want to do. We'll go with these. I know the audio quality is good on that. Let me check the audio quality on this one. This is 2013 one. Let's see what we got. Right off the rip.
Take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest, exclusively on SiriusXM Radio. This is Dark Matter with your host, Art Bell. Now, here's Art. Actually,
Spooky Matter. This night, ladies and gentlemen, Spooky Matter. You have sent me ghost stories. My board op in D.C., that's where he is, by the way. Washington, D.C., Evan may call you. And if so, we'll definitely talk to you about your ghost story.
Come on, Art. Kill your fucking music.
With open line ghost stories. Now, not yet with the open lines, but we will get to that, I guarantee. It's a long night. 4 hours is a lot of show with as few breaks as we ever have. All right, you know what? We've got a winner. That's right. In the ghost photo contest, we've got a winner. And I think that I've got her on the line right now. Her name is Rebecca O'Donnell, and she found out about 2 minutes ago, or 3 minutes ago, that she was the winner of our ghost photo contest for Babushka. So, Rebecca, welcome to Spooky Matter.
Thank you, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
Congratulations. You know, you got a brand new radio, and you got a 1-year subscription to SiriusXM.
I am so very excited.
Yeah, it's a good deal. How did you...
So, is this audio okay? And this is going to be Spooky Matter, which is normally Art Bell's Dark Matter that was on SiriusXM. And this is from 2013, so we're looking like 13 years ago. I don't know what's going to come up in this, what's going to be discussed. It'll probably be him taking calls and that kind of stuff. But here we are.
Come upon the show.
I actually had heard many rumors about the great Art Bell, and one of my friends is an Acton subscriber, Sirius subscriber, and I just happened to be over, and I got to listen to a couple of your programs, and I loved it.
Uh-huh. Well, we depend on that kind of thing for sure. Anyway, tell me about Babushka, would you please?
Okay, I actually worked with a fellow at a cable company, local here, and he knew that I did some amateur ghost hunting, and we would talk about that. And he was kind of shy to show me, but he actually showed me this photograph that I entered in the contest, and said that was at his sister's house, and that they had been experiencing creepy stuff that had been going on in the home. And when I saw that picture, I had never seen anything like that before. I had gotten orbs myself, but nothing ever like that.
Oh, I've seen orbs too. Yeah, but orbs are not what you brought us. And by the way, yours was picked as the winner by the most positive comment. There were like 100, I think, positives on you for that, and it was clear winner. There was one other, but it got qualified because somebody had poached it from another website.
Oh, okay.
So yours is an original, and it's totally a winner. And whoever took it, who took that?
That was my coworker's name is David.
Okay, well, boy, he did a good job. I mean, to be able to catch something like that with a camera.
Oh, it spooked him. It spooked him very much so. And he didn't even really know what he had captured until he had seen it in his phone. Really saw it. So it was before all those applications. I was going to say, before all the iPhone applications and all the little things that you could do trickery with, it was before that even really evolved yet. So that was what made it even neater,
Do you actually know the date or rough date?
Yeah, it was taken around 2007.
Okay, 2007. All right.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, Rebecca, bless your heart for entering, bless your heart for having a really good ghost photograph, and enjoy the radio and the 1-year free subscription, and we'll expect you to call back.
Thank you so much, Art. Such a pleasure to talk to you.
Take care. All right, that is Rebecca O'Donnell, the winner of the radio and the 1-year free subscription. Told you somebody was going to win. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spooky Matter. Now, what tonight is going to be, as I mentioned, is a combination of those who have sent in ghost stories as requested. And we are in the process now of calling you. Now, we will augment that, if need be, with open line ghost stories. However, I want to serve up a warning to you. I want to be scared. If I'm not scared by your story, it's probably not a really good one. It's got to put a little chill, raise the hair, maybe on the back of my neck and put a little chill down my spine. And I scare fairly easily. So they've got to be good ghost stories. If we take pot luck, they've got to be good ghost stories. And I'm also going to make a special request tonight that if you're an over-the-road trucker, I know there's at least 4 or 5 of you out there, that if you want to tell your ghost story, you pull over safely into a rest area or the side of the road somewhere where you're safe, so you can tell your ghost story with a good cell connection and with reasonable quiet in the cab, as it were. So that said, I think we ought to get underway and see. No, wait a minute. We do have this business to take care of, don't we? All right, Spooky Matter underway for Halloween night. I'm Art Bell.
God damn it, Art. Why you gotta play music?
You gotta love that laugh. I can do it sort of. How's that? Spooky Matter on Halloween night. And I know many little ones are out there tromping through the night. By the way, including mine. In fact, one of the photographs on the front of artbell.com tonight is of my little one, Asia Rainbell, ready for candy collection. As you can see, very ready for candy collection. She lives in fear that when she gets home, Daddy will claim all her candy. In past years, I have played around with her like that. And so now I believe that when she gets home, which she will before I do, of course, she will hide it. Who knows where? We'll probably find it next year. All right, let's go to Tennessee. And Osage, I guess the name is, right? Is the name Osage? Hello, Tennessee. Hello, Osage. Are you there, my friend? Well, let me try it again. Osage, are you there, buddy?
Yes, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I thought we had lost you for a moment, but no, we have you. All right, so what's spooky in Tennessee?
Nothing. The story I have is actually whenever I was overseas in the military. First, I just want to say I'm a little nervous, so I apologize.
Oh, relax. So, in other words, it's like an alien ghost story.
Okay, yeah. I also want to give a shout-out to Bell Gab, to all those guys out there.
The Bell Gab people? Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
What do I call them? Vicious but vaguely lovable? That's really it.
That little bit of echo, by the way, guys, that's actually in the broadcast.
The story had to do whenever I was in the military. It was the 2002, 2003. I was stationed overseas in Korea. I was at a Camp Stanley base, which is kind of far north. And
right.
And I
May
was
I ask? Let me stop you. What is it like? I've been to Korea any number of times, but being actually in the military and stationed in Korea. Well, put it this way: I've heard of our troops in Korea referred to in interesting ways, as though you're kind of there so that if the North starts a war, America's automatically brought into it. Is that how you guys looked at it there?
Kind of. I mean, well, a lot of people don't know, I guess, that we were never actually, we signed a ceasefire. We never signed a peace treaty, so we were technically still at war.
That's correct.
And they stationed me there because I after the 9/11 happened, I wanted to combat. I thought I was going to go to Iraq. but instead they sent me to Korea instead. So
Well,
I got
you darn near got some combat anyway. It got pretty tense there for a while.
Yeah, it did. We had riots and stuff outside our base, and they had an accident. It's kind of a long story what happened, but
All right, I'll let you get to it. Don't worry. Every year, a whole bunch of South Koreans get together in like almost a mob, and they march on the gate, going north. And, I always thought, what is that about? These guys are down in South Korea where they have freedoms and relative good life. The economy's in great shape, and Korea's just booming, and yet they march on the North Gate. I always thought, what they should have done one year is just open the damn gate, let them march on north, and close it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that the public doesn't hear about. The reason why they were rioting on our base was because we had an accident where two girls were actually ran over by one of our tracked vehicles. And I'm sure you can look about it on the internet, but they were pretty bad. They were actually throwing the Molotov cocktail bombs over the fences, and we had some buildings catch on fire. But yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, I don't want to stop you from your story. Proceed, please.
Okay, well, during the end of my time, I was usually when everybody does their last 3 months, they try to keep them on light duty so that they don't get injured, because if they get injured, it causes complications. So they put me on the unit police, which anybody who's been on a base over there knows what a UP is. It's kind of like NP, only you're a security guard, I guess you could say.
Yeah, in the Air Force we call them APs, but yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I would be in charge of the gates, and they would rotate us around the different gates. And I always liked the night shift because I'm just kind of a night person, And so they picked me to work on this gate, which I actually worked there whenever I was doing my time up in the upper part. It's called we call it the AHA, which is the ammo holding area.
Right.
And up there that's where the last line of defense, I guess you could say, for artillery. The North Koreans had their artillery focused on us, and the only thing we could do is store ammo inside the mountain and in a big tunnel. So to get to that tunnel, you had to go through the gate, and that was the gate that I was, stationed at in charge of. So during the night shift, well, first I want to say that place had a reputation already. The people there, the Koreans, I've heard them talking before, and I remember one time early on when I first came there, I asked them what they were talking about, and the Korean guy told me, kind of laughed it off. He said, well, they were talking about how that place is haunted, and this was during the daytime. I really didn't understand, what it was about, but I found out later that during a safety briefing we had that there was a soldier that was killed there in the area, and it was pretty gruesome. He died when he was airing up a tire, and a split ring came off and killed him.
Ooh, no.
Yeah, and it was probably instant death, but it was in the area that I worked, in the area, So, anyways, I would work there at night shift, and things were pretty calm. Nothing really happened. It was me and another person at all times, and we really didn't have anything happen. I mean, we had cameras there, and it was really quiet. And one night when we were up there, one of the vehicles, and these are Hemmets, these are pretty big vehicles, it just started on its own. And first we heard the rumble, and we didn't know what it was. So we got up, we went outside the door, and I could hear it running. And we looked at each other, and that's when it really kind of got spooky, because I work those machines, and I know that we don't have those malfunction and just cut on their own.
Right, that's bad to start the story off. A vehicle starting by itself is not good at all.
Yeah, well, it kind of spooked both of us out, and I decided to go because I knew those vehicles to begin with, so he stayed in the guard shack that we had, and I went over there to the vehicle, and first of all, I was really creeped out because it was in the dark area, so I had to kind of walk in the dark, and I looked around the vehicle, and I didn't see anything at all. So I opened the cab up, and I cut the vehicle off, and then went back, went on our way, and we just noted it in the log. Anyway, so that was the first time something had happened, and we had similar incidents with other people where the lights had cut on, people had noted in the logs about like similar incidents like us. Now, I don't know if they took it serious or not because I don't think maybe nobody read the logs, you know.
I don't know there, bud, but I think I'm kind of already bored with this guy. Art Bell, tell him to wrap it up, buddy. Tell him to wrap it up because this man's taking way too much time to tell a fucking story.
And I mean, I think it was the same one. It might not have been, but it was in the same area. Started just going off on
This keeps up. I might just switch over to a time travel episode or something because this one is.
We're both in there, and it goes off, and we're just like nearly jump out of our seats and fall down because it scared the crap out of both of us, you know.
By this time, I'd be worried that thing would start up and head toward me.
Yeah, I was actually so scared I made the other guard get out and go with me, which we're not supposed to do because someone's supposed to be at the gate.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean,
I'll let chat decide. Do we stay with this episode, or you guys want to switch it up to something more enticing or more interesting? Because I don't know if I'm feeling this one.
I do know that a guy did die there, and
like if all the calls are going to end up being like this is going to be boring as shit.
Yeah, well, it's just too weird. Yeah.
I really appreciate your story. Thank you very much. Yeah, a vehicle does not start itself. A vehicle does not.
We'll listen to 2 more calls, and if they're not good, then I'm going on a different one.
So there you have it. A story all the way from Korea.
Sorry, buddy. It's kind of a boring story. You were not a good storyteller.
They would be all over the world, and guess what? They are.
Give me one that's actually got some teeth. Or
as famous in Japan and Germany.
No headless goblins coming for them.
As they are here. In other words, ghosts are universal. Let's go to right here in Nevada and John. John, welcome to Spooky Matter. Hello, John.
Yeah. Good morning, Art. Mega Roswell's.
Not morning yet, not even on the East Coast, but
yeah, not really. Great to talk to you.
Good to talk to you too.
Yeah,
so you've got a story for us, I take it.
Yes,
Well, get to it, sir.
I bought a house out in Eldridge, Iowa, and I only lived in it 14 months. I worked for Caterpillar, and they closed the plant, so I moved out of Iowa and moved out west here. And we were moving in. And I had just put a 9-drawer dresser into the one bedroom that was going to be my daughter's bedroom. And me and my son, he's 15, carried it in there and put it in. And I went out to the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee, and I come back to the room, and I couldn't open the door. And the dresser had slid in front of the door. At first, I thought my son was in
What? The dresser slid in front of it. Now, was somebody in the room or no?
No one was in the room.
A 9-drawer dresser, that's big,
right. Yeah.
moved itself in front of the door.
Yeah. And I thought my son was in the room doing something, And
sure, of course, yes.
Thought he was in there whacking away, guys.
Hollering through the door. I said, open this up. I want to get this other stuff in there. And then he comes in out from the front door with another box of stuff, and I'm going, well, who's in here? So anyway, I had to pry the door open and slide that dresser out of the way to get back into a room that was empty.
Well, that's just plain impossible.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. And, me and my wife sat down, had a cup of coffee, and you just bought the house. What do you do?
I know. I'll tell you, I think what I would have done, did you buy from an individual or a realtor or what?
No, I was a realtor. But I knew the guy that had lived there before, and he had never said anything about the house. I had worked with him at CAP.
Yeah, no reports of ghosts, right?
No. And it was a very strange thing. And my dog would never go in that room. We sat there and decided, well, this is pretty strange. So she said, well, it's not going to be my daughter's bedroom. She says, that's going to be your poker room then. And so,
so is that what
I moved my dresser and the daughter into the other room. So all I put in there was my poker table and stereo, But,
how did you do at poker after that?
Not real well in that room.
That's just, well, I love the story because it's impossible.
Yeah, you know, and you
No,
sit there and
it's
you
definitely possible, Art.
I'm
You
looking
see?
at my wife and going, did this really just happen? I mean, did I have to pry this door open to get in here? You know, and it's like, you know,
it's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible.
No, it's possible.
No, it couldn't have.
If you guys had it leaning up against something and it just settled and that thing fell, the dresser fell a little bit and just blocked off the door.
My dad had Alzheimer's and stuff, and I was driving down the street, and I saw they had an open house at that house. And I was telling my girlfriend, I said, you know, I used to own this place, and I said, let's go in and take a look, you know. And I'm talking to the realtor. I did want to check. There was a little cheap, little under-the-counter kitchen light that I'd put in when I bought the place, and it was still there. But I talked to the realtor, and she said that house had sold 7 times since I had it.
One of the times to a man named Jeffrey Epstein.
Very long in it. I don't know if anybody else had trouble or not. But
did you tell the realtor about?
Yeah,
you just told me. Oh,
yeah, she says I don't want to hear any more. She says I got to be here all afternoon.
I completely understand.
No, she'd have to disclose that to the next homeowner. That's why she didn't want to hear about it.
If a house is haunted, if it was sold, bought and sold 7 times.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody ever mentioned it.
Yeah,
this was. Let's see, I bought it in, I think it was 82, and then I left in 83 when they closed the plant, and I moved back there in 2005. So it sold.
What's up, Perry? Good to see you, brother.
Between then, so I don't know. Very strange story.
I mean, that one was all right.
Second one in a row of how can I put this? Things being moved without human interaction, or things being moved by a spirit. A vehicle started, a horn that goes. Probably
you guys are awesome too.
Now,
thank you for hopping in, liking, sharing, all that shit, subbing, making sure you're still subbed.
I mean, after all, if anybody had moved,
I appreciate you guys.
Drawer dresser up to the door and blocked it, they would then have to still be in that room unless they went sailing through a window.
Yeah, like I said, that was a little bit better of a ghost story, but even then, not putting the cackles up on Gam's back. Extraordinary claims, extraordinary evidence, damn it.
Not this room. And obviously, Mom understood that message because she did not allow the daughter in there. Jason in Louisiana, hi there, and thank you.
All right, Luciana, go ahead. You tell us something, Chef.
Mega Roswell.
Thank you. You have a ghost story for us, I take it?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
This is a story about when my wife and I were newlyweds, and as newlyweds kind of do around that time, they'll go visit their parents, you know, once a week or so. And my wife said she was going to go visit her mother. I said, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and just stay home. I'm in my pajamas. And about 40 minutes later, she came back, and she said, you're not going to believe what happened to me on the ride home. And being the foolish young husband, I said, that sounds great, honey, but let me go ahead and just finish up this video game that I'm playing right now. And so that frustrated her.
You're already like a husband. You're already like a husband of about 10 years. Not a newlywed. A newlywed jumps up and...
I was in hot water.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So she was a little frustrated, and it wasn't until the next day that I was able to get her to tell me what happened. Apparently, on the ride home, she had just left her mom's home, and she got the feeling that you get when you're being watched. And she looked off to her left, and she saw the classic shadow figure staring at her. And followed her.
Excuse me, this was when she was driving?
Yes, sir.
And this shadow person or whatever...
Dear Lord, Perry.
By itself? And
I know you're joking, but still, dear Lord.
No, it was standing behind a sapling, which she thought she saw a tree out of the corner of her eye, and when she looked, there was a sapling, and the shadow figure was behind it, standing behind it. And as she drove past, its head followed her. She got the chills, and she picked up, she sped up a little bit down the neighborhood. And as she made her way to the end of the neighborhood, the lights, starting where the creature was, started going out one at a time.
Yep, that happens because they had light. That happens on purpose so that your headlights will actually turn off side corner street lights if you've got your brights on sometimes, especially in the rural country.
She got mad. She was
So
angry. She was scared, but she was angry.
I could believe your story. She was scared, sir, but there's nothing supernatural at this point.
Where the creature was, and nothing was there. It was just a sapling, and she had a cold sweat, and she was just sitting there, and the car was idling, and all the lights turned on at once. And
well,
she
you
continued
sir
on home.
have a wife with cojones. Let me tell you,
She is
I
the
would
bravest
not have.
woman I know.
Yeah, that's right. I would not have gone back. There's no way I would have gone back. So
It was.
She
It
must
gave
be
me
a tough
goosebumps
one.
the first time. She is a tough cookie. I'm not afraid to go out in public. She's got my back.
all right, my friend. Thank you for the story. Yeah, no, thank you. I guess, insert myself into the stories as I hear them, and it's kind of like, what would I do? It would be bad enough. You see the shadow being behind the tree. You see the head pop up, and the head follows you, and then the lights start going out.
And then you realize the acid's kicked in.
No. I'm being honest with you. No. I would not go back. So, big cojones. Down to Texas and Chris. Hey, Chris.
Roswell's Mr. Bell.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad to finally get in to talk to you. Since the first time I heard you, you're talking to Mel Waters.
Mel's Hole.
Yes, I've been a fan ever since.
The story goes that Mel sold his hole to the... He sold his hole to the government and moved to Australia, where he's living, presumably, happily ever after, but I'd sure love to talk to Mel. Anyway, proceed.
Yes, sir. 25 years ago, I was a brand new Border Patrol agent. We had more trainees than journeymen, so they would stick two trainees together and say, go do your job. And usual shift, there might be 4 people working. So we had 2 guys upriver, myself and my partner downriver. Very little experience between the 2 of us.
What would you, see, I hate this, but I have to know some things.
Yes, sir.
As a Border Patrol agent, you said with very little training. So it's like they send you to, when you say river, the Rio Grande?
Yes, sir.
They send you down to the Rio Grande and they say, watch?
It was very little experience in that training. I may have misspoke there.
Okay.
We had just gotten from the academy, but neither of us had half a
That's
year.
not terrible.
Okay.
So they send us down. They tell us to go fight crime midnight. So we're driving
in the
down
desert,
looking for anything that we could see that didn't look right, not really knowing what we were doing, but trying to get on the job experience. We see a bonfire out on this hill that we used to refer to as the party house. It was, at the time, it was out of town quite a ways, but now it's almost in town. And we drove towards it thinking, well, maybe somebody's down there, maybe some aliens, maybe some smuggling.
Right.
And at the time, we had switches that we could throw that would turn all the lights off in the vehicle. So if you hit the brakes or the backup light, nothing would come on. It wouldn't show where the vehicle was.
Sure.
So we turn out all the lights. We're driving down this long dirt road towards the river. And as we come around
it was Madman Michael Markham playing with power. And he showed up and he said, I forgot who I am and shit in my pants.
They're all wearing brown full-length robes.
Good call on that one, Ian.
Like they're doing some kind of religious ceremony.
Ritual.
Yes.
Oh.
Race with the Devil. With Peter Fonda and
It was called Race with the Honkies.
And that movie came to mind. I looked at these people just in time to see 2 of them turn towards us and start running at us in a, not an aggressive manner, but like we didn't have any business in their little ritual.
Oh, so you didn't. It was on. This is on the U.S. side of the border, of course, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, about
okay.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Gotcha. And 2 of them start running toward you, and you were, I'm sure, 2 armed.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But they were armed in Race with the Devil too.
Oh.
Well,
you two armed guys do?
I looked at my partner, he looked at me, I threw it in reverse, and I hit the gas.
You didn't just whip it out and start shooting? What the hell? This is a terrible story. I would have just lit him up. Like, at that point, like, mother.
I made a 90-degree turn.
Maybe that's why I'm not a Border Patrol agent.
Until I hit the highway.
I'm with you all the way.
Once we get to the highway,
yes.
we're trying to decide what to do because our nearest backup is a good 20, 30 minutes away.
Right.
There's one sheriff deputy, and he's way the heck out of town.
Right.
Who would you report this to? They didn't cover this at the academy.
No. Local law enforcement? I don't know.
Well, we were out of town. We were in the county, and like I said, there was one deputy working, and he was way the heck out of town. And we discussed it the rest of the night. Who should we report this to? And we could not come to a conclusion. So at 8
Nor
o'clock
were they
in the morning,
necessarily breaking the law, really.
none that I could see.
Except maybe God's law.
Well, we decided that we just weren't going to tell anybody, and we're going to try and pretend like it never happened.
I don't blame you at all.
We managed to keep our mouths shut for about a good 20 years. Well, finally, about 3 or 4 years ago, I was invited to tell my story on the other show, and unfortunately, the night that they called the house for me to talk, I had a schedule change, and I had to work that night.
So you never got to tell the story?
Not to them, but it really upset me because I've listened to that show, like I said, ever since Bell's Hole. So a couple of weeks go by, and I'm teaching a class, and I mentioned to the class that I'd almost made it on the radio. And I told them this story about what had happened to me and my partner, and how it would have been neat to tell people I'd managed to tell my story to the entire United States and parts of the planet. And one of the students said, hey, about a couple of years ago, I was driving around down by the river, and I came across the exact same situation.
Oh?
Yeah, so apparently whoever these people are, they're still out there, and they're still doing their little ritual, and I have no idea who they are or what they're doing.
And this person, this student, what did he do?
Exact same thing.
As you did, and as I would have done as well. I really, really appreciate your telling this story on real radio.
It was an exciting night.
I shit my pants. I ran like a screaming monkey.
Glad you came by tonight. The spooky matter. I love stories like this. What do you suppose that was?
What I suppose? I'm guessing a bunch of teenagers fucking partying.
But also, on the other hand, probably not a group of people that you would want to upset.
That sounds like one of my parties, damn it. We weren't doing no saint and worship.
Ben in California. Hi, Ben.
We're too busy drinking, chasing tail. What the hell?
Is this me?
It is you, Ben.
Instead, we got Courage the Cowardly Dog protecting our border. God dang it.
I told you my ghost stories before, but I've got one more story I haven't told you.
You've told me ghost stories before?
I called in on open lines tonight. I was the guy that had been physically assaulted by a ghost.
Okay.
But I've got
He put it right in my butt. His name was Jasper. Jasper, the unfriendly ghost.
All right.
I'm living in eastern Kentucky, growing up on this haunted hill.
Mm-hmm.
And besides the neighborhood there is a dirt road. It's a gas road. There's gas wells out there. And this is where we rode our dirt bikes and four-wheelers and everything like that.
Right.
So nobody ever walks out there, but I didn't have any gas for my dirt bike one day, so I decided to take a walk out there. I'm about 15 years old. I think I'm a freshman in high school. And I'm walking back. I've got my machete on my side. I'm looking for snakes and whatnot, looking for deer.
I was going to kill a deer with my machete.
Suddenly, there's two men in front of me. And this is a straight stretch of, I would say, 200-300 yards. And suddenly, they're about 20 feet in front of me. So I tell them, well, you scared the you-know-what out of me. And one of the men says, well, I'm sorry. And they walk up to me. And they asked me questions like, how did you get out here?
And I told them, well, I just live half a mile from here. And they say, they're just very confused. They say, how did you get past the gate?
Mm-hmm.
And I told them, there is no gate. There used to be a gate there, but it had been ripped out a couple of years ago.
Right.
And keep in mind, this is the only entrance for miles. This road runs for miles and miles, and a few miles the other way, there's another entrance, and it doesn't have a gate either. So anyway, that's a really weird question. And the direction they were coming from the direction of my house, and there's only one way in, one way out. And I'm thinking they should know there's not a gate there. So anyway, the whole time I'm talking to them, I'm really creeped out. I'm really freaked out. They're staring directly at my eyes, and they're not looking anywhere else. I'm motioning to my house. I say I'm out here with my machete. I'm looking for snakes. They don't look at my machete. They're both still fixed on my eyes.
Every weekend I went out hunting snakes with my machete. It's what I did.
Machete. That'd get somebody's attention, you would think. You put down. Ooh, big knife.
I make sure I got my machete at all times, just in case I got to cut the head off a king cobra just wandering around out here. One time I was stepping on one, that snake bit me. I bit it back. It died a week later of poisoning from my teeth.
Motorcycle or a dirt bike or a four-wheeler. But I start walking back towards my house. We cross paths, and of course I'm scared, nervous, and within a few feet, I take a few steps and I turn around. They're not there.
They just went all hog wild and disappeared on me.
They are gone.
They were like, "This sumbitch crazy. I'm out."
Into a time when there was a gate.
Yeah. Say that gate hadn't been there in a couple of years. And
I mean, yeah, you come dare ask me about directions. And tell you what, I'll show you the old machete and how I cut the head off of snakes.
And I'm walking fast, and I turn back. They're still not there. There's nowhere for them to hide. But they're not.
And I was like, "I'm gonna find you, and when I do, I'm gonna cut you deep."
About to happen. So I'm running back to my house, and I reach the road again, and there's not a work truck there. There's nothing there. So I make it home. I run to the house. I slam the door, lock the door, tell my mom somebody's coming to kill me. 2 men are trying to kill me. And sat there freaked out for the rest of the day.
Can't hear the art feed very well.
I didn't.
Hold on, I can try turning it up.
I didn't know if it's a ghost story or not, but it was definitely.
Well, it's yeah, it is. All right, thank you very much. I'm not sure what to call that story. But these.
I call that story a nutcase just called into your show, Art.
Yeah, and I understand. Sometimes you don't say it was a ghost. I kind of like my guess, actually. They asked about a gate that hadn't been there in a long, long time in a very weird way. And I'm guessing they went back to whatever it was, time-wise, when that gate was there. I could be wrong. It's just a guess.
Hopefully that got louder for you, Rev.
Listening to Spooky Matter on Halloween. I'm Art Bell. Don't forget to picture my little Halloween girl, Asia Rain Bell, on the website, artbell.com. That's me.
I gave it a boost, so let's see. You guys tell me. Can you hear better now, Rev? Thank you all for dropping in, smashing that there like button.
Roswell.
Thank you.
And I hope Asia comes back with a whole sack full of goodies for Daddy.
Oh, she will, and she'll hide them before I get home.
That's when you get into your daddy experiences, and surely you know where at least half the hiding spots are.
Well, usually she knows I grab the candy and run around the house with her chasing me. That's how it usually works out.
That's Daddy's job.
Anyway, you have a story for us.
Yes, sir, I do.
Wait, this dude's saying Daddy's creepy.
You're a corrections officer.
Uh-huh.
Working a midnight shift. And at the beginning of each shift, doesn't make any difference which one of the three.
We cornhole one of the prisoners.
Send your officers out to do an external perimeter check of the sensors on the fence and make sure everything's where it's supposed to be and working.
I don't need any names, but I mean, is this a pretty good sized prison or a jail, or what are we talking about?
This is a state institution.
Okay, big one, yes, sir.
male, pretty
All
good
right.
size. We was generally we run around with about a population of about 2350.
Oh, big one. Okay.
They're pretty good size. And I was a zone sergeant, and my officers automatically, went out and done their duties. We done an external perimeter check and an internal perimeter check.
Sure.
And the internal perimeter check not only included the inside pits, but also making sure that the doors and windows.
Make sure all the soap on the rope's been returned to the shower.
And part of the institution was handed over from the Department of Mental Health. And this one particular building, which was right across a service road from another old mental health building that had inmates in it.
Mm-hmm.
But the building in question did not. It was not inhabited. And down on the basement level, there was it's still there, an extremely heavy steel fire door. And there for about at least twice a week, for about 6 weeks, we would find this door open.
The fire door.
And then we caught these two inmates. They were playing hide the squirrel in there.
I would think it would be good.
There's no alarms. This building was built about 1910.
Okay, gotcha.
And my officer that was doing the inspection reported to me that he found this door open, and these are all deadbolts.
Oh.
And so we find doors open, not real frequent, but from time to time, somebody would leave the building, on the evening shift if they had a class or something in there and failed to secure their door. But this building nothing was going on in there.
Right.
The other ones, they're playing cornhole.
The problem is that to secure this door, no personnel whatsoever inside our perimeter held the key to that door. You have to go to the communications room where we were issued our keys and our radios and get this one specific key, which took the authorization of the shift commander. And you had
again, this door is normally always dead bolted.
Yes.
Okay.
We had keys to all the other doors in that building except that one particular door.
Right.
Nobody inside the perimeter had that key. Well, I had to get authorization from the captain to get the key in writing, and naturally he wanted to know why. Well, to keep the sergeant that I relieved, keep him out of trouble, I just told the captain that I wanted to do a security check.
Mm-hmm.
So, fine. So, got it. We went in. Me and 4 of my officers, we went in, done an inspection, and the place was empty. And we secured the door. And I reported back to the captain, no results, everything's fine.
Right.
And then the next day when I come in, I talked to the sergeant that was in charge on the evening shift, told him what I found, and he said, "Did you put it in writing?" I said, "No, I don't think there's any need for that. Ain't no sense of getting a whole bunch of other people involved in this."
Right.
So he said, "Okay, appreciate it." He said, "I was on the evening shift. They done 2 inspections, and one of them was right around 10 o'clock at night, while everybody else was performing a count. They go around and do their same inspections as when they come on.
And they caught a pair of inmates. They were doing cavity searches on each other. If you know what I'm saying there,
about 6
Art.
weeks. And we kept
Wait a minute. You're saying this door was open every night?
at least twice a week.
At least twice a week. Oh, my. Okay.
I'd still have to go up there and to the comm room, call the captain, get authorization. Well, I did after about 3 or 4 weeks. He's starting to get really curious as to why I keep wanting to go in there.
Sure.
Especially, with that particular key, because I got keys to every other door in that building, and it was a pretty good-sized building.
Right.
So after about 6 weeks, it was getting pretty old, and me and my 4 officers, we went in,
done our inspection. Well, this time the captain called an emergency count. And this is about 3 o'clock in the morning. And while they're counting, we're going in there and looking around. Didn't find anything. Secured the door. And as we were leaving, we're going down a little service road in between these two buildings. And not a whole lot of light back in that area. A few security lights on the buildings, but the main lights was from the perimeter lights around the fence. And I happened to turn around and looked up on the second floor window at the end of the wing, and I seen a little girl about 8 to 10 years old, blonde hair, and I just told my other officers, "Hey, come here." So I said, "Look up there. What do you see?" And all their jaws went slack and their eyes got about as big as silver dollars. I said, "What did you see?"
They said Epstein's daughter.
They all went, "Uh-huh." And about that time, she raised up her right hand and waved at us. And never seen her again. Never had any more problems with that door. Needless to say, that did not go on.
That's actually not a terrible ghost story,
No,
buddy.
I wonder what her connection to that door was.
It wasn't
There was
tragically
an
bad.
old, mental health building, because part of our institution, especially we had two sides, and the side that I was on, we had about a half a dozen of these old mental health buildings. Like I said, built around 1910, 1908.
No, maybe she had a dad or a mom that had been in that building.
Well, there was children there too.
Children too?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, because a few of my officers worked in there for mental health when it was still in operation.
And then the phone rang, and I heard 7 days.
You've given us, thank you very much, another story of, in my opinion, something that's been something physical that has been manipulated by something else. All the stories that we've had so far virtually have involved things physical moved by things not physical. 6 weeks of a deadbolt opening? Well, I guess we'll just have to all wonder what's up with that. Strange. New York. Back to New York and Franklin. Hello.
Hey, Art. How are you?
Just fine, thank
Happy Halloween. This story takes place when my fiancée Gina and I were living in Boston. We lived
I'm saying okay.
For about 2 or 3 years while I was in grad school. And about a month before we were leaving to move back to Brooklyn, we had the apartment packed up and everything, and we're asleep. I'm laying in bed, and I feel someone above me just looking at me.
And it was her boyfriend.
In my head, I'm saying to myself, all right, if you're there, you might not want to be there when I open my eyes. And I'm just
Right, I'm going to get up and I'm going to beat the shit out of you, okay?
Anything of it. As soon as I say this to myself, I feel a gust of wind shoot to my left. And now I open my eyes and I sit up immediately. And I'm like, what is this? I look over, and there is a man in our doorway, colonial dressed, long, stringy hair,
Sir, can you please spell colonial for me?
Tall, thin Benjamin Franklin, okay?
Right.
Now, the man is illuminated. The only light that we have in our apartment is the bathroom door behind him. That's slightly ajar. He is producing his own light, but his light doesn't reflect onto my door, my floor, my wall, nothing. All right? And he's slightly translucent because I can kind of see the bathroom light through him. Now, this man is looking at us with curiosity. No malice, no nothing. I'm just staring at him with curiosity. I touch my girlfriend, and she wakes up, and she looks at the door and she
Says, "Not tonight, Harry."
Who's the man in white? Who's the man in white at the door? At that point, I really get freaked out because it was like confirmation. I turn to her. She goes back to sleep. I turn to him, and he's gone.
Yeah, because I know if I wake my wife up and she saw somebody in the door and said, "Who's the man in the white door?" she'd be like, "Well, that motherfucker's dead."
I hear you, buddy. Thank you so very much for that story. Now, isn't that interesting? In other words, it may well be that many times
And read Transformer stories to your children,
or ghost, if you will.
Yeah, that's a frightening one there.
At being in
True
another
story.
place or time than it was used to. So it is as absolutely curious, perhaps even terrified, as you are. And I wonder what that says about the other side.
It
The
says
mixing of that side and this side on some occasions.
Like I said,
It
I'm
may
waiting
well
for a
be
good
that,
scary one here,
they
guys. One that makes me makes my
absolutely
butthole
no more
pucker.
of an idea than you do.
So far, hasn't happened.
Think about it. Let's go to Minnesota and Allison. Hi, Allison.
Hi, it's me from.
Oh, good evening, Art, and happy holidays.
How are you? Don't you know?
Well, my story does, well, I have a story that actually does involve things being moved without me moving them, but the story
There's a
that
man. His
we
name
were
was
most
Touchdown Timmy
interested in is
Waltz.
my
He was
story
in
of
here
the
in my
time
house.
I saw a shadow person. And this story goes back about 15 years. I was 9, 10 years old at the time. And I was downstairs. We lived in my grandma's house at the time, and we lived in her basement. And this particular night, my mom had left to go grocery shopping, but my bedroom was in the basement right next to the stairwell. So the only way to get in and out of the basement is on these very, very creaky stairs. If anyone were to come downstairs, including our very fat cat, I would know about it. So I'm reading my book for school that night, and I'm sitting on my bed, and the setup of this basement was very odd. It was my room had 2 doors, one that went to the stairwell, and then another one that went into a very oblong bathroom that was connected on the other side of this bathroom to our living room. And right by the doorway to the living room, there was a desk, and my mom had a light on that, and she left it on for me so that I wouldn't get scared while she was gone, even though my grandma was upstairs.
And I
watching
woke up, and
TV.
Uncle Pete was standing over me, and I felt
And the way I'm
warmth.
sitting on my bed, I can see through the bathroom and then into the living room, and I can see the light is pretty much framed by the little slit of the door that I can see through. And I don't know what compelled me to look up, but I look up over my book into the living room, and as I do so, a 6.5 to 7 foot tall pitch black shadow. I could see, the only definition it had was I could see shoulders, I could see a head, and I could see that it was wearing a bowler hat, of all things.
Turns out Grandma was
And it
cheating on
didn't
Grandpa
stop
with a
sound
member
as it did
of
when I
the
walked. It
local
glided
basketball
behind
team.
this desk from the living room into my mom's room and was gone. And I promptly threw my book across the room, opened the door to the stairwell, and ran upstairs and told my grandma. And she, of course, didn't believe me. Oh, that's silly. But this house, only my mom and I had just handfuls of experiences in this house. So she believed me when I got home. But the part that scared me the most about that shadow person is that it had to have walked a foot or two behind this lamp that was very bright. And it did not cast a shadow on the back wall behind it. It did not have any light reflect off it. It was like a cutout of reality. There was just blackness.
And then this entity, you were seeing it full on, straight on with your vision, right?
Yes.
Not peripheral vision, straight on.
Absolutely straight on. I watched it go by and sat there and realized that I'd seen for a second before I turned tail and ran. There was really no malice to anything that happened in that house. It actually, in a weird way, helped me out one time, but it's still such an abnormal thing to see. I just couldn't deal with it, and I ran away.
Oh, I would have too. My kind of gal. All right. Well, listen, thank you for the story. It's a good one.
You're very welcome.
Take care. Thank you. My kind of gal. I mean, I'm being honest with you. If I saw a creature like that, I don't know about you. Perhaps all the rest of you are considering along with me. But if I saw a creature like that, so-called shadow person, straight on, and then it floated across the floor, I would be so gone. Let's go to Andrew all the way down in Melbourne, Australia. Hello, Andy.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Quite well. And I presume you have a ghost.
Danny Boss called in?
I do. It's the story involves my daughter's imaginary friend.
Okay.
And he was a Muslim.
My daughter had an imaginary friend that she described as a tall old man that she named Roger. And it was
And
one of
he
those
was
things,
very
you know,
jolly.
with friends where she would talk with him, play with him, have tea parties with him, and, you know, sometimes even blame him for things. And, you know, my
Black
wife and I
Ghost
would
Light
really
Matters.
see her have conversations with, like, an unseen person. And, you know, my wife did a research and she just chalked it up to an overactive imagination. For my daughter at the time was an only child. And we basically thought that, you know, the behavior was perfectly normal and age appropriate.
You know what, though? It's still creepy. If you watch a child talking to somebody that's not there and even apparently getting answers, it's pretty creepy.
It's very creepy. And, like, you know, so my wife thought it was normal, but me, having graduated from the Art Bell School of Ghost to Ghost and other paranormal shows, I always suspected that she may have been talking to a ghost. Having said that, we never had any paranormal activity in the house. We never saw apparitions or disembodied voices or red eyes in the closet. None of that. One thing happened that did freak me out is one day my daughter told me that Roger didn't like me. And that sort of made the hair on the back of my neck sort of stand up. And I said to her, you know, why doesn't Roger like me? You know, I'm a very likable guy.
And Roger said, "'Cause I like your wife, buddy."
Cigarettes in his garden. And my daughter did not know that I smoked cigarettes when she was born. I sort of I cut down. I would only smoke when I was at work or late at night when she was in bed. But I would go outside. I'd light up, have my cigarette, and then throw the butt in the garden. And I guess Roger wasn't very fond of my habits.
Oh, Andy, that's so creepy.
It is.
All right. Thank you very, very much. That is a creepy story. It really is. Can you imagine being told not to do something by your daughter who could not possibly have known that you were doing it? Oh, boy, that's creepy. All right, it's about that time. We'll pause here.
Oh, god dang.
Oh, wait a minute, I already did that, didn't I? Let's do this. There you go. Let's pause. It's Spooky Matter.
Take my breath away.
Park here now on the West Coast, as it should be.
I got another scary story for you, Rebel. During Biden's presidency, Biden was the president.
Yeah, Bobby, I would. Let's go down to Sam in Texas on Skype. Hey, Sam.
Hey, good evening, Art. Okay, I have a ghost story for you. I recently moved out to my family farm in East Texas, and as part of that, I joined the volunteer fire department out here. And that amounted to me showing up at a meeting on Thursday, getting voted in. They sent me home with a radio and pager. Well, on Saturday night, 2 days later, the pager goes off, and I'm the first one to the station. The chief and I take a truck out to this accident. It's a rollover. The car's has died, but the radio's playing, and I walk up, look in, there's a guy kind of crumpled up in the passenger seat of the car because it's laying on its side. He's dead, and, you know, we were there for an hour. We had to wait for the police to come out, do their investigation, and the coroner and so forth. We cut the roof off of the truck, and he fell out, and a couple beer cans came out, so he was drinking. There were people behind him. He wasn't going that fast, just kind of swerved, went off the road, and smacked into a tree, and it cost him his life.
Right.
But, you know, while I was there, I could kind of sense that he was around. He was still there, and like I could feel him, and I remember feeling sorry for him. Like this guy, you know, didn't know that his life was coming to an end, at least this one anyway.
That's right. But you sensed he was right there.
I mean, I would look over across the road a little ways back from the accident, and like I didn't see him, I didn't hear anything, but I could feel that. I think this guy's standing there just looking at everything going on in bewilderment, and I felt like all of the other officers probably looked down on this guy because he was drinking and caused his fatal accident. So we wrap up there, go back to the fire station, put the truck up. I drive my car back to the farm, which usually has other family members on it, but they were all in Dallas for a family event. And I get back to my house, and I can like feel this guy with me still. I think he followed me home from the accident.
So we started dating, and I changed my name to Marcia from Marshall, and
I think he could maybe hear my thoughts or feel my emotions, or somehow was perceptive.
He was attached to me.
But it creeped me out. I mean, I was just scared half to death. because, this guy is here following me home, and I don't know how to help him. And eventually I said that out loud. I'm like, I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. And this went on for about 30 minutes. And I remember thinking, boy, I wish my mom was here or somebody else was here on the farm. And I thought about them all being in Dallas.
Right.
And eventually it went away. And about 30 minutes after that, I get a phone call from my mom. And she said her aunt heard the phone ringing, brought the phone into her, and she called me back. This was like at 1 a.m. And she said, hey, you just called. I was calling you back. And I'm like, what do you mean? I didn't make any phone call. What's the number from? Well, the number she gave me was my cell phone. And I had just moved out here, and my cell phone gets no bars. It says no service on it. So I couldn't even place the call. And the landline from the house doesn't have long distance, and her number is Dallas number.
The ghost went into his pocket and looked at his phone number, and that's how the ghost knew his phone number to call from.
Guardian angels that took him away or whatever sort of placed this call to put me at ease.
That's a cool story. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes,
cool story,
yes,
bro.
Thank you so very much. See, these things, they do happen. That one from Texas, and I so appreciate it.
Not buying it. I want to see the caller ID log, sir.
Let me correct that. It is my firm belief that the recently dead do not depart right away. They're still there for a while.
So I will tell you guys this story. It is a true story and a dark story. But I can tell this story about first responders. I sure as hell couldn't do it either. Right. But I had a buddy, his name was Captain Jack, and his whole thing was, I'm going to join the volunteer fire department because I want to be a EMT. Like it's my first steps. I want to be an EMT. He was all into it, all excited about it, all this kind of stuff. And my buddy Captain Jack, he was we'll just call him a fat son of a bitch, because he was at that point in his life. He thinned out as he got older, but I mean, he was a heavy set dude and everything. Real nice guy, real jovial. Always had a laugh about him. Always quick with a joke. Always would hang out with you. We called him Captain Jack because the first time I met him, he walked in and it was actually my sister had brought him home. She said, yeah, I want you to meet my buddy Jack. And he goes, well, you can call me Captain Jack because I'm going to get you high tonight. And he had a bag of weed with him. And he was a fun guy to be around. It never really took anything very seriously. So he wanted to be a first responder. And he started off as like volunteer fireman, like this caller was saying on Art Bell. Well, Captain Jack, because he's brand new, he's zealous. So he like had that radio on him all the time where he could hear what was going on and all the calls and all that stuff. And he wanted to be the first one on the scene to save the day, everything. Well, there's a circle, a road circle near where I lived. And it comes over the radio that, there's a car accident, blah, 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 location, on this circle. And it's got to be like 12:30, 1 o'clock at night. So he goes flying. He runs out of my house, jumps in his truck. He takes off and goes flying to this accident. And he's the first one on the scene. So I didn't see him till the next day. He was just headed off to this accident and everything else. Doesn't know how bad it is. At least one car and something with the truck, and he didn't know how bad this accident was. So the next day he comes over to my house, and I was graduated or whatever. It was my day off of work, and I had the party house and everything at this point. And he came in, and like he had this look on his face, like part of his soul melted off him. I don't know how to describe it. Like the joy had left his eyes, and he had tears like welling up in his eyes. And I'm like, "You all right, brother?" And he's just like, "I need to talk to somebody. Will you talk to me?" I said, "Yeah, have a seat and everything else. You want a bowl?" Like I don't want to drink. I don't want a bowl. I just got to figure this out. And I'm like, "What's going on?" He goes, "I don't want to be a first responder anymore." I said, "What? But you've been telling me about how amazing this shit is and how you're going to help these people and all this other stuff." And he's like, "I need to tell you what happened last night." So Captain Jack was the first one on the scene, comes flying up, the Heidi Ho spirit. And he's like, this tractor and trailer had hit this car. Tractor and trailer didn't yield when it was coming onto the circle and just smashed the side of this car. And inside of it was a family of 4. I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. And he said, as soon as I pulled up, I could see, that like from his headlights or whatever, and the truck's headlights, because the driver in the truck had knocked himself cold. The truck had gone up into the center of the circle or whatever and jackknifed. And he's like, I don't know if the guy in the truck passed out or what, but the truck had come to a complete stop. It was jackknifed sitting there, but the engine's still running, the lights are on, and the car is smashed and flipped over. And I was like, holy shit. He said, yeah, so I go to the front of the car, and there's a husband and wife in the front. Both of them, he's like, they're dead. Like, and he got into a little bit of the gore of how smacked up they were. And everything. He's like, I just looked at them, I knew they were dead. He goes, and then I looked in the back seat, and there was a little girl. She was barely breathing or whatever. And he's like, before I could even get my hands in the window, she said, help me, in a very raspy voice, and died in front of me. And then he goes, and then I saw it. I saw the baby seat. And as soon as he said it, he never finished telling me what he saw in that baby seat. He just broke into those heaving sobs of sorrow and depression. Like this, it was like a guttural cry from the bottom of his soul. I hopped up, I gave him a hug, told him, sit down, look, just take, like, I'm right here with you. You need to keep going through it. We'll keep going. I don't want to. I just needed to tell somebody else what I saw, but I don't want to be a first responder anymore. And he's like, I thought I could do this, and I thought I was going to, and I can't do this. And I was like, brother, I never could have done it. So you're braver than I am, And yeah, but true story. Dark story, true story. But not everybody can be a first responder and see that kind of shit and mentally deal with it. And Captain Jack found out right then and there. And that's probably, I'm not saying it's a good thing that all this happened, but it was a good thing that he came to that realization, because he could have been 5 years into, and well on the way, and he is a first responder, and then that kind of accident could have happened, and it would have broke his mind. And he was a younger dude at that time. He was like 21, 22. Oh, no, wait. He was 17, 18. I was 21, 22. Yeah, because he was still in high school. Because he cut high school for a week and came and hid out at my house. Not after that accident. It's a different story entirely. But, he would have wasted his life doing it up to that point and then realized he can't handle this. But yeah, true story. And I have nothing but the highest level of respect for, you guys have heard me say it often, cops. Most cops, I mean, there are corrupt cops. Let's not get that fucked up. But first responders, cops, firemen, like those guys see the worst shit that none of us want to fucking deal with, and they handle it. Same thing before our armed military, our military guys and gals. Like, they see stuff and deal with stuff that will give you fucking haunting nightmares if you ever did it, and the average person can't handle it. And as a matter of fact, some of them can't handle it, but I don't blame them. Nobody should have to handle some of the shit they see. So nothing but respect, and shout out to every last one of you that are in uniform and in that line of work. Anyway, back to Art Bell.
Not a long time, perhaps days, perhaps hours, perhaps days, but I firmly believe that they do stick around for a while. Let's move to, let's see, let's move to Colorado and Francisco. Hello there.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
Very well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start off my story. It starts off, met a good friend in Lutheran high school. I guess, better way to put it, it's kind of a uptight religious school.
Right.
They would teach us, Bible verses. We'd go to Bible classes. None of that to me. I mean, I was already, born and raised in the church. However, this friend that I met, he really
By the way, guys, make sure you're smashing the like. Make sure you're still subbed. Shout out to our new subs.
Him about religion from time to time, and kind of blew it off. He was like, "Well, why don't you come with me over to my house?" He's like, "This is what my mom and I kind of do on our separate time." So we go over there, and it has a real nice house, a lot of ornate, old collectible type of items. And one of the items that she has in this big open garden room area is a Ouija board. So he convinces me, which going against everything that my mom had told me, don't you mess with that stuff because something could attach to you. It could follow you back if it wants to. Just leave it alone. Well, being a teenager, I was like, let me try it. So we gave it
a Ouija board? You mean so Parker Brothers built? Like, get the fuck out of here.
And I was like, okay, I've got to try it. That's that. So fast forward now, we're in our late 20s. I'm in school. And, well, actually, I had just left college to move back in with my mom to help her with my grandmother. She was suffering dementia at the time. And my friend called us up. It's about maybe 3:30 in the morning, December, so it's cold, snowing. And I could just hear on the other room, he's just crying hysterically. And I get up, kind of, confused in the daze, asking, what's going on. And she says, he needs our help. We need to go to his house now. Grab your things, let's go. And he lived, a few miles away. Mm-hmm. We get to his house, and he's standing outside in the snow with no shoes on, with just an undershirt and a pair of jeans. And immediately gets in the car, starts crying again. I mean, just shaking uncontrollably, probably from being cold and being scared. And as he starts to calm down, we ask him, what's going on? What happened in there? And he said, I came home, hanging out with some friends. He's like, and I smelled this awful smell, almost like sulfur. He's like, I paid no mind to it. I looked around the house. He's like, it's not until I came to my living room that I seen a man sitting on my couch. The man was very, I guess in his terms, he said the man was very good looking, very well kept. My friend had a dog, a big Rottweiler, and his Rottweiler, instead of barking, going crazy, wanting to attack this guy, sat right next to the man. The man kind of just was stroking the dog. He said when he looked at his eyes, that his eyes were gray. There was no pupil, there was no white, that they were just completely grayed over. And I don't know if it was some type of, there was no verbal communication, he said, but the look, and maybe, not in his words, but maybe some type of, the thoughts, he felt his thoughts were being
And the man said, you gotta vote for me or else you ain't black.
He said he just felt like his soul was being taken from him, and that this being.
And yeah, it was a rough story to a point where, like I said, I sat there with that man, and I say man, but he was, I was still a kid too. I was in my 20s. Like I said, he was 17, 18, and it didn't scar him for life, thankfully. It passed with time. But I remember just I hugged him, and when I say this man sobbed his ass off, he sobbed, and there's nothing I could say to comfort him. You know what I mean? What do you say to somebody in that situation? There's nothing you can say. You can't take that vision out of their mind. But yeah, it'll scar you for life. And like Ian said, I got a buddy who did the volunteer firefighter thing, and some of the shit he saw was crazy. It's definitely I'm not cut out for that. I worked with a guy once, and he was actually in the military, had left the military or whatever, and he's like, yeah, because my dream was to be an MP. And I was like, why didn't you? He's like, yeah, like women, and he was working graveyard shift with me. And this is going back like maybe 5-6 years. And I was like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, because the whole thing is, one of the big things with the MPs I found out is that you get called to the domestic cases because I wanted to get out of the military and become a cop. So I'm like, well, then why the fuck are you working retail? And he said, yeah, there's a lot of domestic cases and everything else. And he just kind of left it at that. And I was like, so basically, who was it? Was your dad beating up your mom? Your dad beating up you? And he's like, what? I never said any kind of shit like that. And I'm like, yeah, but the whole thing is usually I saw the look in your eyes when you said that to me. And I saw the rage. I was like, so your fear is that if you were put in that position where you had power, you showed up at a domestic violence thing, that you would basically disperse your own justice on him, which tells me you were a victim of it in the past. And he's like, yeah, we need to stop talking about this now. He's like, I don't know how you know all that, but we just need it. And I was like, because I've seen that look and I know people that have been in that position. But that was just it. Like I was like, you actually made the right choice then, because you wouldn't have been serving up justice. You would have been serving up revenge for things that happened to you. And he calls when drinking. Yeah. I mean, I could believe that. It's, like I said, shout out to those people, because it's a special kind of thing. It's a dark thing. It's a special kind of thing, though. You got to be a special kind of mind where you can deal with it, or you've got to have a very strong support system or a good therapist. One of these things to get through a job like that. And I don't think they get paid enough in a lot of cases. You want $15 to flip a fucking burger. How about you $15 to go up, clean up an accident scene? That kind of thing. Like, you got to be a special kind of person. Yeah, and drinking when you're in that mindset or thinking about those kind of things is actually very, very dangerous. It really is. It takes you, because you're looser on your thought and everything else, so you can have whoopsies happen a lot easier when you're in that frame of mind. You may want the image to stop in your head. And again, if you guys, not you guys, but anybody out there really who deals with this kind of stuff, I do suggest you either find somebody that you trust that you can talk to that can help you through it. And if you don't have that kind of person in your life, then I recommend finding a good therapist and having that conversation with them. You need to, just deal with those demons before they build up, because they will devour you. And those are, I call them demons. I don't mean like, woo, spooky. I mean, they're a darkness that you can't exorcise from your soul. So, yeah, definitely. Back to Art Bell.
Knew that I have you right where I want you. When we had got to the house, like I said, he had already, in order for him to have gotten out of the house, I should have explained a little bit better, he had to break the window out of his bedroom. So my mom and I are like, do you have a key to get back in? The sun's starting to come up, like, 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. And we're all like, we really don't want to go in there, but let's go in there. So we finally make our way to his house, and the house is a wreck. Cupboards are basically torn off hinges. Food and dish plates are scattered all over the kitchen floor. There was even dog vomit in the living living room, in multiple areas of the house.
Sounds awful. Yeah.
It was, like I said, I was born and raised in the church, and nowadays, too many people, they want to recognize the good and not also that there is evil out there.
Yes, sir.
This certainly opened my eyes to it, because seeing what I saw and sensed what I sensed, and just the atmosphere was heavy, that I was walking in that house and just knowing that, why would my friend go to extremes to break a window in order to get out of his own home?
Because he was terrified.
Yeah, he truly was.
Absolutely terrified. Did he say anything about how everything got broken?
No, he said once he felt that, as I was explaining, he felt like just a part of him or a part of his soul was just being taken by this entity. And he still, to this day, says it was the devil. But he says once he started...
Her name was Melba, and he picked her up at a local 7-Eleven.
The knob wouldn't budge, it wouldn't open, nothing. So that's why he decided to break out his bedroom window. It was... everyone who I told this story after that, or familiar with my friend, they were shaken. I mean, and just terrified to think like, that is something else. So we had that same day, we called some priests over to come and bless the house, and even the priests were they had a look to them that maybe there really was.
So you were
something
Catholic
there
then?
that we can't explain.
Normal priests don't come
during
over like that.
prayer,
It's got to be
my
a
friend, the one
Catholic
who went
thing.
through all this,
I've learned this over
he straight
time.
fainted on the floor. So I don't know if it was a possession and he was making that up, let's just say. But whatever happened, something happened.
Well, thank you very much. I don't think anybody makes up breaking out a window of your own house.
What was his name? Hunter Biden. Oh, God.
Not for a second. The rest of it, I don't know, as
He
said. But
he kept crawling around on the ground looking for pieces
if
of
you
Parmesan
thought
cheese to
that you were
smoke.
sitting across from death, and that death had come for you, you might do the same thing.
Death had
Zach,
come for me,
somewhere
then I
or
would walk
another
hand in
on
hand
Skype.
with him and be like,
Hello.
all right, where are we going, bud?
Hi, Art.
Hi. Where are
I
you?
trust the plan.
I'm sorry, Zach. Where are you?
Oh, I'm in Oakville, Canada.
Canada. Okay. Very good.
So I've got a story that happened last year. My uncle was staying with us here at my house, and we were talking one night, and he was telling me about all these horrible dreams he was having.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned it the next day, my friend who likes to dabble in the occult, and he suggested to me that we do a banishing ritual, whereby he would summon the negative energies and then banish them from my uncle's life and also anyone that was in my house.
Right.
So I mentioned this to my uncle after I talked to him, and he was down for it. So the next day, my friend comes over, and what he did is he set up 4 candles in the north, east, west, and south corners of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And he went outside. We've got a walkout basement, so he was under my deck doing whatever he had to do for the ritual. Meanwhile, my uncle and I are sitting in a living room. And
He's
were
down
just
there
told by
wiring
my
up
friend
his
to just sit
props.
there
Yeah,
in
we get you.
silence and just sort of, I guess, ponder life.
Right.
And not that long after it began, I got paranoid because I couldn't see all the candles. So I was concerned, one of them might catch fire or something. So I walked around the house periodically to check in on them. And I did a round and everything was fine. And I come back to the room and the candle that was in the south side of the house where we were sitting started making this pinging sound.
What?
It just kept going ping, 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 and it would stop. And my uncle and I look at each other, and we say, "Did you hear that?" My uncle says, "Oh yeah, I heard that." And a couple minutes later, it goes ping, ping, ping again. And I said, "Oh boy, what's going on?" So I go check on the other candles. Everything was fine. I get back, and also within our range of vision is the candle to
And
the
then my
east.
uncle said, here you go. Bill Cosby taught me how to
Fire
make this
jumped
cocktail.
from the wick to the case that the candle was sitting in.
Wow.
So I said, "Oh God!" I mean, I said, "I don't care about this ritual. I gotta, blow this out." So I managed to blow up the fire around the rim of the candle case and kept the wick going. And again, I think, oh, what's going on now? Is it the rest of them? So I go and I check the candle on the west side of the house, and just as I get in, the fire jumps out of the candle and onto the dryer where it was resting.
Oh my God.
And I blow that out, and as soon as it comes back, I'm panicking. My friend comes up the stairs and said, the ritual's over. And I tell him everything that I just told you, and he says, well, to begin the ritual, I have to summon the energies from the east, so that's why the fire might have jumped, and then I banished them to the west, and that's why I jumped again. And I said, well, what about the south? And he said, well, what do you mean? And I said, well, it pinged several times, and it did it throughout the half hour or so you're doing the ritual. And he said, well, I have no idea why it did that.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's weird stuff. I guess
Right. Okay, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You're
the good
creeping
news in the
now.
sense
You're
that
just a little
after
creeping.
he did the banishing ritual, my uncle stopped having all the nightmares.
Well, that is a good thing, but wow, what a story. Thank you very much. Plus, candles pinging, really? California brings Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hey, Roswell's Art. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Great. Yeah, so I have kind of a crazy story for you. I'm 33 now, and about 10, 12 years ago, in college, when I was about 20, I moved into a house with about 3 other roommates, and it was about 2 blocks from campus.
And there was
the
a doll
University of
named
Arizona,
Annabelle.
And it was built for the Tucson Electric Power Company president. So we move in, and everything's fine, but then within a week, a whole bunch of weird things start happening. Literally, the electricity would go off, and you would have to walk around and go to
Until
the
I told that motherfucker the rent was due on the first. Nice, Rob. Nice.
And we had, over the course
He's
of
like, fuck
the
that,
year
man,
I
I'm
lived
out.
there, we had like 3 or 4 different electricians come out to check out to see what was wrong with it, and everybody said that it was fine. So there was strange electric stuff that would always happen. One time I was using the regular can opener, and the electric can opener actually started to go off by itself.
It was jealous.
But one of the really creepy things was that we didn't have cable because we were poor college students, and I knew that my roommates weren't home one day, and I wanted to bring this girl back. So we go back to my place, and
I was looking for my hustlers.
when we get there, I say, hey, let's watch a movie, and so I turn on the TV, and there's that staticky, that snow.
And she
that you
looked
have
at me
when
and
you
she
don't have
said,
cable.
they're here.
And suddenly there's this bang in the other side of the house, and it's like sounds like dishes crashing. And she says, what was that? And I said, I don't know, but I swear there's something really weird with this house. It's haunted. And suddenly from the TV, through the
sounds of us
static
having
on TV, it says,
making the beast with 2 backs will keep the spirits away, though, ma'am.
Well, that's not so. Well, it is unusual, but I mean, a lot of times voices and things are heard from white noise, and that's what you had on your TV was white noise.
Called pareidolia.
Well, it was so creepy.
Your brain's
I mean, I
filling
turned
in
on
the
TV,
gaps.
And I looked at her
With
and
audio
I said, "Did you
and
hear that?"
visual
She said,
hallucinations.
Yes. And I said, well, what was that? And she said, it said there's no ghost here. And we ran out of the house freaking out. But another thing that actually happened
That, my friend, was an EVP answer.
Yeah, so I was filming.
Electronic
we had a party
voice
one night, and
phenomena?
I was going around filming using night vision in the house. And I go up to my friend Gentry and just ask him, hey, how you doing? And he says, oh, good, whatever. The next day when I'm watching the tape, and we go and all of us are watching the tape the next day of, the party the night before. And suddenly it goes into his room, and I say, hey, how you doing? And it was the most demonic sound that was captured on this tape right when he said hi. It was like this, just this horrible
It was
sound.
Smurf getting angry?
And the weird part about that is that it's been years since all that happened. And for some reason, about a month ago, I was driving with my girlfriend, and it was 11 o'clock at night, and that story kind of, for some reason, I just remembered it right then. And I asked her if she believed in ghosts, and I told her the story and that I had recorded this EVP with my friend Gentry.
Dude, yeah, he does sound like a power bottom. He did say he's from California, though, so...
Everything's okay.
Possibility.
And, the next day, I got a phone call that Gentry was in a coma, and unfortunately, about 3 days later, he passed away. But the odd thing about that was I just remember that story like randomly, and I asked my friend Emily when did he, slip into the coma, and she said it was around 11 o'clock on that Saturday night, which was.
And he shut up and was like,
So I don't know if there was some sort of like reach out or connection or something, but it's something that really kind of like touched me and freaked me out a little bit.
Oh, I hear you. Maybe you should go into the field of EVP investigation.
Yeah, how about
I'd rather
no?
not. Rather leave that be.
All right. Thank you very, very much for the call. That's pretty weird. That's a completely uninvited EVP, a television just playing white noise in the background. It is the ideal.
Carol Ann, go towards the light.
You know that? The ideal medium. All right. Let's go to Texas and Roland. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Bell. Is that you?
It is.
Well, I recognize your voice. Nice talking to you. Pleasure's mine. Thank you, sir.
You bet.
I have an experience. It's not a story. This happened to me, so it's very, very disturbing, unsettling. But
Oh,
one
I
of my
mean,
dreams that came to me, and I was
yeah.
asleep. And at the time, I was living and working in Phoenix about 10 years ago or so.
that's how stories go.
in my dream, I
There are
woke up
experiences
and I was
that happen to you that you tell over
Unknown
again.
City to me, anyways, because it was kind of like New York or Chicago style. A lot of people downtown, going to work, all dressed up in suits.
You're saying you, in essence, woke up in a strange city.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
And in my dream, I'm climbing the stairs to go up to like a high-rise building, and I'm not exactly how high it was, but it had been at least 20, 30, 40 stories.
This is when young Ivan had
And,
called in the
people
Art
out
Bell.
in big cities like that, they go by you and not pay attention. So I'm really not sure what I'm
I'm
doing.
explaining to
but
you
I
all
have
this
to walk
next.
up, and I head towards the elevators for whatever reason. That's where I'm being pulled towards.
Okay.
So I get to the elevator, and as one of them, there's a bank of elevators, and those big W's, you have 3 or 4 on one side and 3 or 4 on the other side. So it must have been a good, half a dozen elevators. So I'm standing in front of one, and the doors open up, and a bunch of people rush in and fill in, and carrying briefcases and purses and stuff. And I decided it was too crowded for me, so I figured I'll catch the next one. I wasn't in any particular hurry. So I wait for the next one, and that one opens up, and the doors open up, and there's no one coming out, and there's really not a crowd any longer. I'm really the only one going to get in. So as the doors open up, I notice, I guess, what you call an elevator operator. And he's standing in the corner there, and he's dressed very sharply, nice vest and very trimmed up and, very professional looking.
Yes.
But he had this sense or an aura about him that wasn't natural. So before I actually stepped in, the doors were wide open. He's standing there with his kind of holding his hands and looking at me and smiling. And I picked up right away, who he was. And I got the feeling that he was the Satan himself. And
now,
why is it always got to be the devil?
Right?
Yes, sir. This is all a dream.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
I need to pause this real quick. Why is it? It's always like they talk to Lucifer or Satan, or why can't it be just like, it was this evil fucking force, right? It's never Satan. Like, it was the devil himself. Yeah, I'm sure the devil was just like, I'm going to show up in this man's dream because he's more important than everybody else in this world. Like, why is it though? Like, I'm possessed. Who you possessed by? I'm possessed by Lucifer. It's in my soul. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like all of a sudden you come up and say it's basilphage or some shit like this, some weird ass name. It's like, all right, well that's a little bit different. But why is it always got to be the devil himself, Satan? He told me his name was Lucifer, this kind of thing. It can't ever be some like shitty demon that nobody's ever heard of. I'm just curious. But and I also digress. We'll get us back to Artville.
As opposed to an actual ghost encounter, this is a dream, or did it manifest in real life?
No, it's been manifested in real life, but this is how it started. So this is the reason I say that when the doors opened up and I had this sort of a fear of actually stepping into it, so I stood there still on the outside of the elevator, doors open, and he kind of just asked me, well, are you getting in or not?
Right.
And I go, well, am I going up or am I going down? You know, asking him basically if I was going to heaven or going to
In
hell.
other words, you're in a dream. You don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. So, but I had the feeling that it was not a good choice to get in right away. So I was basically asking him if I was going up towards heaven or down towards hell. That I had that feeling that maybe I had died in my sleep. And
I'd say up, please.
So then he just looked at me and goes, well, there's not a whole lot of difference for you. So, and then that's kind of when I woke up. I woke up wide awake and I was sweating and, and it's been a question for me ever since. I don't know what it means, but.
All right. Well, what it means is probably, since you made no choice at all, it's purgatory for you. I don't know. That's a strange one. But it was a dream. Now, to Anthony on Skype. Hello, Anthony.
Art, how are you?
Very well. Where are you, Anthony?
I'm in Stillwater, Minnesota, about 15 minutes outside of Minneapolis.
Well, all right. You have a good ghost story, I hope?
I do, but I'll tell you what. My wife had sent in part of the story to the wormhole to you.
Yes.
And what I want to do is, because she can tell us so much better than I can, and it's really a phenomenal story. So if I hinge it to her, Stella is her name.
Okay, you're breaking up on me a little bit. You're going to put her on the phone. Is that what you're going to do?
That's right.
All right. Let's have her.
Okay. All right, Art. Here's Stella.
Oh, Art's going to have his wife.
Hello.
Hey, Stella. Hi there.
Hi. Roswell's.
Roswell's. Thank you.
So our ghost story, we live in a house in historic Stillwater, Minnesota, built in 1860 something.
Mm-hmm.
And we have pretty much had some occurrences and moved in here 2 years ago in April. It started with whistling, like kind of muffled whistling, not wind or pipes or anything. Believe me, I know what those sound like.
Mm-hmm.
It was somebody whistling a tune, and then I would start to hear like old record music playing, and I went outside to see if some kid was sitting outside out front blasting their car stereo, and nobody in sight.
Rip
It was a woman from
Skype.
the house.
Nice.
And then things started to escalate more and more. There would be
Oh, I know one
sounds
person who
of, like,
still
a glass
uses
setting down
Skype
on a table,
religiously.
and there'd be no one home. And I was out front
Stella
of
the
our home,
storyteller.
and there was no one inside, and I heard a knock coming from the inside of the front door.
Yeah.
So I was a little afraid to go back inside the house at that moment.
I understand.
Things escalated more and more after
Did she
that.
just say he?
Knives, like kitchen knives, would fly off of the table in the kitchen, and we have hardwood floors. And yes, and it wouldn't just fall down flat. Point down, stabbed into the floor, inches away from my husband several times. He's fortunate that he hopped out of the way quickly.
This is where I begin to think about moving.
Yes, we actually have been talking to real estate agents, friends, anybody looking for another house to live in.
I've seen that in movies where knives slowly pull out of the holder and sometimes head through midair towards somebody. No. That's it.
That's pretty much what was happening. And then I was sitting on our couch, and the TV screen, when a TV's off, you can see the reflection in it still.
Sure.
So I was just kind of staring off into space, and I saw in the reflection walking towards me a full-bodied, it was not even out of the corner of my eye, I could see it directly, but in the reflection of the TV, a full-bodied, it was a man, it was a figure, and it was walking right towards me. I screamed, jumped up. My husband said, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong?"
Yep.
And then it disappeared, and that was horrifying.
Yeah, that'd be it. That'd be actually the knives would have been it. But then, so tell me, you did move.
We are still here right now, actually. The spirit here will usually cut off our cell phone conversation. Like, it'll drop the signal on our cell phones if we ever talk about it. Like, the spirit while we're in the house. Like, if I'm
Well,
gonna
gee,
call my
you're
mom
having a
and
whole
talk to her
conversation
how I'm
about it
scared
right
the
now.
ghost.
So should we expect your cell phone to drop,
It will even
ma'am?
cut off on our home landline. It'll just
Well,
drop the call.
apparently it's decided not to mess around with Skype.
I'm surprised, actually. I told my husband while he was waiting on the line, I hope it doesn't cut us off of Skype.
You made it through. You know, that you're still in the house. I'm amazed.
Well, there's one more thing here I got for you.
Mm-hmm.
I got a strange feeling in our backyard. Our landlord had dug up our old deck. It was all rotting and falling apart, and he put in a new one. And he didn't just dig, post holes for the deck. He kind of dug up the whole front half of the backyard.
Right.
So ground that hadn't been dug up basically since the house was built. I was walking our little tiny teacup chihuahua, Ellie, outside in the backyard. I saw something on the ground in the dirt that had been dug up.
Right.
And it was a human tooth. So I did a little more digging, and I found probably at least 50, 60 human bones in the yard.
Bones? Oh, my God. Now what?
Yes, they're
my God.
recognizably human parts.
At this point, you call the police.
Yes, we're gonna. Yeah. Oh, and
There's
some,
no we're
very
gonna.
old coins. My husband just reminded me from early 1900s.
And what did the cops say?
It was a little disturbing because.
No, that's not a little disturbing, hon. That's really disturbing. And, once I'm digging in my backyard and I start finding bones, that's it. I stop. I call the police. But you found, once again, how many bones, please?
I'd say about 50. There's probably near a full set of teeth. And several large. I'm gonna assume they're like phalange finger bones, but they're all. It doesn't look like somebody just. My friends tell me, oh, well, a long time ago, people would just bury their loved ones in their yard if they couldn't afford a funeral. And I said, well, that sounds a little odd to me anyways. But they're all in, hacked up pieces, which
Sorry, ma'am. You already went to bullshit the moment you said you dug up human bones.
Well, I can't really, actually.
Hacked up pieces. Not good. None of this is any
and
good.
of course we can go look at this story.
Maybe you should call a priest.
I know.
Priest?
We actually have a
Call the
friend
fucking
of
murder
ours,
police.
Her family
Find out who owned that house before you.
Lama.
Clearly it was a
So
serial
he,
killer. But
blessed some
no, according to you,
herbs,
it's just cute.
Some incensey herbs for us to burn in the corners of the house, and we're gonna
So
get on that.
you actually had the Dalai Lama told about this?
Yes, and the Dalai Lama personally blessed and sent us herbs to kind of. We're
What?
supposed to burn them in. I think
Ma'am,
is
you
every
are
room-
full of shit.
Asking my husband. Every room in the house, to get rid of the evil and try to get out whatever's in here, because it's more and more almost every day.
Oh. Why are you still there?
Oh, trust me, we have been looking at every single possibility we can to try to find another house to rent, buy, apartment. There have been times where.
But it's Minnesota.
we've been
The Somalis
thought
have
about,
moved in.
Packing up all our pets. We have a cat and a dog and a turtle and a hamster.
I would have thought of that.
Pack up the fucking
after we'd done
pets.
it.
Yeah.
That shit
I
should be
know,
an
just-
active crime scene, ma'am.
Oops. Hello? Oh, my.
Oh, I get it. The ghost cut the call.
She got cut off. Oh, Lord.
Good. Hopefully she's dead for being
All those
foolish.
phones, all those things happening.
We got to cut this music out.
I'm Mark Bell.
If you could read my mind, love.
I'm not over that last story. That thing was way over.
Yeah, the husband was just like, yeah, I can't get on the phone and bullshit people like this.
No, I'd have been so out of there. And then she got cut off. Yikes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Vicky in Michigan. Hello.
Vicky in Michigan.
Going once.
Are you there?
Going twice.
Oh, Vicky's going to miss her chance. Well, sorry about that, Vicky. We will move on. Let's see where to go. Let's go here to John in California. Hello.
John, hello, come here.
Hello.
Oh, Roswell's art.
Thank you. Who was that?
That was my girlfriend.
I have her tied up in the basement.
Good. I don't know. We've got voices coming out all over the place here. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, good to talk to you again. Experience with Ouija board, that stuff. My parents had a restaurant. I was probably about 17 or 18. I think I put that in the email. We taught this thing, apparently.
Yeah, it was a thing.
And one night, it got nasty.
The thing got nasty.
Yeah, it claimed it was a female, and it said it was from hell. I can't confirm any of this. I don't know if it was real or not.
You know, we all we were drinking and fucking with each other over the Ouija board.
Yes.
Was her name Lilith?
This thing many times.
You know, let's see what kind of original name you come up with.
Me and two of my friends were there. 3 bright flashes came out of the mirror, and they were blue. Electrically back-nated, I guess, out of the mirror. There were lights pointing at the mirror, but they were not pulling out lights. There were 3 bright flashes out of the mirror, and they were blue.
You said that once already, sir. Continue with the story, you fucking liar.
We drove around for about 2 hours. And I had to come back because we left everything on in the place. We weren't supposed to be where we were at the time. When we came back, the light outside turned on its own. There was no motion sensor on at the time. It was probably 87.
What's up, Eugene? Thank you for coming in, smashing the like button, saying hello.
Came back in.
We're listening to these bullshit calls because they've been bullshit.
I was scared.
I don't know how Art Bell like
This whole story, but an update. Maybe
doesn't just
2
start
years ago,
like I can never be Art Bell.
was freaked out by doors slamming.
I would just be calling bullshit on a lot of these callers. Like there's some callers that I've heard where they're believable, but like on shit like this, I'd be like, oh, this is some bullshit. Yeah, right there, that's some bullshit.
Ago, but, I don't know, something happened, and that's pretty much my whole story.
Some of these sound believable at times, but again, I think I would have a hard time not calling bullshit on some of this.
Now, as you listen to these stories, it's not people out there making them up. These are real occurrences. They really do happen.
Yeah, you don't even believe that, Art.
Or apparitions or whatever.
I appreciate you doing the cell for the show to make it creepy, but on a Halloween night. But yeah, sorry, Art. Not buying like 90% of these calls, sir. The only one I bought so far is the dude in the prison.
Fair way to
That's about it.
Here's somebody that's been waiting. Michael in Virginia. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Mike in Virginia, right? And this story, we're currently living in Virginia, but the story took place about a haunted home that we purchased in Ohio. And I'm convinced that
we're stranded libs.
Picked up because we had spent weeks looking through these little realtor magazines. One evening, my wife said about 2:30 in the morning, she said, I found a place. I said, funny, I found a place. And she said, well, mark the spot, we'll look at it in the morning. So that next morning, we had picked the same house. So, and we missed some of the early clues about, this house, like the sage on the mantle when we moved in.
Right.
It started really benign with like whispering and just hearing noises. But,
somebody would fart. I would tell my wife that wasn't me. She wouldn't believe me, Art. Crazy shit like this.
And someone had asked him, is there any danger with even talking about this stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And he told you, he said, Art, and I think you asked him the question, he said, Art, he said, even talking about it now can be a problem.
That's right.
And
something you should be thinking about right now.
Well, and what happened, the words no more came out of his mouth when we heard this god-awful racket in a closet. And our cat ran over to the closet. My wife jumped up from her computer, And we opened the door, and it sounded, if I could describe it to you, it sounded like a bird, a large bird, thrashing in the closet.
Oh.
Opened up the closet door, nothing. And
Not good.
It was the cat ran out of the room. I mean, that was kind of strange. But probably the oddest thing that happened, my wife was working on her doctorate, and she had gotten up early one morning.
Oh, Bubba got a story about a Ouija board.
And the computer room was just like maybe 5 paces from the bedroom. Well, so as not to disturb me, she closed the bedroom door.
You want to get in Skype or Skype?
Do
You want to get in Discord, Bub?
And it was, and I, sleeping in, and all of a sudden you heard bam, 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 3 loud knocks on the bedroom door. I thought, well, that's odd. She must have locked herself out. I get out of bed, I reach for the door and open it, and my wife is reaching to open it from her side, and she said, "Why are you knocking on the door?"
Who's that knocking on the door?
I mean, it was just, you talk about, gee, why don't you move out of this place?
Yeah, when you move in and you see, say,
I'm going to pause that there because, like that guy, he had a little bit of credibility to his voice and kind of easy talker and all that. I think Bubba wants to tell a story with the Ouija board, which would be funny. But yeah. Rebel, with your comment, you said, people have been dying for millions of years, creepy shit on the planet, blah, 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 right? That's just it. That's my whole thing with it. I've told my ghost stories. I can tell you guys they're real. They've happened. Whether or not you believe me, you could think I'm full of shit. That's your call. I can just tell you what I experienced or what I went through and tell you what I saw and, kind of the ins and outs of them. I go through them every Halloween. I think I've done it 2 or 3 Halloweens running. But the whole thing, I realized, the final story I always tell is about my best friend visiting me in the dream. And he even said, I won't be able to come back. Well, talking to my mom, when her brother died, my uncle, she said he kind of said the same thing. It was the only time she ever saw him, and it was like a dream state. So I don't know. I don't think ghosts are locked here permanently. I think sometimes you're seeing a possible electronic echo of them, but actual physical ones, I say physical, they're metaphysical, but I think ones that are, you can interact with them and all this kind of stuff. I think those ghosts are only here temporarily and then they have to move on. Like they have no choice but to move on. Because like even the ghost that was in this house, yeah, I haven't seen it in quite a while. And I used to see it all the time when we first moved in. And that dude passed away not long after we had first moved in. Or like not long before we had moved in is I guess the better way of phrasing that. So I don't know. Maybe you only have so much energy before you have to go to a different place or a different plane of existence. I couldn't tell you. Look at Discord. All right, let's see what Bubba's got to say. What the fuck? Yo, what? Something happened there, Bub. Try and hop in again into that chat. I don't know what happened there. I just went to move you and it like booted you. Like I don't know if it booted you out of that chat or what happened, but try again. That was weird. Like I clicked on move to and instead it just like hammered Bubba out. Let me see. Go say, haters, eat these nuts, eat these nuts, eat these nuts. Good call on that one. Yeah, try hopping back into that general chat. I don't know why you got booted out of there. Yeah, like that was weird. Bubba was in chat. I did the right click on him to move him over to Gam Live, and all of a sudden he just disappeared. You had it. You were in there, right? You want to click on the voice channel that says general, and then I'll move you into the actual on-air voice channel. Just remember to watch your language, Bubs. I know you're always out there and yelling things at people. Hey, lady, pick up your feet when you walk. That kind of shit. But people get upset about that on the internet. Just saying. Use your Ouija board, Bubba. Beautiful. Yeah, all right. So Bubba's in the general chat. Let's try this again. All right, Bub. Should be able to hear me. And we can't hear you just yet, but I'm sure you're going to start talking here in a minute. You're in the live chat.
Yeah, I got you now.
Ah, God damn it, Bubba. Ah! Blow out my ears.
What's up?
What's going on? Damn, you did that what's up and burned out all your minutes on your phone or something with it, because all of a sudden your voice dropped again. Don't know what the hell.
Give me 1 second.
There you go. There you go. You're good.
It's really low. I can't really hardly hear you.
I'm hard of hearing.
Yeah, because it's real. I'm trying to find a speaker or a volume button.
Oh, God. All of a sudden, it's just
fuck it. I'll just fucking talk. All right, so here's my here's my Ouija board story. Right now, Gam knows me for years. I am the most skeptical motherfucker you'll ever be. I will tell you to your face, you're a lying piece of shit. You're everything is fucking unbelievable. I don't believe in any of this seance bullshit, ghost bullshit. I'm just the most skeptical son of a bitch you'll ever see. Right? But I'll play along just to have fun. Right? So now there was a ball field up in, now this has happened about 88, 89. Right? And there's this ball field up the street where I live at. And we'd all go there and hang out and shit. Right? So one day, right, we're all talking about Ouija boards and stuff, right? And so my friend Kyle, right? He says, "Yeah, I got this Ouija board that I know about that I could get from my friend." Right, so we went up and get this Ouija board, right? And it really wasn't it wasn't the Parker Brothers Ouija board. I want to say it was called the Zariah board, but I'm not 100%. It's so long ago. I don't remember what it was, right? But I do remember what it looked like. It was it was a complete square. It wasn't a rectangle. It was a complete square, right? It was blue with gold trim. Right. Had the letters, numbers, right? Had all kinds of symbols, the symbols of the zodiac, had stars and all kinds of shit on it. That was a cool looking board, right? So we start, fucking around with the board, moving the thing around, right? And then I could tell my hands aren't on it, right? I'm scared. And all of a sudden, right, it's it starts moving on its own, right? It's really moving on its own. So, right, my buddy Kyle, he's over there asking, it's questions and shit, and it's spelling shit out, right? And I'm just yeah, you're fucking moving it. And you're yeah, fuck you, right? So So I go, so I said, all right, I'm gonna ask the board a question, but I'm gonna ask the board the question in my mind. I'm not gonna spit it out, right? And this board spelt out the answer, and it was nothing that Kyle would ever know. Kyle didn't even know didn't even know the question because I did it in my head, right? I got up, right, took my hand off the board, went up, walked over the table, down to the table, and just like basically went the back drinking. I was just like, hey, there's no fucking way that anybody would ever get that answer. So that was the only like weird shit that like I've ever done. And like most of the time, like I will hear stories, right? Or like somebody will tell me something like, "Oh yeah, you're a liar," but this was just like it fucked with my head for like a half an hour. But then after that, I was like, "Yeah, I was fine. I just got drunk and just said fuck it." But yeah, that was literally weird.
So did
That
you
was
make it
literally fucking
spell
weird.
out the answer though? It wasn't just like a
It
yes or no
spelled out
question.
the answer.
Wow.
Yeah, it spelled out the answer.
Yeah.
And it was something from my childhood, right? That nobody would ever know. And like even to this day, I tell nobody.
Wow,
but
really?
this board knew the fucking answer. And I was like, holy fuck. But that was and like I said, it wasn't like one of those Parker Brothers Ouija boards.
Yeah.
This was like, yeah, I want to say Zariah board, but it was like you could tell it was made by like some kind of like fucking gypsy or fucking all
like a
kinds.
gypsy.
It was fucked up, man.
Like it was like one of those like this shit looks like it was specifically like handcrafted, like nobody would spend like, it's not $20 that you go buy it at the store. It was like this shit was like inlaid and like finely done.
Yeah, you hit it right nail on the head. It was definitely like somebody took their time to make this thing.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was, and like it's the only time I've ever seen that board. And I mean, I could probably Google it and see, but I'm probably gonna Google that tonight and see what the hell it is.
I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and you know me, I don't believe that shit.
Yeah, there was nothing that ever like anytime it was like there's some kind of spook specter. Oh, there's a monster in the woods. Yeah, whatever, motherfucker. It was always like, yeah, whatever. Shut the fuck up. Like, like it's a bunch of bullshit.
And I'd like produce it. Yeah, it's like there's something in the woods. Yeah, it's called a fucking animal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the one time I know it freaked you out because so we all used to drink back at this place called Grand's Memorial, and it's one of the more infamous stories. Bubba had an old station wagon, and they all were out there and they're drinking or whatever, and there's this white thing with red eyes. Now, granted, as an adult, I now know 110% it was an albino deer. Right? But back then, nobody knew what the fuck it was. Internet's not really the internet back in the night, or like, 1990. I think that's when this story happened. And everybody starts running because somebody sees the white thing in the woods. They all jump into his station wagon. And my buddy Guido, he hopped in the back seat, didn't he? Did he hop he hopped in the front?
Yeah, he hopped right in the passenger seat.
Right. And so Bubba punches it because, everybody's freaking the fuck out to get him out of there. And the car went down and then took off. But right before it did, all they heard was this banging on the fucking roof of the car. And
no, it was on the side of the car.
It was on the side of the car. You guys heard the banging? And then, yeah. So for a couple years there, everybody except for Guido and Bubba, it was like, holy shit, yeah, but that banging on the car, the way it dropped down and everything else. Well, the reason why the car dropped down, like the back end before it took off. It's because when Bubba punched it, it fucking dug into the dirt before it gripped and went. But the banging on the side of the car was my buddy Guido.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he didn't admit to that, right? For for years. Cause when that happened, I was like, Scott, was that you? Cause Scott was a big fucking joker.
Yeah.
I was like, is that you? And he's like, no. So I was like, fuck, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, and like for years nobody knew except for Bubba and Guido that's what happened.
Yeah.
We had this one girl, her name was Kirsten, and she was playing around with the Ouija board with her boyfriend at the time, this dude named Rich. And like the two of them, when I say like they just scared the shit out of each other with it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you remember that? Like they thought they were actually talking to spirits, and it was both of them at different times fucking with the other, like answering questions, but not realizing that the other one was doing it. So like for a good while there, they really believed that shit was real. Like, oh my God.
Yep.
We're talking to demons.
I used to laugh at him all the time.
Yeah.
And this is even coming after that
Blair
that
Witch
experience with the Zariah board.
Oh yeah.
Like this is even after that, but like I knew it was like I knew it was like it was the regular Parker Brothers fucking Ouija board that everybody knows, and I was just like, yeah, sure, go ahead,
Yep. Yeah, I mean they were full but the whole thing was the two of them were both like full bought in. At first, you could tell like one thought the other was fucking with them, and then so they decided to fuck with the other one, and it legit just turned into like neither of them realized like, oh well, he's fucking with me, she's fucking with me. After a point, because all of a sudden it got real. It got real to them, like they made it real in their head, and then fucking like just lost their minds with it. Like they were like,
that's
"It's coming to get us! Oh my God, we got to destroy the board."
The human mind is like one of the scariest, beautiful fucking thing. It's like you can literally see ghosts with your mind.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
It's not ghosts. It's just your mind fucking with you.
Right. And I mean, that's that pareidolia I talk about, where your brain's just filling in a piece or whatever. That's why whenever I tell my ghost stories, I'm like, look, if I was listening to this ghost story, I'd be like, okay, well, this is probably bullshit and this is why. But it's like, yeah, but I lived it and I know it's not bullshit. So it's like, it's fucked up.
Well, tell them the story about like when we were back at the ranch. I don't remember if you were there or not, or if this might have been before you were there. But I know I've told you the story about where we're all back there at the dragon wagon, right? And we're like the memorial's on one side, and we're looking into the woods on the other side, and we saw that pair of legs fucking running across the field and on the other side, right? And everybody's like wanted to run out and leave. We're like, no, fuck that. Let's stay. Let's see what the hell it is. And then our buddy Jesse came up with the fucking
with the rubber.
Yeah, with I got its hair. It's got its hair, so I grabbed it. And fucking, it was a piece of like a rubber mask.
Yeah. But you guys actually did see something that time.
We did.
You guys did see a pair of legs, and then everybody like I know you guys held fast because you're like, fuck it, you know what, we run every time, so we're not running this time. Exactly. And stood your ground, and then you're right. Our crazy Mexican buddy Jesse, shout out to him, goes running and runs up to this thing, and he like the thing was running away from him, so it already had a lead on him, but he caught up to like the back of it and reached out and grabbed for it. And I wasn't there for it, but I definitely have heard this story like a bajillion times. You know, that is just old school legends and lore, right?
Well, he really didn't. He really like catch shit.
Right.
He just said that a day because like because really basically what it was is like it's the middle of the night, right? There's trees, but then there's like a clearing beyond the trees, right? And then more trees. It was just a clearing, right? And with the moonlight and like going by, it was basically just like a fucking animal. It was probably just a deer that just fucking ran by, and the only thing that we saw as
Were
we
the
were standing there,
legs.
drinking, of course, drinking, so that comes into effect all the time.
Yeah, it's always the drinking part that fucks you up,
Yeah, it was like so, and like we basically just saw a fucking animal run by. We're all fucking in our heads like, oh man, that's something. Let's go fucking find out what it is. It's just like it's we're drinking, right? I mean, we really weren't doing drugs back then, right?
Well,
Drugs came in.
you were never
Drugs
doing
came in
drugs
later.
anyway.
Yeah. Well, me, but like the people we hung out with,
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't come in until later. But it was basically like drinking and just our fucking imagination. It's just like we're gonna see something.
Yeah. 'Cause, I mean, the whole thing was growing up out in the woods, especially in New Jersey, you're in the Pine Barrens. So every kid is taught when you're in grade school, the legend of the Jersey Devil. Like, I mean, we're talking like second grade, third grade is like, oh yeah, the Jersey Devil, mother leads and the 13th child, and she cursed it.
And Adam, I'm going to interrupt you for half a second here, right? Me, I grew up in North Jersey, which is totally different than South Jersey, right? But it's just a big old Jersey. Like South Jersey's country, North Jersey is more like city,
right?
That's the best. That's kind of like the best way to explain it. And like even when I didn't come down to South Jersey till I was 16 or 17, right? But even like I heard the Jersey Devil stories even up in North Jersey. So
yeah, I mean, that's just it though. I mean, you do every place. Like if you go to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, you're a kid, you got to learn the Mothman. You know what I mean? It's going to be ingrained in you, and then as you're coming up, you're going to get that pareidolia of the Mothman. So, like, I mean, with the Jersey Devil in particular, you look at the description of it: legs like a fucking goat, head of a like it's got the wings, it's got the head of a horse. You're thinking about all this stuff. And when you start breaking it down, like if you really break down the way the cryptid looks, like body of a man and all that, it's kind of like, okay, I've seen deer when they get up on a tree, they'll put their front two hooves up on the tree and reach up for like a tall branch to pull down like a piece of fruit or something. And like, okay, so somebody sees something out in the woods from that angle where they just saw those legs. And it's like, well, it couldn't have been a deer because it was on two legs. And then it's like, okay, well, then I saw the head, but it was obscured by like, some branches or whatever. But I saw the outline and it looked like a horse's head. Well, that's a deer's fucking head. You know what I mean?
Did I I don't know if I think I knew you at the time, but I'm not positive because no, actually I probably didn't know you because I worked at Cumberland Farms. When I worked at Cumberland Farms, I didn't know you when I was at Cumberland Farms.
No. You had already left Cumbie by then.
Yeah, I left Cumberland. Yeah. But did I ever tell you the story about when the old Piney came in and like he overheard us talking about the Jersey Devil and he said and he stopped in and he just said it's like, let me tell you about the Jersey Devil, right? He's like, I don't know if I ever told you that story.
No, I mean, I was out there when that one young Piney showed up and just scared the shit out of all of us. We handed him the beer. Then we're all talking. We turned around and he was fucking gone again.
Oh, yeah, I kind of remember that. All right, well, okay. Well, let me tell the story then about so like I'm at Cumberland Farms, I'm working but it was a hangout. Like my buddies would come up and would hang out, wait for me to get to work, then get off work, then we all go fucking drinking, right? So we're talking about looking for the Jersey Devil and all kinds of shit, right? So then this old Piney comes in, beard like a fucking beard, like a mountain man, comes in with the flannel, the old jeans and t-shirts. He's probably like 60s, probably like 60, 65,
Right. I got you. Old school.
So, definitely old school Piney. right? And he's like, let me tell you about the Jersey Devil. He's like, and like he said, like it was a Leeds kid, right? Because the family they were called the Leeds,
Right.
right? He's like, it was definitely the Leeds, right? And they did have 13 kids, right? And then the story that it came out was like it was the devil. It was the devil. It was the devil.
Right.
Right. You know, because it came out and he basically said just like this. He's like, back then, because I don't know if it was like the 1600s or the 1700s, or well, but I forget how long ago it was, but it was around that time period, right? He's like, back then, like they didn't have like the medical, they didn't have like
Well, yeah, Bub. So, I mean, if we're going to give the legend of Jersey Devil, the actual legend that we heard when we were kids was that Mother Leeds had 12 children. They were barely keeping them fed. She was having the 13th child. And while she was having the baby, it was a difficult labor. And she screamed out, "Let this one be the devil." And, then it popped out of her and basically sprouted wings, flew around, scared everybody, and then flew out of the house and lived in the Pine Barrens forever.
Yes, that's the story. That's the legend. That's the story. Well, this old man just said like it came out as a 13th child, right? But the kid came out like the story just exaggerated itself. Basically, the kid came out deformed.
Right. And that's what I heard. He had like a club foot, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was just like a club foot. But back then, like, oh my, it's the devil's child. It's the devil's child. And like they threw him out in the woods.
Yeah, I know there's also a connection to politics, believe it or not, back then, too.
Oh, yeah?
So supposedly, because it's called Leeds Point.
Yes.
Dude was running for the Senate or something. I can't remember what he was running for, even town council. And they tried to torpedo his campaign by saying one of his kids was the devil. It started the legend so that the name Leeds was the guy's name was Leeds,
associated with the
and was associated with the family with the Jersey Devil.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Supposedly,
that really makes sense.
I had heard that too. That's more modern shit that I had found where I was like, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense.
Looking at it, right? I'm like a history buff, but I don't know everything. Right? I'm like a history buff, right? And like, they talk about politics nowadays, right? You go back and look at politics like back in like the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. Those motherfuckers were evil.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong.
Those motherfuckers were evil. So I could kind of see that being the way you said, this political is like the 13th child. I could see that because they were.
It's like you're gonna like that's just it. Our politics nowadays, the only difference is one, we can fact check shit in real time.
True, yeah, true.
And two, the world has kind of become more civilized, or I should say, desensitized to things.
I'd say both. Yes, I'd say both. Definitely.
Right. I mean, you just take video games for example, and because this is something that's happened in my lifetime that I was actively able to see, let alone stuff like war and all this other stuff. We become way more sensitive in a way and way more desensitized in the same way. Because you look at shit like, why did they come up with the ESRB, the video game rating system of like teen, mature, all that shit? The reason why was because of Mortal Kombat, right? Like the first Mortal Kombat game was so brutal and so gory. Oh my God, you can tear a man's heart out with your bare hands, and you can, set somebody on fire and turn them into a skeleton. And real cartoony blood flies off them and all this shit.
Was that the Tipper Gore era?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think that's right around the end of the Tipper Gore era. She was more into the lyrics on music and stuff, but just the same, right? So we, oh my God, we can't let our kids see these horrors and all this shit, right? Now you look at video games nowadays and it's like rated M for mature. And like the game I'm playing called the Outlast Trials, like you got there's a dude dressed up like Jesus that they have captured that you have to saw his legs off to feed to children mannequins. and you actually saw his fucking legs off, right? While his dong is swinging in your face if you don't turn on the nudity filter. You're
You
like,
know, I laugh at that now because like I'm an old man, right? And like I'm like grew up, but I can see I can see their point, like seeing like a 8-year-old, 9-year-old actually seeing that, and like and like going like not being able to go, that's real, that's a fucking fake ass video game. That and it's like I can see
right.
why. I can see why these fucking kids is just like, just go get a gun and go fucking
And
shoot people.
right. Well, and then at the same fucking time, right? So like I said, desensitized with more sensitive. You go
Yes.
back and we've seen old video of like World War II with them storming the beaches and everything.
Yes.
What you don't see is if it was like how it is now, where we have cameras pretty much everywhere and they still censor the news on this shit. But just imagine you're on the beach and you get to see like a soldier's head cam while they were storming the beach at Normandy. Like say they had a helmet camera back then, and the machine gun like ripping people apart, fucking mortars landing, blowing people into shreds.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
They like all that stuff that you basically saw, like on the newsreels, was like the battle was already
Edited.
over.
Right. It's all
The
edited.
battle was already over, or like if they because like that picture of the raising the flag, right?
Iwo
That
Jima?
was the raising the flag at Iwo Jima, right? That picture was wasn't fake, right? But it was like done hours after like the original one was over.
Right. And that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like even now, the problem with war and shit like this, right? And the reason why I feel nowadays we're a little bit more smart to it because we see the horror of war. Like we just watched the whole thing with Israel Gaza, for example. Seeing the devastation that was there and all this other stuff, and they still try to censor that shit, but it came through the internet. We still got these snapshots of like, oh shit, look at this. It looks like those were buildings there, and now it's just like it looks like a bad part of Detroit or Camden, New Jersey. Like everything's just devastated and destroyed and all this other shit. Shit, there are people there, like
even when we grew up, Adam, like it's like we had like camcorders and shit, right? And like
yeah.
we filmed shit, right? But it's not like today where it's just like everybody and their mother's got a fucking video camera sitting in their hand.
Right. Right.
So like it's going to be a lot easier to do that because like we did shit like that, right? But we actually had to go, like we had cameras, but we actually had to go hold a big ass fucking camcorder fucking thing.
Right.
And now it's just like everything's in the palm of your hand.
My thing is this. You want less war and people to be less okay with the war, with wars going on like, what's going on in Iran now. Okay, great. We get to see, oh, look at this. We bombed some boats and all that, and look at the explosion and all that. You're not seeing the devastation to the actual human body going on there.
Oh, no.
And if you played it to people where they got to see what actually happened to our soldiers, like, I mean, real time, everything else, or to the enemy soldiers when we're hitting them with these guns and shit or bombs or whatever, just watching somebody get vaporized in front of you or turned inside out from just a shockwave, I think you would have a lot more people that are like, yeah, I don't want war anymore. It would play because we've got more sensitive.
It would. It would be that, but it'd also be like you'll get desensitized to it because like it's just like just take a look at the fucking violent movies that we fucking watch or violent fucking TV shows. It's just like like I could watch TV every day and I'll fucking see somebody blown up, fucking somebody shot. So you get desensitized to it. So it's just like even though they'll see it and it's live, but it's not registering because like you're not seeing what you're owning. You're not seeing it like
I don't
close and personal.
I don't even think it's that.
Gotcha.
I think it's this. We're watching John Wick. We watch Keanu Reeves kill an entire fucking like 70 people using a handgun. Close range, quick, execution style, no fucking around, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all register that in our heads that that's a movie. It's fake. It's not real. That's just a fucking movie. If that were real, like, like I said, combat troops actually going into a hot landing zone and they have helmet cameras on and you film all the, like, hell, even them just shooting somebody else, you're going to fuck people up. Like, it'll wake people up. I watched shit through Marine night vision. Somebody had one of the tapes with one of the missions that they went on. And like, yo, that shit was like no joke. Not one of them got taken out. Like, our Marines went in, came back out. It was a small unit. And one dude walked up on this guy, like, from the camera angle, because it's the guy's helmet cam, like he's on Overwatch or whatever. And they had to get into this building and get this hostage out, basically. I don't know who the hostage was, any of that shit, guys. So sorry about that one. But like, and it turned out it was my buddy Charlie who did it too. But he walked up on this guard, and the guard was like sitting out front of the door, and he lit a cigarette and he started smoking the cigarette. Charlie walked up, like you see Charlie kind of creep up, and you can kind of see the shine off his fucking eyes because it's that old school green soupy night vision. And he's just like, you'd see Charlie make some kind of motion with his head, and it was like, Charlie, what'd you do there? And he was just like, I went, psst, psst. And the guy like whips his head around, doesn't like move his gun, just like turns his head like, what the fuck's that noise? Charlie shoots him in the fucking forehead, picks up his cigarette and starts smoking it. And I was like, damn, dude. I was like, is this fucking real? And they're like, yes, it's fucking Charlie. Ask Charlie if it's real. I'm like, I ain't going to ask Charlie if that's real. He'll fucking kill me.
Yeah.
Like, that was, I don't know if you remember Evie.
Yes.
Yeah, it was her ex-husband, Big Richie. Like, he's the one who showed me. Yeah, when we were down on the Marine base, he's the one who showed it to me. Yeah. And he was like, yeah, this was us on mission. I was like, no shit. He's like, yeah, we get him.
You still keep in touch with her?
I don't. I haven't talked to her in years.
Yeah, I haven't talked to her in probably like good 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping she's doing well. She was good people.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, she was good people. I hope she's doing well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, that's just it. You see shit like that. I think the average American citizen seeing something like that, the ones that are like all for the war and shit, changes your fucking mind. I'm definitely like no wars, like it's just, unless we get attacked. Like, if we get attacked on the homeland, okay. Then you're going to get me to sign up a little bit more, but you better have fucking credible intel and you better be able to point them out to me, Like, yeah, it's these motherfuckers. Because we got suckered in before, but we're going and...
Oh, yeah, we got suckered in because, like even back then, it was like, I can see why we went into Afghanistan, right? I can see why we went to Afghanistan, but we had no fucking reason actually going. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm gung ho, yeah, get them, kill them, blow the motherfuckers up, But we actually had no goddamn reason to go into fucking Iraq at all.
Well, yeah, they tried to kill my daddy. That's why. Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, yeah. They tried to kill my daddy and money.
Yeah, I mean, it turned out it really was where we should have gone with Saudi Arabia, because Bin Laden, the actual fucking big time mastermind behind 9/11. That's what he was. He was a Saudi. He was a Saudi prince. And it was like, exactly. You guys only missed your mark by, a couple miles. But, one, we already had this plan. Cheney already had the plan, basically. And, you know who fed us the intel.
Exactly.
That it was Iraq. Yep. That's right, guys, ladies and gentlemen. You can look it up. Our main source of intel for that whole operation was Mossad, was Israel.
Yep.
So you guys make with that what you want, but
Well, go back to not the '90s Afghanistan shit, right? Go back to the Afghanistan,
With the
right?
Russians?
Well, with the Russians, right? And watch that movie. I know you've seen it. Watch that movie, Charlie Wilson's War.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, watch that movie, Charlie Wilson's War, and it's just like that's. I mean, hell, like even the Iran Contra, what was it, the Contras, the Iran Contra shit. I
Right.
mean, that's just it's all about money and selling weapons.
Yeah, most times that's a lot of it because it's like, well, we got all these bombs that we paid billions of dollars for. Might as well use them. Might as well get our money's worth out of this shit, and then it gives you an excuse to build bigger, better ones.
See
refresh
now,
your stockpile.
yeah.
What
I
are you
mean,
gonna
like
do with the old shit, dude? Like you're not gonna just sell it.
No.
Some cases.
See, like Iran is like I go both ways with Iran. It's like
I heard that about you.
Well, besides that, right? I go both ways with fucking Iran, right? And it's just like like we really had no point to go in there, right? I can see doing the nuclear shit, but what we were doing now, right? But you also got to go in and you got to look at it this way. It's like how many? I mean, what was it? 45 years? For like 80, like whatever, 1979 or 70, 78 is like those people have been oppressed and fucking, held down for fucking 40, 50 years.
What I say about it is, some men need killing, and yeah, that Ayatollah needed killing. Right. Like he definitely deserves some killing, that man, because he was fucking evil. But at the same point in time, and I mean, my argument's been, we should have been we should have played defense. And everybody's like, what do you mean? Like I've had this conversation a couple times with different people. And it's, what do you mean by we should have played defense? We should have waited till they attacked us. Yes. What we should have done was because here's the story that I think we've all heard. Now, who knows how true it is or isn't, because again, we're in the fog of war. But the story I was told or, watched and have heard play out is that Israel basically came to us, said, we have to go hit Iran. They asked him, asked Bibi, why do you have to go hit Iran? He said, because they're planning on attacking us. The thing is, we're going to do a preemptive strike, and when we attack Iran, they are going to fire, they're going to lash out, and they're going to hit your bases. So you have to preemptively strike too, so that this way your bases don't get hit. Right?
Yeah.
And it in that kind of logical thinking, it's like, okay, that does make sense. If there's an imminent attack and they're going to hit our bases and everything else. What I said was that if you now know that they're planning on an attack, we'll say, between January and February sometime, right? Somewhere in there. You keep a light staff at that base. You move everybody over because now you're friendly with Qatar. You're friendly with UAE. You're friendly with Saudi Arabia. You move your troops to other parts, but you keep a slight faction there. So we'll say there's 1,000 people that need to run that base, but on a skeleton crew, it can run off 100. You cut it down to 100. You keep your base lightly populated and also have them where they can get the cover. And you let Israel go in, do their airstrikes, whatever the fuck they're going to do. And if Iran doesn't, in fact, lash out and start hitting the American air bases and our bases over there, then you go attack them. Because you would have rallied support from the American people, because it would have been like, look, we didn't do shit.
Yeah,
and these motherfuckers hit us.
Yeah, it'll be just like the when they took the towers down.
Right. Yeah, we didn't do shit. These motherfuckers hit us. We're going to, we have to defend our assets and our men and women overseas. And everybody would have been on board for it. But the way you went about it instead was you went in, you fucking bombed the shit out of everything. It's like, well, who was the aggressor then? Well, we had intel they were going to attack. Yeah, but did they? No. Well, that's like saying, hey, I was going to punch Eugene in the face because he didn't make the song Haters Eat These Nuts. I was thinking about it, Bubba. And,
and Eugene comes out of nowhere
and then Eugene
punches you.
Right. And then Eugene comes to my house and like burns it to the earth. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, and he's like, I heard you were going to punch me in the face for not writing Haters Eat These Nuts. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Eugene, what the fuck? You know, but like, and that's what I mean. It's like,
yeah, I get that. Yeah. But to me, I would love to go to that area because I love like the Egyptian shit, like all that, like the gypsies running through the fucking woods, the desert.
I don't think you're allowed to call them gypsies anymore, Bub. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's
the fucking Egyptians and all kinds.
Well, yeah, fucking
like,
call them the gypsies.
Like,
it's fine.
I'd go over to fucking go over to the pyramids and fucking, but like I say, fucking make it a big huge parking lot and just fucking one big fucking one big gigantic fucking Saudi Arabia fucking Disneyland.
Jesus.
Because honestly, there is like this shit's never gonna fucking end.
No.
Because it's never gonna fucking end. Because like this shit's been going on like fucking like since the days of the Bible.
Right. Yeah. Like,
this isn't like this isn't a war of like I want your land, I want your money, I want your.
It's my God's better than yours.
Exactly. And the funny part is like all three gods came from the fucking same area, and if you like actually look at it, like I'm not too big into like the Muslim religion or the what like it's all pretty much the fucking same.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's all pretty much the fucking same. It's like and like you got your crazy fucking like Islam religion people or the Muslims, like you got your crazy fucking factions, right? But if you look at it, right, the Catholics had that fucking crazy ass fucking faction too. I mean, take a look at the fucking the Knights Templar.
Well, yeah.
Take a look.
Well,
take a look at what we did at the fucking the Crusades and shit. It's just like it's never going to fucking end. No. The only way it's going to fucking end is if some goddamn like in that goddamn movie, I forget what the fuck the name of the movie is, when fucking aliens come and try to kill us all. That's the only way we're gonna fucking. That's the only way we're gonna fucking like get
pretty
together.
much every goddamn alien movie ever made too.
Yeah.
But even then, right? We've now hit that inflection point though, where we'll say the aliens show up. I'm going to say 50% of the population. Well, I'm going to say 75% of the population is going to be like, yeah, this is some AI fucking Project Blue Beam bullshit that the government planned. Those are our guys in fucking spacesuits. You ain't going to fool me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we've hit that point. Oh, that's some AI shit. Yo, Grok, is that AI? Like, you're asking the AI if shit's AI now? Like, that's where we've gotten to?
Yeah.
And I can see it going horribly, horribly bad, Like the
It's
aliens
like
just like surrender human. They're just like,
it's
people
like the
just
Earth's
like,
flat. The Earth's flat. We can fucking prove the Earth ain't flat, but so the Earth's still flat.
yeah, that's just it. You can prove something empirically.
Yeah.
You're kind of fucked. And that's just it. Like I said, it's not even people, like, I don't even blame people for thinking that, because it's like, you look at it and it was like, there's this point in time, and we hit it just recently, where the difference between a conspiracy theory and the conspiracy theory being like, oh, you're some fucking nut, and the actual conspiracy theory being true was about 6 months. Like, all of a sudden, it was just like, oh, yeah, like, oh, yeah, the Democrats were enabling people to get babies to eat and sacrifice and all this other stuff. And, Hillary Clinton was behind it. And we call it Pizzagate. And then you get the Epstein files, and it's like they ate a fucking baby. Well, they ate the shit out of the baby's intestines, basically. And fucking... like, who was in on it? Well, it was Bill Clinton that was covering it up and stuff. You're like, wait, what? That's fucking Pizzagate. Like, what? This can't be real life.
Now, like, seriously, do you actually, I mean, like, I don't know either way, right? Do you actually believe that they fucking went and ate babies?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's
like.
I mean that's like hey, that's like me telling hey Gam, guess what? You suck at video games.
Right. Yeah. Well, I do sometimes, you know.
Yeah, it's just like because I can fucking make up goddamn anything about anybody. I'll put it on the fucking internet, right, and then run with it.
Right. Yeah. And well, that's just it. It's not even you put it up on the internet. The problem is that when they were doing a lot of the Epstein files are people reporting to the FBI things that they heard, saw, and all this kind of stuff, right?
Correct. Yeah, yes.
Some of it's 1000% like balls on accurate. Then there's this whole other chunk where people called up and they're just like, and then this happened and that happened, the other thing happened. You're like, yeah, that's not realistic because we can actually track down the date and see all this kind of stuff, you know? It was just they were pissed off or they were nuts and they just called in to fuck with people.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah,
maybe they had a screw loose or, you know.
They wanted to be heard.
Right.
They just wanted to be heard. You know, I'm lonely. I need to talk to somebody.
I need to talk to somebody. Yeah.
But that shit's been going on fucking forever.
Right. And that's just it. It's like, so when I look at the Epstein files, some of them, you can find the credence in there because you're comparing things, right? Like you can look at it overall, and this is just my opinion on it, and you can see some of it's just total fabricated bullshit, and you can see that too. So you gotta kind of take everything with a grain of salt. And my big thing was, okay, well, then show us the investigation on everything. The problem is, and what I feel gives it credence, it's honestly Donald Trump's fault, right? It gives it the most amount of credence because the one dude, I always call him fucking Salacious Crumb, you know, the little giggling puppet that sat with Jabba the Hutt.
Oh,
yes.
yes.
The one guy, I almost said Witkoff, but no, not him. Oh, God. The Commerce Secretary. What the fuck is that guy's name?
Oh, I don't know.
And Howard Fuckdick. That's his name. Ludnick. All right.
Okay. Nice.
Right. This fucking guy lived next door to Jeffrey Epstein. Says, I go over there. He's got a massage table. Like he gives this whole interview because when it came out, Epstein was his fucking neighbor. He sits down and does this interview. And the interview is still out there. Like you can watch the interview and watch this son of a bitch just lie through his fucking teeth. Well, you know, it was whatever year Epstein got arrested in, the year before that. My wife and I went over there and he had a massage table in his living room. And I said, that's kind of odd as we walked through the door. And then he said, yeah, I get the good kind every day. I said, you must really like massages. And I was joking around. And he said, yes, I get the good time. And I'm paraphrasing all this, but I get the good kind every day. And my wife's like, yeah, I think we need to go. And we walked outside and we didn't get 5 steps from the house. And my wife grabbed my shoulder or my arm and said, whispered to me, we're never talking to this man again. And I had no business dealings and no relation and no nothing with him from that point on, year before he gets nailed. So what comes out in the Epstein files? Yeah, this motherfucker stopped off at the island way after he's already been convicted of being a kid diddler and all that when he actually got arrested.
Yes.
And he stops off at the island supposedly with his wife and his children and another couple and the nanny and all this kind of stuff for lunch with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, that's funny because you said you had no connection to him, no relation, no business. So he starts talking tales again. Well, then a photo emerges from the Epstein files of this fucking guy, and he's not there with his wife, his kids, or anything else. It's just him, another dude, and Jeffrey Epstein kind of chilling and laughing and joking as they're walking on Epstein Island. And it's like, motherfucker, like, okay, so now please release all the where you guys went in there. You've got a special counsel that doesn't answer to the Republicans, doesn't answer to the Democrats. They're just kind of outside the system. You brought them in and they're fair and balanced and they're going to investigate this motherfucker. He loses his seat in your cabinet under the Commerce Secretary. Nope. It's all bullshit. It's all fake. Like, Get the fuck out of here. Donald Trump accentuates it with that kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just they're basically all just covering their fucking ass until until something fucking happens, and then like honestly, I don't think anything's ever gonna fucking happen. They're gonna fucking
We
they're
already
gonna
saw.
pick they're gonna pick I guess you call it a scapegoat.
Right. Well, and I'm at that point now where I'm at with everything was they turned around and Donald Trump announces that we're going to release all the UFO files. Everybody's still like, yo, all right, that's cool. Thank you for that. About these Epstein files. Oh, you guys are still talking about that. Okay. Next thing we know, we get a war in Iran and nobody's talking about the Epstein files. I think part of what happened with the war in Iran is just that. It was supposed, it's a distraction so that, that people stop talking about the fucking Epstein files. Because Marjorie Taylor Greene had a phone call that she recorded with Trump where he was screaming about, you're going to hurt my friends.
I saw that. Yeah. What I want to know is like, I mean, we could probably figure it out. What I want to know is like, you take a look at, Trump let's go to Epstein. Epstein was just a fucking middleman. I want to know is like, who's the fucking upper, who's the upper guys and who's the guys with the fucking money who fucking,
did all the evil,
like,
right?
Yeah, because Epstein was just a fucking go-between.
Right. You got it. That's the $1 million question right there in one, Bubs. All right, so I can take out a street level dealer, but who's supplying the drugs? Where are these drugs actually coming from?
Exactly.
We know who they're going to, like stuff like that. Well, who was supplying these girls? And, and we can figure that part out, but you're telling me that 1,200 women, dude, even with the fucking amazing libido, you're not sleeping with 1,200 girls.
No, dude. I'm not saying that it's them, but you got powerful families all over the fucking world. Like the Rothschilds and all kinds of shit. He's like, those are the motherfuckers who can like actually like fund this shit. I'm not saying that it's the Rothschilds, but families like that.
No, I mean, realistically, I think our government was in on it. I do.
Oh, obviously,
yes. I think
it
was a lot.
All the governments all over the world.
Right. I think it was them going like, okay, look, you get these people here, they do some depraved shit, and then you record it for us, and now we got dirt. So when we need something, and we go to them, they're gonna have to. Oh well, we got this tape here. Are you with a 16-year-old?
Yeah.
You're gonna, and that's
gonna do this
how
for
that
me.
worked, right?
Yeah, you're gonna do this for me.
Now then, we want you to back off of, I don't know. Let's not go to war here.
Yeah.
Point your missiles somewhere else.
There's too many fucking. I don't know. I don't know how to. There's just too many fucking high level players.
Right. And that's just it. Like, we're talking about a guy who's basically the Forrest Gump of fucking like
exactly
fucked up things,
He's like you just said before. He's the fucking street level drug dealer.
Right. Well, he wasn't actually the street level drug dealer. What he was the middleman in the supply chain. Like if the governments are the actual like main drug manufacturers that are supplying it, he's the guy that all the street level drug dealers are coming to get their drugs.
Yeah. He's just a fucking he's just a supplier of the pussy.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even that's just it. Everybody always gets hung up on the women because
they were young little
girls.
Boys too. It was little boys too.
Right, but not even just little boys. It's not just all about the sex stuff either. It's also about the guns. There was guns in there. There was drugs in there. You know what I mean? You've got.
It was it was a fucking criminal organization.
Right. Yeah. He was a middleman for the criminal organizations that we call our governments, is what it was. And I don't know who the fuck silenced him. You know, like I know that man. Like they fucked up bad. Like when they did the whole, he killed himself. I'm telling you, I seen the files. You show me who could have killed him and when. Look, we're gonna release a video and show you everything, except for these 3 minutes that it actually happened in. Then that's magically going to get scrubbed, and you're too stupid to figure out that we scrubbed this. Oh, the internet figured it out. Go figure that one. The internet is undefeated when it comes to shit like that. It's like, have you fuckers not realized, like, with all your advanced tech and being able to listen to conversations and spying on everybody and all this other stuff?
Your game plans don't work anymore. You can't just tell me you're gonna piss on me and it's just raining.
Hey,
You can't tell me that anymore.
I mean, how's our government not figured out that, like, there's a dude who was torturing cats and fucking like videotaping it and putting it on, I don't know if it was YouTube or what. And people on the internet used the shadows in the house, what they knew about some of his streams and where he was at, mail on the table, everything else. Like, okay, he's in Arizona. Look, you can see this flag out there or whatever. Wherever the dude was, and the internet put it together and tracked this motherfucker down and gave it to the feds.
Wow.
Right? And like, I mean, it went down to like I'm not even joking when I say like the way the trees were hitting the shadows. We know it's about this time that would put him in this time zone. He's broadcasting at this point, and like the internet is undefeated when it comes to that because you have some really clever people that will break down
absolutely
every little fucking detail if they really want to get your ass. And fucking like, and that dude ended up in jail and all this other stuff, and they fucked his whole life up.
Yep.
And
I mean,
good on them because that dude was a scumbag, and he's one of those people I would say kind of needs killing. But
exactly,
I'm not inspiring violence here. I'm just saying,
and
like, that's my opinion.
Like the internet. That's a good thing about the internet.
Right.
Then you got like the bad thing about internet. He's like these
like everything else.
Yeah, like you got these school kids who are just like they get bullied on fucking line, but they don't realize is like everybody is fucked with, and it's like they're not
Bubs,
fucking like
it's not like when we were kids either.
They're not developed mentally, like intellectually. They're just like
Right.
even like we like. I mean, take a look what happened to my sister's school, right? They used to pick on that fucking kid all the fucking time and they put a fucking bomb in the fucking locker.
Yeah, it was Brian. It was Brian, and I'm not going to say his last name. And the other guy is Philip DeFelice. That was the guy who put the bomb in the locker. Yes, I've told that story on here too.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, because I knew both of them.
Gotcha.
So did Guido. Guido knew both of them. Like Brian Kerfoot, I grew up with. He actually lived out kind of my end of the tracks. Kind of. A little bit further, a little bit closer to where you were. But yeah, I knew both of them. And that's just it. Like Philip DeFelice was brilliant, dude. Like brilliant kid, but he was a fucking nerd. And Brian Kerfoot was he was going to be a AAA baseball player too. But typical macho fucking jock asshole. It's like Guido, right?
Yep.
Remember Guido fucking put the one quarterback's head into the locker, like dented the locker with the dude's skull, and that's what got him thrown off the football team.
Mm-hmm.
Put him out with a concussion for like, I can't remember how many games, and they were like, you ruined our playoff chances. And Guido's like, fuck that. Guy was an asshole. He's being a prick. Like, this is what I'm saying, Bubs, is we grew up in a time where if somebody was fucking with you hard, right, they had to pretty much do it to your face. They could call you and fuck with you on the phone or whatever. But yeah, they had to fuck with you to your face. So if you didn't stand up for yourself and you just took it, well, you're going to get it 10 times worse.
Yeah, it didn't stop until you fought back.
Right. You always like where we grew up and the time we grew up in, we were all brawling with each other.
Exactly.
You know?
I mean, it's like a lot of our good friends. We fucking we fought before we even fucking really got to know.
Yeah, it's true. You're not wrong. There's some people There's the famous story of, and you remember the guys, the Boys in the Hood, right? Like,
Yes.
fucking Jake, Mingle, and Murphy, and of course Danny, right?
Yeah.
But and what's his name? Greg Bronny, yeah, Greg. But there's one kid. His name was Adam, and he like he was fucking around with the one dude, Greg's girlfriend or whatever. But the two of them went to this. They hated each other. Like, well, actually, no, my bad. It was Adam and his last name's Gents. I'm not going to say his first name though. Right, different guy. And the two of them were in it, in on each other because Adam was banging fucking Gents' girlfriend behind his back. But the whole thing is, they were knuckleheads. They're tabernacle kids, like we were when we were that age, And they did fucked up things like this to each other. And so the two of them had a bitter rivalry going for a while there. Like, I mean, it was fight on sight for a minute. And they two of them went to a Florence party. And the one dude, Adam, was flirting with these girls. And I think it was the other dude, Greg, Jake. And I don't think Murphy was there. I think Mingle was driving.
Gotcha.
And next thing you know, like the Florence boys decided they weren't having this. And they waited till Adam went outside with the one girl and jumped the fuck out of him and beat his ass. So they called him out. Right? Like the knuckleheads called him out. Said, come get us. We're here. And they were at the corner of Powell Place. The one road, it led all the way down. Yeah. Right?
Yes.
And the corner where it goes up Big Hill Road. Like that corner right there.
All right.
So these motherfuckers from Florence come driving up, 4 deep in the car, or 5 deep in the car. You had 3 in the back, 2 in the front. They come up and there's Adam and the other dude standing there, right? They get out of the car, start to get out of the car. Adam whips his fucking hand over his head and all the knuckleheads came out of the fucking woods on him. Man, they beat the shit out of that car, busted every window, the windshield, fucking headlights, everything else, going ham. The one dude didn't make it back in the car. And tackled Adam and started to like punch him. Fucking Gents grabs him by the arms and fucking suplexed him on the fucking street. Turned him into Mr. Potato Head real quick, right? Starts stomping the shit out of him. And it was like, these are two guys that are mortal enemies. You're fucking the other guy's girlfriend behind his back, everything else. The moment this guy from outside comes in and tries to fuck with you, oh no, brother, you ain't getting in on one of us because he's still knuckle.
Oh, exactly.
And you know what I mean? He and then funny enough, these guys, what ended up happening, these guys, the guy is getting the shit whooped out of him. They let him off the ground. He jumps back into the fucking back into the car. They floor it. They drive through and there's glass all over the road. Like, I mean, and of course the knuckleheads are all like, and they cut up the Big Hill Road. They follow that road all the way out. They make a right, and then they make another right, which puts them back on the Powell Road. And they end up driving back to where the knuckleheads are. They drug a fucking log across the street, like a tree across the street. These guys try to floor it to get away, fucking hit the tree, and fucking rolled the damn car.
That's funny.
Can't make this shit up. Yeah, well, no, that's fucking hysterical.
It's funny, but it's not funny.
And it's like, and then you know what I mean. But it's like, and then of course they all scattered when that shit happened. As soon as the car rolled, oh yeah, dude, they just fucking ditched because the police are coming.
Yeah.
But at the same point in time, like I said, those two had this heated rivalry where they would see each other, they'd throw hands or whatever.
You're absolutely like we can hate each other, fight each other, but once you want, it's like it's like fucking with family.
Right.
It's like I might hate you, I'll fight you, but you ain't gonna fuck with the family.
Right.
We'll put our shit aside. We'll put our shit aside for a while because like we got business to take care of.
Right. Yeah. And you're not wrong. That's legit the way we grew up. Kids nowadays aren't aren't like that though.
No.
They're not built the same way. They have it now where everything's online. And who they are online, oh, you've only got 100 fucking people subscribed to you. Oh, well, you must be a crumb bum. I got 1,000. You know, like motherfucker, really? Like this is where we're at with life, where your sub count, the people following you on Facebook are the important ones, like telling you what's important in your life. Like you lost your fucking mind, bro.
It's like that reminds me of the fucking. I don't know if it was the first one or the second one. I think it was the second one. Like Jay and Silent Bob. At the end of the movie, they go knocking on the people's house. And go,
that's the first one, yeah.
That's the. Are you such and such? And he's like, they just fucking beat the hell out of him.
Yeah. That's what they used all the money from the movie for, was to go whoop the shit out of everybody who was talking smack online about him.
Yeah. That was the first one.
Yeah. Did you say Jay and Silent Bob were quote unquote fucking clown shoes, and like just fucking throw down with them? Yeah, I mean.
That's how we grew up, man. You know, like
I mean,
we had a problem. I'm gonna go to your face and I'm gonna tell you we got problems.
Yeah, and that's just it. But nowadays, again, you know, the whole thing is the online space, and it's a beautiful thing. Like my subscriber base, for example.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I don't know any, like I've never met any of these people in real life. Like, I mean, there's a couple that, like you, I know in real life.
Yeah.
You're probably like the only one that I know as far as, you know, hey, I grew up with Bub. I've known him for 30 fucking years, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he introduced me to my best friend, like all this kind of stuff. You know, I've got friends that I've known for 7-8 years, like David or Smurf, Rogue, you know what I mean? Twisted.
Yep.
Like I got these guys, but that's just it. Like the one person I know, and that's going to be the tragedy of it all, is when I pass away or you pass away, Bub, man, that's a lot of stories gone.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you can't look at just anybody and say, oh yeah, do you remember when?
No.
You know.
Exactly.
Like you remember,
but you know that's you know that's just part of life, part of aging.
Yeah,
we're gonna lose people.
Yeah,
and as the older and older we get, the more and more we're gonna lose.
Yeah, and then there's the ones that we lose. You know, like well, you didn't lose them, but I did on purpose. Like our buddy Rich. Like I'll never speak to Rich again.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
This motherfucker, like he did something unforgivable. And that's it. Like you're dead in my eyes. Like to me, you already died at that point. The moment you fucked around, well, now you found out.
Exactly.
And it doesn't matter how much you come back, say sorry and everything. Nope, sorry. You know, maybe when we're kids, some shit's forgivable, but there comes a point in your life where things that were forgivable become unforgivable.
No, you can't. You know, you're like just. You can't live with that negativity in your fucking anybody's life. Can't live in that negativity.
Yeah, it's the same way we got good old G Money, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I wish him nothing but a great life and all that stuff.
He'll always be my brother, but I'll never hang out with him again.
Right. I'll never hang out with him. I'll never see him again. You did too much dirty to other people. I watched you do dirty. You never did me dirty. And, you know, that's why I wish you a good life. Otherwise, I'd be motherfucking you.
Exactly.
And it's just, it's things like this where it's a shame, but it kind of is what it is at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And like, you know, like when you're younger, you got like a whole circle of friends that, you know, but as like the years go on, you get older and older. It's just like you realize that like 99% of those people were not your friends. They were just fucking acquaintances.
Right. Yeah. Like there's some that are going to be ride or die. You're going to go through life.
Exactly.
And they're going to be there every damn step of the way. And then there's others that it was like, well, it was cool for the time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was cool to hang out with you, but you know, it's just like, yep, exactly. Exactly. But there's only like a handful of people that you can rely on. You can honestly rely on. That's it.
I mean, I always look at it this way. This is how I can tell who you know, and I always say friends and brothers, right? But you're right. It's more like acquaintances, friends, right?
Yeah.
And I always look at it this way. Who would I bring around my children? Would I bring you around my fucking kids?
No,
That's like
I get that, but I don't. I mean, I understand that, but since I don't have kids, I don't have that, that mindset.
right, but I mean that's just
But
my
I understand. I
yeah.
exactly understand what you're
Everybody's got their own measuring stick, you know.
saying. Yeah.
But I'm saying my measuring stick is always like, would I let them crash at my place and be around my kids? Would you be allowed to know my kids' names?
Or even better, would I let you take my kids to the fucking mall, to the restaurant without me?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, very true. Very
you know
true.
what I mean? Would I let you spend time with my wife without me home?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
Yep.
shit like that. Like you're just like that, because what's the most important? Well, in my life, the most important thing is the kids and the wife, right? And it's like that's how you know if you're my brother, my friend, my acquaintance. If it's like, yeah, I'd have to be there, but you can come over and meet my kids, stuff like that, you're my friend.
Yes.
You know what I mean? If the answer is fuck no, I wouldn't let you around my goddamn kids, then yeah, you might not even be an acquaintance at this point. Like you might just be like, yeah.
You're like, I don't know, but then I don't know from experience, but from just like watching and shit, it's like, having kids fucking changes you.
Oh, it does, dude. It changed me 1000%.
Yeah.
I mean, you should know that firsthand.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I know. Like I said, like I don't know, like from experience, but I know from observing. Not just you, but everybody who's got kids, like our buddy Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry, same thing. Changed
You
him.
know?
It did. It
Yep.
grew him up a
Mhm.
bit.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, and that's because so the real thing is if you're a good parent or not, right? And the way you can tell if you're a good parent is if you no longer matter, but your kid does. You see what I mean? Like, because you have to realize that it's not all about you anymore, man. Your time was before you had them kids, and they're growing up, and all this.
100%, it's all about them.
Right. It's all about like making sure their future's secure, making sure that doesn't mean you can't have a life too and enjoy your life.
No.
But it means that you need to be right.
That's your
that
number
should be
one
your
priority.
focus.
That's your number one priority.
Making sure nothing hurts your family. Like
Keep her off the stripper pole. Yeah, it's just that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the young girls. I mean, that is one of those oopsies. Daddy didn't love me, so I'm gonna go take my clothes off. I'm gonna show my butthole on the OnlyFans. Like, oh Jesus!
It's just you gotta take care of the kids first, man. I mean, that's I never had kids, but I always believed that.
Yeah, I mean, but my kids always respected you. Like they still do.
Oh well, yeah. Jerry's kids are like Jerry's kids are my fucking nephews.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's family.
Right. And well, that's what I mean, Bubs, is that's how like shit, you didn't just like come for a visit, you stayed.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. Absolutely.
I trusted you in my house, my wife, my kids. When the boy got in the accident, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, exactly.
The first person there was Bubba's like, you guys need a ride because our car was in the shop. Well, no, actually, it was our car that was in the accident.
Yeah.
He didn't even have his own car at the time. He was borrowing ours, and you were just like, get in. I got to go to work, but fuck it, I got you, and got us there. But yeah, I mean, it's things like that.
Exactly.
I think it gets lost when it comes to this online shit too. Then the thing that gives me hope, though, because it's not all dreary either, is if you look at the people that watch this shit and hang out and just listen to me talk smack or watch Art Bell while I'm painting or whatever, have conversations. A good chunk of them don't agree with what I'll say on like Trump, for example, right? Or
Gotcha.
don't see my political viewpoint, or don't agree with me on this, or don't agree with me on that. And they voice their opinion. I listen to them and everything else. We agree to disagree, or maybe
Well, yeah,
I'll go
exactly.
research it, right? But everybody's respectful with one another. Everybody kind of learns from each other, and
hmm
everybody coexists.
Well, yeah, it's just like I mean, like
And
honestly, I don't know the ages of the people that are online, but I kind of figured that they're all like, most of them are probably above 30, and just like
so
older people, right?
we
But what I'm trying to say is that like like the younger kids, right? A lot of their development was paused, right?
with
Because like
COVID,
with COVID, because like they didn't have that that human interaction that everybody
I
has at
mean,
that time.
so the youngest that watches me that I know of, right? And anytime
Okay.
I see him in the chat, you can audibly hear my language switch up and topics switch up and everything if I ever see him in the chat. He only comes in every now and again. Amazing kid. He likes watching the art and all that. Is
Mhm.
probably little Leo. Um, and he's like 10. Right?
Okay.
There's a girl who watches. She's told us she's 14. She does YouTube and all this kind of stuff. She's
Okay.
like 14, right?
hmm
Then you got middle rangers that are like 17, 18. I've had a couple of them.
Cool.
You've got guys like Rogue and David's like 22, or yeah, I think he just turned 22 recently. And
All
then
right.
Rogue's like
I thought they were a
right?
little bit. I thought they were
Oh
at least in
no.
their
Well,
30s.
then now you got like guys like then go to Rebel and Ian and Beans and Smurf. You know what I mean? They're
hmm
all like 40s, 50s.
Gotcha.
Depending. So I have this crazy wide range. The other fucking craziest thing about my channel, and I don't know how the hell this happened,
hmm
because, especially with a lot of the stories I tell and shit, I can pull up my analytics and even show people because it shows you what your viewers are. Most
Yeah.
guys that are streaming like video games or doing this kind of shit,
hmm
their percentages are probably right around, if you're lucky, 5% female, 95% male.
Gotcha.
My shit is 65% female and 35% male that
Cool.
watches me. It's like what the fuck? Like why do like I definitely use some foul language and everything else.
Yeah,
And
but you're like you I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not a female, right? But you like look at it as just like um most females, like in my opinion, are like aren't into video games and stuff like that, right?
no, they're
But you're
not.
into, but they're like you probably got a wider variety of female because you're like you talk a lot of shit, you talk a lot of real shit, you talk a lot of politics, you also do entertainment, you also bullshit, right? But while you're doing that, you're doing something artistic.
Yeah, maybe that's just it. They just shut off the fucking voice on the stream and just go, all out.
Well, I
Where
don't think that I don't think they do because like you're telling it how it is.
yeah, well, I mean that's just it. I don't know how to
Yeah.
not tell it like it is.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like we weren't grown up. We didn't grow up like that. We were
Right.
just like we were always just like straight up, and we didn't like. It's like we didn't have any. I mean, as I got older, I started to get a little filter, right? But I still don't have a filter.
Yeah, I mean,
My sister told you can't say that.
yeah, I mean, my part of my fucking thing is like I'm all right with being wrong too. You
Oh,
know,
yes,
there's
yes.
definitely times where I've had hot takes that were shit takes.
Oh,
And I full on will
exactly.
tell you like, oh yeah, it was just a bad take, and I really
Yeah.
should have.
Well, that's like you say with that what's that ABL guy?
Mhm.
He's like you like the ABL, but like I'm like I never listened to him, but from what everybody says about him, he's just like once you prove him wrong, he just becomes a dick.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing is rule number one is I'm always right. Rule number two is see number one.
Yeah,
That kind of
exactly,
thing.
exactly.
Like he's afraid to be wrong, and especially like if it comes to a female. Oh,
Yeah.
like he calls them
It's
like
just
fucking big vax, and oh, you probably like look like this anyway. It's like, yo, bro, it ain't all about the looks, okay?
No.
Like
It's
you
like,
better
no.
learn that right now, and like there's a reason why he's not married either, and that's pretty much like you can tell like that's yeah. If you were married at all, or you got old with somebody at all, you definitely aren't. You don't look like you did when you're 20 years ago.
Fuck no.
And you definitely like doesn't matter who you are, you're gonna age, and I don't care what woman it is, unless it's somebody like fucking Linda Carter, they're gonna age too. And either you love them for who they are, or you fucking don't. But you can't bullshit in the middle and be like, oh yeah, I love her till she's not hot, or until she's not hot anymore, and then I love somebody else.
Exactly. It's like you gotta. I mean, like you like I guess they say looks are kind of important, right? But you gotta have fucking personality. I mean, you could be the most gorgeous woman, you could be the most like handsomest man in the world, and be a fucking a piece of shit, and it's gonna take away from like how people look at you.
Right.
It's just like you gotta be. You got. I mean, you gotta be. I mean, like you know me. I'm a fucking asshole.
Yeah, well,
right?
I mean, so am I.
I'm
So
a
you're in
I
good
know.
company.
We're both fucking assholes, right?
Right.
But as I got older, it's just like what? It's like I realized that 99% of the people are nice people, are good, decent people, just doing what the fuck they want to do. You get that 1% of fucking assholes, right? And I learned that being a cafe guy on the fucking Amtrak, because I fucking deal with people, and me, I hate people.
Yeah,
I hate people.
Yeah, you really
But
do hate
but
people.
but I don't anymore. I mean, I still keep to myself, but it's just I actually, I like going out. I like talking to fucking strangers, right? But it's as I got older, I got more mellow, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, with me, it's the exact opposite. Remember, I was always like,
Yeah, you were always
right,
like,
and now I'm like, yo, I'm a fucking hermit. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm still a fucking hermit. I prefer to just stay at fucking home, but I do like going out and just I'll just strike up a conversation with somebody fucking sitting right next to me.
Yeah, just a polite conversation every now and again. Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. Like back in the day, I wouldn't even give you the fucking time of day.
Yeah, nah, dude. Well, and that was just it. It's hard to become your friend. Somebody could actually become your friend. That was a difficult task, but once they were, as long as you weren't a fucking,
Once that happened, they became family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not easy either. It's crazy. And then you go through time, and like you said, there's a point. I've said this on stream before. There's a point in my life where I couldn't wake up without tripping over 5 motherfuckers while I was on my way to the bathroom that were passed out.
Oh yeah, floor. Yep. I remember you saying that.
And it's like now it's like I can't find. If you say name 5 motherfuckers that'll be there in a time of crisis, I'm like, well, I know at least 2. Like fuck.
Exactly. But I'm most of my problems that I have now, they're not physical problems like my health, but like my mental problems that I fucking have is because I kept to myself and kept everybody at fucking bay.
Yeah, I know, but you recognize this, and you're.
I recognize it, and I'm trying to work on it. Right. So it's like a lot of my shit was just like, leave me the fuck alone.
Well, then explain this to me. Why was I always one of the ones that was kept close? You always.
Yeah, that's honestly a good question.
Why was I always one of the ones that you had no problem confiding in?
Because I liked your honesty. I liked your honesty. I liked how you were a scrawny little fucking kid. You were a scrawny little bastard, right? But you was a fighter. right? Well, I mean, I know I told the story on stream, but like
with the
when
tree.
that's when I realized like that's my fucking brother.
Jesus, yeah.
It's like that's my fucking brother. But you know, like you were you know, you had your problems like everybody had their problems, you know.
Oh,
Like you
yeah, I
said, you
did.
were an asshole,
Oh
right?
yeah, dude. Not even just an asshole. There was times
you
when I
were
was.
you were you were well like with me. And it's just like, you know, we were actually both good at heart.
Right. Yeah.
But we were just like, you know, we were just like, you know, made out of fucking hard steel. But we're soft underneath.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're
And
right. You're not wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't like I look back on it, you know, particularly when it was Gangster Brothers, when it was me and Guido, right?
Yeah.
And I look back to that time, and you, of course, you know, in there and everything else. And I look back, and we never did evil.
No, we were just fucking.
We were
No, we didn't
mischievous,
just.
but we never
We
did
were-
evil.
No, we never did. No, well, it was like we did our evil shit when somebody fucked with us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we never went out and sought it.
Right.
It found us. It found us, and we took care of it.
Right. Exactly. Like, you know, we definitely did some fucked up shit, but
yes, we did.
Only when it came to us. Like, we didn't, and maybe that's why I say that thing about war, because that's how we always looked at it too. Was, okay, somebody's coming here and fucking with us. Oh, now you got to get your fucking teeth kicked in. But I'm not going to your house and starting a big fight with you and then kicking your fucking teeth in, you know?
No. Nope. No. We. I mean, for the most part, we didn't start shit.
Yeah, for the most part.
For the most part. I mean, don't get me wrong, we did. But
no, there was definitely times, you know.
Yeah, but we pretty much didn't start shit. We pretty much stayed to ourselves and like, you know, just hanging out and just like, you know, shit happens.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Well, I mean, there was a point in our lives where every party we threw, there had to be a fist fight by the end of the night.
Well, you know, when you get when you get that many people around there, that's fucking gonna fucking happen.
Right.
It's like, you know, like the year before I hung out with you, like, you know, the summer of '90.
Right.
we go back to Carranza. It was probably just like 6 or 7 of us back there for the fucking summer, just hanging out. But as word of mouth spread out, by the end of that summer, every night there was at least 100 fucking people there.
Oh yeah, man.
That was kicking the spot.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it changes everything.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was people there. I mean, like, yeah, it's happened recently, but there was times like 10, 15, like, you know, going into like early 2000s shit. Like, even when I still lived back in, I mean, I'm back in Jersey. When I didn't leave Jersey, I mean, I left Jersey like 2007. But there was times like before I fucking left, there's just like people come up, blah blah. Like, you met that? I'm like, I have no idea who the fuck you are.
Dude, yeah, trust me.
Like,
I've been there, done that with
like,
you.
Yeah, this is
Like, I was at this party at your house.
I was like, what? Yeah, I don't even know you.
That's like Puerto Rican Eddie.
You know,
Puerto Rican Eddie's like, I met you back here. I was like, wait, where? At your fucking house. Like, I don't remember that, Eddie. What the fuck are you talking? I've known you for years, but I don't remember that shit. And he's just like, yeah, dude, this was the party and everything. Like, really?
You remember X and D?
Oh yeah, I do. Of course I remember.
Well, X and Dave right now. You know, we met X through Rich. I believe it was Rich.
Yeah.
And like and like the first time that I fucking went over to Dee's house, because X and D lived with her parents, right?
No. I remember this, and because they had that party for like 3 days, and we played D&D the entire time.
No.
That party?
No. This is Hampton Lakes.
Okay. Yeah. Her actual parents' house.
Her actual parents.
That was X's parents' house was the party.
Yes, her actual parents' house. Walk in like the first time, just go hang out. Right. Her dad her dad goes, Bubba, what the fuck you doing here? He's like, I partied with you back garage like 3-4 years ago. I was like, I'm like, fuck, I don't remember that.
Yeah, people fucking. That was like, always working at the fucking pub. Like, I'd go somewhere like, yeah, you're that dude from the pub. Like, wait, what? You know me? Oh, yeah, you're that fucking dude from the pub. Like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because I mean, small town community, everything else.
That's true. Yeah.
Everybody knew each other's shit, and
yeah, for the most part, it's. I'm back in there. I'm back in the area, and it's totally fucking different.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Totally
It's gone.
Oh, it's gone, and it's gone, and it's never gonna come back. You want something like that? You got to move over to Chatsworth. Chatsworth's probably going to get fucking built up like Tabernacle.
Right.
Tabernacle turned into Little Medford.
Right. And that's just it. And that's I can't remember who I was talking to, and I was like, oh yeah, knuckleheads and all this. Like in that town, we'll do that. And maybe it was you was telling me, maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody was telling me, they're like, oh no, it's not like that at all anymore. I said, what do you mean? I was like, the kids, I know they built the high school there and everything else. I was like, they can all brawl, right? And they're like, oh no, these kids are fucking lighting the ass and snowflakes, basically. Like, it's not like back at like when it was. And I'm like, what do you mean it's not like when it was? Maybe it was when I was talking to Jake not long ago.
Probably because
and he was just like, he's like, no, my kid goes there or whatever. He's like, these kids now, he's like, back in the day, it was always told that if you're gonna fight a kid from Knackle, right, that you better bring 4 of your friends with you, because one of them is going to take out at least 4 of you guys. One of you is going to get through, but the other 4 are going to get fucked up really bad. We were like Spartans, right? like Spartans back then. And like, you go over to Chatsworth, well, you just might as well just give it up, because those fuckers are crazy out there.
They'll just fucking bury you.
they'll just shoot you and bury you somewhere, like they just, well, yeah, he fucked around, found out. But the knuckleheads were always like, yeah, like they were like Spartans. And I'm like, yeah, is it still like that? He's like, dude, it's the exact opposite. They're like Medford kids. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, dude, they're like how Medford used to be back in the day, where, you'd get 6 of them. It would take 7 of them to jump you. And then you beat the shit out of like 4 or 5 of them. And the other 2 are like, the only reason why they got you was because they hit you with something heavy. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, dude. It's bad. Yeah. He's like, it's totally different thing. And that's just change of the times, I guess.
I mean, exactly. It's just a change of the times. It's like, get developed. I mean, is it? I mean, in our eyes, it's kind of a bad thing, but in their eyes, it could be a good thing.
No, I mean it's a positive thing to an extent, because you're looking at things have to change. They can't stay that way.
No,
they couldn't have stayed the way it was when we were kids. If it did,
everything's got to develop. Everything's got to develop.
Everything's, I may not like it because I'm old, and I grew up in a certain way at a certain time. But I can also appreciate, we grew. I mean, most of the time, and I was like in my 20s in the 90s, right? So basically, like I grew up. I honestly kind of grew up in the 80s, right? And we weren't soft, but we were a lot softer than the kids that grew up in the fucking 70s. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Talking to my dad, my dad was like born in like 1941 and shit. And he used to tell me, like, he's like, in school, they used to have boxing classes in school.
Dude, fucking Jake Keebler's dad used to tell us stories like about like one kid got his fucking thumb cut off, he's like, they were fucking crazy back then. Like some of the shit we used to do.
Yeah.
And it really is. It's, each time period. But
gets a little bit more civilized.
yeah, maybe it's a little bit more civilized. And I can't even take the piss out of some of them. I'm sure there's still some brawlers left.
There always will be.
Yeah, they just don't exist like when we were young.
No, it's not like we had our little nerd or a little excuse my language, our little pussies back in the day.
Yeah.
But for the most part, everybody was a scrapper.
Yeah, you know what? Even little Chucky.
Even little Chucky, he beat the shit, but he scrapped.
Dude, he had that mouth that always ran, but man, that kid could take an ass whooping.
Yeah,
I watched Jake Keebler beat him till he puked, and he still talks shit afterwards. Like,
exactly. Exactly.
Or Joe Bastard. You remember Joey Bastard?
I remember Joey Bastard, yes.
Dude, that fucking kid. Holy fuck, that kid didn't know when to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Chucky.
And Ian saying, preach, Bubba, preach. But and that's just it.
Chucky did like it. Chucky really, I mean, he turned out pretty. I mean, I've talked to him in the years, right? But he went into the military and just like, turned his shit around. He's got a couple kids. Fucking, I don't know if he's married.
He needed to go.
He went right in the military. Yeah,
he had a rough upbringing.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
And
yes,
I wish him nothing but the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I saw him was Jake Keebler's sisters was still married to the one dude. He was there at the party. Like, you gonna talk to? I'm bigger now. You gonna talk shit to me now? I slapped him in the head. I was like, I'll talk shit to you till the day I die, Chucky. I was like, you're like my little brother, you fucking idiot.
It's like you'll never beat me, fucker.
Right? Yeah, you'll never beat me, fucker.
That reminds me of like John Jones, the fucking the UFC guy.
Yeah,
the UFC guy. Like, you ever hear him talk about his brothers?
No. Henry Cavill's the same way.
He's like John Jones is like one of the baddest men on the planet. He's just like, my brothers just don't beat my ass.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The plastic detox. Huh? I'll have to check that out. I've never even heard of that on Netflix. You ever hear of that, Bubs? You ever watch Netflix?
Yeah, I have Netflix, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, have you ever watched that on Netflix?
No, I haven't watched that, but no.
All right. So our highlights are done here. Cape's looking pretty fucking badass. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's a good thing. Actually, I should be happy that in this old man body of mine now that kids haven't advanced to a point where they're like super vicious like we were when we were younger. Because if they did, then I might get my ass beat a lot.
I would have started getting my ass beat 20 years ago.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Now you can just fucking like touch me. Now you can just touch me with a finger and I'd fucking fall down.
It happens. It happens this way.
Yeah. Hey, fuck! I gotta walk around with a fucking cane. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, seriously. Now I need like a blade or something just to keep me alive.
It's like I'm even looking into buying a fucking gun.
Oh, yeah, fucking.
And you know me. My hands were my weapons. Not anymore.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's when we were playing around, and I was like, come on, Bubs, get your hands up, blah blah blah. Like when you first showed up here, you're like, you don't understand. The inner ear, I got no balance now. I'm like, what? And like fucking around, and I threw that shot at you, and like you moved backwards from it, like you still were fast and ducking it, but you started to stumble, and I'm like, oh shit, and had to grab you. I'm like, and you're like, yo, you can't. Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, I just can't do it anymore.
No, not at all. It's just getting worse and worse. But hopefully when they do when they do my back surgery, it'll help, but I don't think it's gonna help.
I mean, it'll help out a bit. I still have you decided to go through with the back surgery?
Yes, but I'm gonna hold off. But actually, my cardiologist, she's still running. I got to go in for heart catheterization. I did the stress test. I failed that, so now I got to go in to do a heart catheterization, and then we'll go. Like honestly, I don't think she's gonna fucking approve me.
Dude, do you realize how sad we've gotten in our old age where we're talking about like, heart catheterization and I gotta watch my diabetes and I gotta, like, I took in too much fucking salt and like, oh shit.
I gotta eat this fucking salad.
Yeah, I gotta eat salad twice a week, like on purpose.
It's like, what the fuck? and not just as a fucking appetizer. They're like a fucking salad.
Yeah, like
fucking salad.
Like
the other day, I fucking I bought turkey tenderloins.
Right.
I baked that in the oven. I had fucking broccoli, fucking chicken and rice. I'm like, what?
Yep. Yeah. It's the great victor of all fighting and all wars and everything else is just time. It's you can't beat it. You can't beat it. It's still undefeated.
Nope.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're old, and that's just it. I'm all right with getting old. Like, I've hit that fucking point where it was like, there's a point in my life where I was like, oh shit, Bubba, I'm getting fucking.
Honestly, I get bored, right? But it's the greatest feeling in the world. It's like I never have to get up and go to work anymore.
Yeah, right. Like, yeah, I'm old now.
I don't ever have to go to work no more. I haven't been to work. I haven't gone to work in fucking 5 years. Actually, 6 years now. So, and I'm only fucking 55.
Yeah.
I'll never go back to work.
Hit early retirement, like the way it should work.
Yep.
Yeah, it's craziness, but then like you said, it's easy to get bored.
Oh, it is. Well, now that it's starting to warm up, I can actually get the fuck outside again, start going for walks.
Once it starts getting warm here, like it is. I mean, we're hitting like 90s on certain days, like just under 90, I should say, like 88.
Yeah, we hit 3 days in a row. We hit like between like 75 and 85.
That means time to pull out the lawnmower.
But now it's going back down to fucking like to the 60s, which isn't too bad.
No, I mean it's definitely been some fucked up weather lately, though.
Yeah, it's starting to get like this year reminded me when we were kids, like in the early 80s and shit. It's like the winters were so fucking bad back then, and it was bad this year. We had a lot of fucking snow, and they're actually talking about sometime next week we might get hit with another fucking snowstorm.
What?
Yep.
Jesus. Also, what's going on, Beans? Great to see you.
What's up, Beans?
Got some old people just running our gums and talking shit with each other. Yeah, that's fucking loopy to me. Because me, I can't even picture snow really anymore. That first two snowflakes and like quarter of an inch falls on the ground. You're like, oh my god, down here, like oh shit, panic mode.
Oh god, yeah. We got in a 2-week period. We got probably about 10 inches of snow, right? And then the following week we got 15, 16 inches of fucking snow.
Jesus. Yeah.
Right.
No.
And then
that bullshit are over.
Yeah. And we probably had about 3 or 4 different other snowfalls before that. Like inch 2, half an inch there. But there was about it snowed probably about 5, 6, 7 times here this year.
That's fucking nuts. Bro.
And fucking last winter, it didn't snow once.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, usually if you guys get a lot of snow up there, You know what I get hit with down here?
A lot of rain.
Fucking hurricanes, yeah.
Hurricane, yeah.
Yeah, hurricanes and rain. And we're right on about cycle.
Yep.
For it.
All right.
Cole Bean says she's been listening all night at work. You enjoying the show or what, Beans? Has it been a boring one? Yeah, I don't know, Bubs. I did watch a new movie that it was okay. I'm not gonna say it was fantastic. I can see why people liked it so much because there's a lot of people. Oh, it was a great movie and shit like that, and I was just like, it was okay.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't terrible. Good character development, decent acting. Fucking Project Hail Mary.
I heard. I was thinking of watching that. I just got done watching maybe 2 days ago the Peaky Blinders movie.
Oh yeah, how was it?
It was good and it was bad. Right? I mean, it was like, in my opinion, like they should have just left it alone.
Yeah.
They never should have made it. But it was actually, it was actually good, but it was like they really didn't have to fucking make it.
Yeah.
If you kind of know what I mean.
Yeah, I got you. It was.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It was good. It was cool, but it wasn't
necessary.
No, it wasn't necessary. It's just like it kind of I mean, don't get me wrong. It wasn't as bad as that. The early Sopranos reboot.
Oh God,
it wasn't as bad as that, but they never should have made it.
Gotcha.
It reminded me of that.
Yeah,
but it was good.
So Project Hail Mary, like I said, Ryan Gosling. So it was actually very good in it.
Now let me ask you a question. I'm gonna interrupt you. Now is Ryan Gosling, is that the motherfucker who's married to that Liv, whatever the fuck her name is?
I have no idea who he's married to.
He
was the dude who was in La La Land.
I think I'm getting two of these guys confused because I think one of them's married to Blake Lively. That's the name.
No, that's Ryan Reynolds.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay. All right.
This guy, he was like, I can see where you kind of get a little confusion there. He was in the Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner movie.
Yeah, I didn't watch that, but I did watch that La La. I like that movie.
I've never seen La La Land. I just know he was in it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, he was really good in it. And, I'll give away the premise. I'm not going to give away the whole fucking movie.
Yeah.
But it's basically, he's like a high school teacher, science teacher. And it starts off with him in the classroom, and he's doing a thing where he throws like a beanbag and he calls it lava, and the kid's holding it, and like the whole classroom's all invested in it. And he's just like, what's the speed of light? And like the kid's got to answer what the speed of light is real fast, and like it's all different stuff. Well, lady shows up and she said, yeah, so you've heard about like there's black dots on the sun, all this other stuff. And he's like, yeah. It's like, you wrote this paper too. And she hands him the paper. He's like, yeah, it got me fired from my last job. And basically the paper was on inorganic, like all life in the universe doesn't have to contain, like hydrogen, carbon, like basically water-based life forms. They could be made of something else. And he's like, yeah. And then he got in a whole huge fight, got fired from his job for it and everything. She goes, okay, well, I need you to come with me. They take him off to this lab, and here they've harvested this shit that landed on like Venus. And apparently it's on the sun, and it's slowly making the sun cool down. Like it's growing and it absorbs a ton of energy and is making the sun cool down. But not only that, it turns out that every sun in the universe, in the visible universe, with the exception of one of them, every star has this shit on it. and it's slowly making it like everything die in the universe except for this one star, and they can't figure out what the deal is with it. And they bring him in, and he figures out, because the first test is, what is this stuff doing on Venus? Why did it go to Venus? It skipped over Mercury. It's not going to Earth. It just went from the sun to Venus. It left like a trail, and that's where they got this shit from. And he figures out what it is. Like, he figures out what the deal is and all this other stuff. And then they put together a mission to, like, it turns out like there's a whole think tank on it. And the mission is basically he's going to go to space to the other star. Well, he's not originally going to go to space, but they're going to put a scientist, an engineer, and a pilot on a ship, basically put them in kind of like a hypersleep, like a coma kind of state, because they figured out how to travel faster than light, or at the speed of light, rather. And it's going to take them 11 years to get there. The only thing is there's not enough fuel to return once you're there. So he basically, a bunch of shit happens, and you find out later on in the movie, he ended up getting stuck going. And when he comes to, like, the movie starts off, it's him coming to on the ship. You don't know any of the other part. Like, he's got to remember it because his memory's kind of fried. But the pilot and the engineer that were on the ship with him died in transit. He's the only one alive. So now he's trying to figure shit out, and his memory's shot. So he's got to remember all this. And so a good chunk of the movie is him remembering to the past of like, oh yeah, that's right, I was a school teacher. And like seeing the memory of when that happened, how they approached him, everything else. An alien ends up showing up, and it's basically doing the same thing for its home world that he's doing there. It's there to investigate the star, and it just goes from there.
Huh. Sounds interesting.
So
you said that was on Netflix?
No, in the movies.
Oh, it's in the movies. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually in the theater, but I'm not going to spoil it. You know, I'm not going to go any further than that. I'm just giving you can just read what the fucking premise is, and it's probably going to tell you the same thing. The only thing I can tell you is Ryan Gosling was really good in it. Like, he was actually good. The plot was really good. And if you like the movie, have you ever seen the movie The Martian? With
Matt Damon, yes.
where he's stuck on Mars. It's the same person wrote this story. I don't know if they had an active role on the film, but the same author that wrote The Martian wrote this. So, so there's some real interesting shit. And I purposefully left out certain things like how they're going to get to light speed and all this kind of stuff.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
check it out.
Yeah, it was all right. It had exactly the ending I thought it was going to have. Well, not exactly. There was a little extra thing there, but it was cool. It was a cool movie, and it was.
What's
touching?
What's another good movie that you've watched recently? Like that's like a newer movie. Not like an older movie, but a movie that that kind of like reminds you of like how they used to make movies.
I just reviewed one not long ago. See, like that's just it. This year, if I go back and look and see what movies I've been watching, there's been shit. Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die was another one that caught me completely the fuck off guard with. It's not a great movie. Like none of these are great movies. Like I said, Project Hail Mary. It's good. It was a good movie and it was entertaining. It's still not like 1984 Ghostbusters, fucking Back to the Future.
Huge blockbusters.
You know, like not even just blockbusters, just wow, this is some really new shit, right?
Gotcha.
But it is back in that realm where, wow, this is actually an entertaining story. It's actually a decent put together movie that's well acted, and the characters actually make sense with what they're doing.
Kind of like agenda in it.
Right. No agendas, no bullshit, just entertainment. And because I don't know if you saw with Disney, they just let Bob Iger is gone. They're getting rid of him.
Yeah, because there's not too many like newer movies that I've seen that like I actually like 90% of my fucking turn off like with it.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely good ones that are coming out. Like I said, have good luck, have fun, don't die with Sam Rockwell. It was an all right movie. Like I was actually shocked because I thought it was going to be kind of shit actually, and it turned out to be just entertaining. And I was like, okay, we're starting to fall into a realm of things are becoming less about messages and social justice and oh well this that and the other.
Yeah.
To you're going to a movie to turn off your brain for 2 hours and enjoy
Yeah,
something.
give me a nice good old fucking popcorn movie.
Yeah.
It's like the original Marvel shit.
Yeah, and that's just it. Marvel's one of those. I've seen a lot of stuff to do with the Avengers, like with what's coming.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, if they go with the way I've heard it laid out, people are going to fucking hate it.
Oh, yeah, really? Yeah.
Dude, I'm going to tell you now. People are already going to get pissed because the rumor of the opening to the movie is the X-Men fighting Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Okay.
And his Earth loses, so Tobey Maguire dies right in.
I think I read that. Yeah,
right.
I read that. Yeah.
So when you're looking at something like that, it's like that's a beloved character. You're going to kill him. People aren't going to be happy that they get to see. Oh, I always wanted to see fucking X-Men and more MCU. Oh, let's go. Oh shit, they're dead.
Yeah.
You know, like you're definitely going to get people feeling a certain way about things. Like I think they want to go for the Infinity War kind of feel, where this is going to be like because that's the way the comic ends. This run of the comic kind of ends before they go into Secret Wars. And
I have no idea what Secret Wars is.
So there's the original, and then there's the remake, right?
Gotcha.
Well, you have I don't remember what year. I'm going to say it's 2016. I think the remake came out in for some reason. The original one was made back in the 80s, like either early 90s or late 80s, and it was made to sell toys.
Okay.
So basically, a couple of the villains and the superheroes get pulled to a different world by something called the Beyonder, by this dude called the Beyonder, and they're supposed to fight. It's called Battle World, and fight with each other. The whole point to it was to sell a toy line called Secret Wars. And then everybody realized if everybody's a hero, and there's no villain. So they brought Dr. Doom or whatever.
Now is this before or after where they like the infinite worlds?
The what?
Or is that DC?
No, that's Crisis on Infinite Earths you're talking about. That's DC.
Yeah, see, I'm not a comic book guy, so
yeah. So then, what happens with the second version of fucking Secret Wars is Doctor Doom does this thing with the Molecule Man, and he actually calls out the Beyonders, destroys them, and when he does, he causes the multiverse to collapse on itself. So, so the worlds, like all the different versions of Earth, are like colliding with each other and destroying each other. And the last one left is the Prime Marvel Universe with Reed Richards and all that. Well, they get on a ship and they're flying out, and then basically the universe ends and Doctor Doom becomes God. And then
sounds interesting.
And it's how how everybody kind of battles back from him being God, because the people on the ship are kind of spared, but Doctor Doom brings people back. Like he turns Johnny Storm into the sun. He's married to Sue Richards, I guess we'll call her, even though it's Sue Storm.
Gotcha.
Like things like this. Like he's got all the different versions of Thor they're his police force. And it's like how they overthrow him and basically get the universe back to one. The problem is that is the way the rumor is that the whole point to this is Dr. Doom is trying to undo a mistake where he was doing an experiment and fucking basically killed his wife and kid and disfigured himself. So it's like completely different from the comics. It makes no fucking sense. Like none of it makes any fucking sense.
So basically, like in your opinion, they're gonna fucking ruin it.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they're going to just shit the bed. Like you, it didn't need to be made. Like I get it, it's a cool thing and all this, but you should have brought Doctor Doom in a completely different way, done something different than this. Because I've never been a big fan. Like I said, I own all the comics too for it. I've got them in the back room. You know what that was? Right when I stopped reading comics too. That's
I got you.
So that should tell you where I ended up with everything because I was buying comics. I remember I was buying them.
Oh yeah, you were always at that guy's house, that guy's shop.
Yeah, and and I just stopped buying comics. Well, that's kind of what ended Marvel for me.
Well, that fucking explains it then. Probably because I think the last Marvel movie I ever watched was that Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I didn't even watch that one.
I actually I don't know the story of it, but I actually kind of liked it. But I knew it was a lot lamer than any of the other ones I saw.
I mean, I could sit here and tell you, oh, well, Shang-Chi, let me tell you all about him. Yeah, I'd never gave a fuck about Shang-Chi, so I'm sorry. I just know he was like basically supposed to be a Marvel's version of Bruce Lee.
Well, did you I don't know what it's called, but it's the recent Marvel movie with the maybe it was last year.
Which one? I've watched
the misfit like they're all the misfits or something.
Oh, fucking Thunderbolts.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, AKA the New Avengers. I did.
That sucked.
It was okay. It was just okay. I just really didn't give a fuck about any of the.
That was the only. Yeah, that was the only one that I would kind of want to watch, but I don't want to.
I mean, there's definitely worse movies.
Gotcha.
It wasn't complete dog shit, but it wasn't great either. They I've been watching. A matter of fact, the new episode just dropped the other day, and I watched it. The Daredevil Reborn.
I saw the first season.
Yeah, it's the first episode of the second season.
Yeah.
It was okay. They got him in his old school black costume with the red D's on his chest. So that was kind of cool. There's definitely some action in it and all this.
So they ever going to bring back the Jessica Jones and the Luke Cage or whatever the fuck?
Jessica Jones is in this season of Daredevil. Yeah, she's actually going to be in it. They said they're not bringing in Iron Fist or Luke Cage, which Iron Fist I could really kind of give a shit, but Luke
that's kind of sucked. Luke Cage was awesome.
Yeah,
I did like
Cage. Luke Cage was actually one of the better shows in my opinion. And the whole thing is Jessica Jones and Luke Cage end up married.
Yeah. I remember reading something about that.
Well, not only do they end up married, Bub, they have a kid, and the kid is raised by is nannied by Squirrel Girl. So that could have been really cool. They could still go with it. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what they do. But yeah, that's kind of where it's at.
Yeah, I just started. The fuck did I just started The Man in the High Castle.
Oh, really?
They finally put that on Netflix because I never had the whatever the fuck it was on Prime, whatever the hell.
I can't remember.
So they finally put it on Netflix. I watched the first episode and it was like interesting.
Yeah, I watched it. I want to say for some reason was that Philip K. Dick who wrote that?
I have no idea.
It's all right. I got up to like season 3 or 4 on it and just lost the interest. I can't remember.
Yeah, I
got bored with it, but the first season or 2 was good.
I just wanted to see how it was going to play out. Like even before I watched any episodes or anything, I was just like, it was just interesting. The Nazis won.
Yeah, the Nazis won. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason
Yeah,
why I was like, why did I watch it? The Nazis won.
Yeah, well, and that's just it. When you, I'm not going to spoil it. If you're watching, I'm not going to spoil it.
Yeah, I'm on the first episode where the young guys driving the truck.
Yeah.
To the middle of the country.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good show. Like it was up to a point. I stopped watching. Like I said, I lost the interest. Just stopped watching.
Yeah, I think I told you I finally went through all of Vikings.
Oh, you did finish Vikings?
Yeah, I did finish Vikings.
What'd you think?
I mean, it was a great show. Loved it. It's like, but what got me is that was their whole plan the whole time, but they never should have killed off Ragnar. Ragnar made that whole fucking show.
Well, I mean, that's
once he was gone, I was just like, I kind of lost interest.
Yeah, once it starts following the kids. Like,
yeah, I was like, yeah,
so the whole problem is though that's the legend of Ragnar Lodbrok.
Well, that's true. Yes.
He actually cursed the king like that after the king threw him in a pit of snakes and everything else, and his sons came back for the king. I watched it more or less. Like Ivar was fucking gets to be brutal, but at some point, the one that I was watching it mainly for ended up being Bjorn. I wanted to see how Bjorn's ending went.
You got to watch. I mean, I've been telling you this for years. You got to watch that fucking Last Kingdom.
Yeah, you know what? You and Smurf. Smurf's big on that too. Yeah. Dude, Smurf's like, you have to watch this show. I don't know why you haven't watched it. It was like, I remember, I think it came out same time as Vikings, if I remember correct.
Probably.
Like, I want to say Vikings was probably in the 3rd season at that point. But I think I watched an episode, maybe 2 of that show.
Mm-hmm.
Because do they do something where, like, the first episode, the Holy Grail gets dumped, or the Ark of the Covenant gets dumped into, like, the river or something like that by accident because the boat sinks?
I don't
I
remember.
can't fucking remember.
I don't remember.
But like, the same show.
I liked it. Like I saw the Last Kingdom before I saw the Vikings, right? Is because like the Last Kingdom is like the end of Alfred's life, while the Vikings is the beginning of Alfred's life.
Oh, I got you.
It's like he pretty much they also did that too. They killed off Alfred, and then like his son started to go do stuff, and his son's like, yeah.
Ian said, Vikings ended like Sons of Anarchy, and it sucked because of that. Dude, Sons of Anarchy, right? This is what ruined Sons of Anarchy is my wife. I love my wife. My wife's too fucking smart for her own damn good, though. And she ruined the show for me. Because I'm watching it, I'm enjoying it and everything else. She's like, yeah, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, the other thing's going to happen. I'm like, you don't fucking know what's going to happen on the TV show, right? Like watching this shit every fucking week, everything. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. She goes, yeah, I do, because it's Hamlet.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. Then I read somewhere that like he even said he's like, I did Hamlet, and another one of his shows was like
King Lear.
Yeah,
fucking Mayans was King Lear, and she picked that up right away. I was like, oh fuck, I ain't watching this one. But yeah, Sons of Anarchy was nothing more than modern day was Hamlet with bikers, right? And like the wife says this to me because she's like, oh yeah, and then it's going to kill her. Just like they kill Ophelia in Hamlet. I'm like, what? Like, Jim is not going to kill her. I can't even remember what the girl's name is, what his wife's name was.
What the wife was, yeah. Tara, I think it was.
Yeah, Tara is going to kill her. If she has to, because, that's how Hamlet goes with Ophelia. And I'm like, no. She's like, yeah. I'm like, she goes, it's fucking Hamlet, you retard. And I'm just like, I'm looking at her, and like, she goes, think about it. And then I start like remembering Hamlet because, I read it a long fucking time ago.
Yeah, I've never read it, but I know the story.
Yeah, like I know the story, but I read it a long fucking time ago. So then my brain's kicking through it and everything else, and I'm like thinking back to different seasons and like this happens, that happened. I was like, son of a bitch, it is fucking Hamlet. I was like, oh no, 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 no. And then sure enough, Gemma killed fucking Tara. And I was like, oh God. I was like, he's doing
was
fucking.
Was that the very next episode?
It was like 2 episodes later or something. And I was just like, oh my fucking God.
That's not crazy.
It was like, why did I have to marry a smart person? Why couldn't I just married some dummy like, I don't know, it's a fucking biker show. Oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Nope, I got to marry the one that's like, yeah, it's just fucking beat for beat Hamlet. And then like Mayans, she got like 5 minutes into Mayans, was like, yeah, this is King Lear, I'm fucking out. I was like, oh God damn it.
I watched maybe like 4 episodes.
Yeah, I got to like almost the end of the season, just turned that shit off. I was like, yeah, I can't take this anymore. I was like, maybe if the main chick was getting naked all the time, but she's not, so I'm out.
Exactly. It's like it was dog piss.
Yeah. I don't know. The ending of Vikings, the rough part is that you're flowing into, with Vikings, what makes the show so good, but also fucking kills it at the ending, is that they went for history. They actually went for real deal, like, this is what happened with the Vikings, like, supposedly they came over, found America, and some of them settled, and we found artifacts here and there, right?
Yep,
Stuff like that,
yep.
and that's Ube's story, how it plays out.
Yeah.
Ivar actually got sick and died in bed. He didn't die in battle. He came down with an illness and just died in bed.
Gotcha.
Bjorn the Unkillable. I don't even know if that story, I can't remember if that story is true or not. Hitsbrook and Sigurd, I know they both fucking died. Lagertha, the fucking shield maiden, she's still like, dude, Lagertha is my favorite character on the entire show.
Now is Lagertha a real person or a made up for the show?
No. They're all real. Like the Sons of Ragnar are real.
Well, I know that.
Ragnar they think he's an amalgamation of like 3 different people, but he's like legends and lore, Viking lore. Lagertha is actually real. Bjorn, Ivar, Hitsbrook, Sigurd, they're all, and Ube are all real.
Yes.
Floki, I don't think has any fucking real part to him. A lot of the names they use, King Harold is real.
Gotcha.
So is the other king, the first King Harold that comes in.
What about
Canute
Gabriel Burns?
is real.
What about Gabriel Burns' character? Was that a real guy?
I don't know. That one I'm not sure on. Canute, like there's one guy named Canute that betrays him and Lagertha kills him or whatever. Yep. That dude actually in history was pretty fucking famous. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Jarl Borg. Jarl Borg is still my favorite. Dude, that's the episode. For me, there's a couple episodes of that show that anytime they come on, I just stop playing games. I stop watching whatever else I'm watching while it's going on. I stop painting and just legit will sit there dumbfounded watching the show. It's the one episode, it's called Blood Eagle. Every fucking time that thing comes on, I just stop, dude, because they completely tricked that motherfucker into thinking they're going to free him and all this, and they're betraying Ragnar. He comes walking out like he's sneaking off, and they're all just stood there, and it's like, oh yeah, you're getting blood eagled, motherfucker. It's like, oh.
Yeah, and then in the later episodes where I think the son was supposed to get blood eagled, and no, I forget who was. Somebody was supposed to get blood eagled, and they let him live.
Mm-hmm.
That was in the later episodes. I think it was it's Hitzvik or something.
Hitsvik? I can't remember. You know what? No, Rollo was early on. They were going to kill him because He screwed
Yeah,
Ragnar over, but
yeah.
Ragnar spared him. Like he paid off the
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
lawgiver.
Yeah. Malo ended up in France.
Well, yeah, and he's actually real too. Rollo's actually
Yes.
real.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was fucking, and Ian's right. Watching them turn on each other, that was real life. Like they did that shit all the time. Like
Oh yeah. Oh.
They
Yeah.
played that fucking filthy game with one another, but that shit's like
Mhm.
that show's great because of it. And what's even crazier, guys, if you haven't seen Vikings in a long time and you go watch it on Netflix, I don't know what the fuck when they added this shit in. The girls actually get naked. You see them like topless and shit, bottomless in some cases.
I never watched it unless it was on Netflix.
Dude, I watched it.
But they weren't going to show that nudity on A&E or whatever the fuck.
Right, that's what I'm saying is I watched them when they were coming out or what have you on A&E. I think it was A&E. I can't remember. I don't know. I was, getting them through shady means. And but the whole thing was like Oslog, the one princess, like when she's in the waterfall, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this part. Guys are staring at her and you can see her butt or whatever. I was like,
Yeah,
oh, whatever. And like I got it on while I'm playing a game, and all of a sudden, like I'm just like, wait, did I just see her boobs? Like what? I had to rewind it real quick because it was Oslog's boobs. But stuff like that, I was just like caught me completely off guard. I was like, yo, there's actual nudity in the show. I don't remember there being nudity like this.
Well, wasn't it produced over in England or was it Canada?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know where they produced it at.
Because they show nudity in like Canada and fucking. And I think I've been to Canada many times. They show nudity on the TV there, but I think Europe is the same way too. It's just America.
Yeah.
That's just America. Oh, you can't show little titties on TV.
Yeah, but you know what? Same point in time, there's shit we show on TV that they can't even say. So.
No, yeah, that's
like you'll go to jail over in some of these countries for some of the shit that's on our television.
That is, I'll give you that. That is true. Like they're arresting people over there just for doing shit on TikTok.
Bruh, you would not want a Viking chick. Like he's like, I would like a Viking chick, at least one that acts that part or whatever. You like a Lagatha. You would think, like you would want somebody. I wouldn't want to be married to that chick.
You fucking
dude, I'd be afraid. I'd be afraid for my life every day.
Yeah, I'd be fucking cowering in the corner. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Don't beat me anymore, ma'am.
Like right in the first season when Ragnar's like, yeah, I'm sailing off. And she's like, you're taking me with you. And he's like, no. And she starts beating the shit out of him. Fuck that, dude. Like she beat him like he owed her money. I was like, oh.
He was brutal. You see, like that's what the woke shit should have been. It's just like, don't tell me that she's a powerful woman. Show me you're a powerful woman.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, like you take, like back in the 70s, you had Princess Leia. She's the fucking badass. Like, oh, dude, she is a badass because she's a badass.
Yeah, she's a badass who didn't have to wear a bra. She was fucking that badass.
Exactly. It's just like, it's just stuff fucking woke shit. Fucking get the fuck
I watched fucking Carrie Fisher. She was talking about it. She must have been like, I don't know, like late 50s, early 60s or whatever in age.
Yeah.
And she was talking about it. She goes, that's the thing. I said to George, I'm like, how come I'm not allowed to wear a bra under this costume? And George told me, well, you're in outer space and, in the space culture, women wouldn't wear bras or wouldn't wear underwear or something like that. And she's like, and it made sense to me at the time because she was like younger. Like, oh, fuck, dude.
It's like, gee, what was it, Return of the Jedi? When she's in that fucking the slave outfit, it's like,
Oh yeah,
dude. Well, what was that for?
Yeah, I wonder who that was for.
That was eye candy.
One of my favorite stories off that is because her and Harrison Ford were actually like doing stuff.
I heard like most of the cast was all fucking each other.
Well, Luke apparently turned around like Mark Hamill, and he's like, I see Harrison and her, always in the trailer and stuff. I hear all this noise going on in there and everything else. So I asked Harrison, what's going on in there? He's like, oh, we're just rehearsing our lines. Like, fucking fantastic, dude. Just what an answer. Yeah, I mean, different.
I'm on the casting couch.
Why did you guys take R2D2 in there with you? What the fuck's up with that? My God.
Why are you bringing in the lightsaber?
Yeah, seriously. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think too, because it's going to drive me nuts. I have been actually been watching a lot of movies lately. And not all of them, like some of them, like god awful trash, right? Like that movie, The Bride. Oh my fucking God, was it bad? Like it's like Mary Shelley's ghost possesses her and gives this whole soliloquy at the beginning of it, and then possesses the chick, and like it was just bad.
Did you? I mean, did you watch the Frankenstein on Netflix?
No, somebody keeps telling me watch it.
It's. I mean, like I never read the book, but apparently it follows the book completely.
Really? Like they end up on the ship and everything?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they end up on the ship and everything. It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I haven't watched that. Fuck. Give me 1 minute. I will be right back. I gotta take a leak. Try and be entertaining while I'm gone.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Well, at least try, damn it.
Now, if anybody never seen Frankenstein on Netflix, man, watch that. It's a pretty good movie. So. So, what other movies you guys like that I should watch?
Well, I was tell you, after I was done taking a leak, I went and grabbed the original one of these I did, which is the bust. Seeing how close my paint job is to the old one. Pretty close. Pretty close, just better. Still there, bub? Did you like hop off? Bubba go to take a shit? What happened to Bubba?
Nah, I'm still here. We were on radio silence for a little bit.
The series about JFK. Love story? Weird. Never heard of it.
Yeah, it looks pretty interesting.
What, love story? I mean, let me know how it is. If it's any good, I'll watch it. I gotta watch the damn Last Kingdom, apparently. Tomorrow night's going to be interesting for the gaming stream. Because everybody's got, God, what the hell is it? Icarus finally came out.
What's that game like?
Survival game, PvE.
Is it kind of like Arc Raiders?
No.
No?
No, it's basically like you're landing on a alien planet that's close to Earth. Very Earth-like, and you got to like harvest resources and build up like settlements and all kinds of stuff.
And you get attacked by aliens?
No aliens.
No,
it's you versus the elements basically in nature. Yeah, no aliens on that one.
So there's no is there combat?
Yes, but it's mainly you fighting creatures. Like, you know, there's like alien horses and bears and shit like this.
So so you build a camp and go kill animals.
Pretty much.
Is it kind of like the Green Hell?
Yeah, there you go. That's a good way. Kind of like Green Hell.
Okay. Gotcha. I was playing that for a while, and then I started playing Final Fantasy. I think it's 14. Final Fantasy 14, and then I got into Arc Raiders. Started playing the shit out of that.
Yeah, I was never. I played Arc Raiders for a minute there and just couldn't get into it. And everybody was like loving it. I played it for a minute and I was just like, it's okay. I just couldn't not get into it. Probably because I didn't have a group to run with. If I did, probably would have gotten into it way more.
Oh, I got yeah, because they have like you could do solo, you could do I think 2s and 3s.
Right.
And I just basically go out and fuck my own and fucking you know me, I suck at shooting. But I'm practicing. I'm blowing it.
I mean that's fair.
I'm starting to learn to kill the arcs. Because like I like it's like you just run around, I avoided the arcs and I just collected the resources. But now I'm just like I'm just like going out looking for arcs. And since I don't shoot at everybody, right? I keep getting into friendly lobbies.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it's like you start shooting people, you start shooting like actual other players. They throw you where everybody wants to kill everybody. So pretty much most of the people I meet like pretty much like help you out. So it's pretty cool. But if you like I guess PvP killing people,
yeah,
they got that too.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I mean, I killed a couple people when I was playing, so I got you. They shot first though, but then I also had people rescue me too. So
yeah,
definitely a balance in there. Yeah, that's a question there, Ian. Why is tomorrow going to suck? I mean, I'm telling you now, it's not going to be a shock to me when we're streaming or whatever, and one of you guys bops in and tells me that we got boots on the ground. That's going to suck. But that won't happen. Actually, that'll happen probably either right around the time I start streaming or right after. It's going to happen definitely after the stock market closes, though, tomorrow. We'll hear that the 82nd Airborne and the Marines are on Carg Island securing it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. It's like I said, I don't know if you caught it. I don't know how late you came in, Bob, but I was explaining this. I've noticed a pattern. And if the pattern holds, then the market's going to close. It's going to be all right. People are going to have, like, kind of be reassured in the market, and then that's when the boots, like, it's going to be after the market closes, people can't do shit, and that's when the boots are going to hit the ground.
I heard. I heard that because like I listened to you when you first got on, and then I fell asleep, and then I woke up and got on with you. Yeah, probably around 10 o'clock. I woke up. So yeah, I heard probably like your first like half hour, 45 minutes, or whatever.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just how I see it. This going down is a whole lot of not good. It fucking sucks.
Yeah, well, they said they were gonna do that island that's right by the right by the strait. They said they were gonna take that over like a couple days ago.
Yeah, Karg. Yeah, but they also said no boots on the ground. So what?
No, that's true. Yeah.
Like, oh well, you don't understand. We're landing on the island. We didn't land in Iran. Like, man, quit your jibber jabber. Don't sell me bullshit.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time.
It's unfortunate. I mean, can't control shit. It's not for me to fix or break.
Yeah, well, maybe the gas prices will go down. What are you guys paying for gas now? Like $4 a fucking gallon?
Yeah, how much is it? How much is gas anyway? I don't know. We filled up 2 weeks ago, so.
No, I haven't filled up a fucking car. Yeah, I haven't filled up a car in 6 years.
Yeah, I drive the fucking. We basically barely between the efficiency of the car and how much we actually use the car to travel. It's like probably every 2 weeks we have to fill up the tank, if that.
Gotcha.
And it wasn't terrible last time. I'm still blown away because it's like, it's weird to me. It's weird to me not being on top of that shit and having to drive everywhere and all that kind of.
Well, isn't I mean, I could be wrong, but is it one of those places that's it's gas, but they can't use it for like actually like gasoline for a car, or is that the Venezuela oil?
Venezuela oil is tar oil, so you have to have a special type of refinery to convert it.
Gotcha. So then with the gas out in the middle, I mean the oil out in the Middle East is what they use to make gas.
Yeah, diesel and gas. Yeah, like that's the important shit. That's the good stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we got our own supply of gas here.
Oh yeah.
The only problem is that the rest of the world ain't using our gas, so.
Man, just I mean, it's probably never going to happen, but like, if that oil ever runs out in the Middle East, you think gas is expensive now? Wait till the fucking Americans start fucking charging you the fuckers for gas.
Well, I mean, we do. I think we export a good chunk of liquid natural gas over to Europe, if I remember correct.
Well, who's got the most gas reserves? The United States.
Dean says she filled up. She was at $3.38 a gallon. But that's not terrible. That's not ridiculous. I know somewhere in California it was like $9.55. I had seen.
Yeah,
I was like, Jesus Christ! Could you imagine?
I think my sister Christine said like I think she put in like it was like $4.
Yeah, I mean, shit. If the gas is that high out in California, you can understand why people are shooting each other over their tennis shoes because it's at that point I'd be walking everywhere too. I'd be wearing through those tennis shoes.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell, since I can't drive anymore, fuck, I'm saving a lot of money without no car payment, no fucking insurance payment, no gas, no maintenance.
Yeah, you're not wrong. The maintenance part, especially.
Yeah,
maintaining the car fucking sucks.
Yep.
I mean, unless you're handy, and even then it kind of sucks.
And you can hardly find like a cheap ass car anymore.
What's up, puppy? Dog's got to go out. Gotta go out, buddy. Yeah, he's got to piss. All right, let me walk the dog real quick. Let me go walk this dog. Crazy fucking dog. He's a good boy though. He knows tonight, like so. I call it my good boy night whenever I paint, right? And I'll tell him before he knows when I'm sitting in this chair and I set up and everything. You rarely until the end of the show you hear him whimper, right? Until the stream's like ending. And the reason why is because this dog knows when I say it's a good boy night. If he's a good boy and he doesn't like bark and be a dick, and he does every now and again, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he knows that he gets a puppy cup. So it's like it's a good boy night, and you got to go potty. You better have to really go potty, and you better be quick about it. And I'll be back in like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes at most, because he's going to sprint out there, piss real quick, and run back in the house, and then go right back to sitting down and chilling. And the reason why is because he knows he's getting that puppy cup later if he's a good boy.
So, does he hang out in the same room with you?
Yeah, oh yeah, the whole time.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back, guys. Told you, that dog's fast as hell. It was funny too, as I'm running out the door, I bumped one of his toys with my foot so it fell outside. He pisses, comes running back towards the door after he's done pissing, sees the toy. I'm like, get your toy. He goes over, grabs the toy, and brings it in the house and throws it in a pile. Can I pet that dog? Nice. He's a good pupper. He really is a sweet, sweet doggy. I'm going to go darker with this yellow too. Kind of like the bright, but I think I'm going to go dark. And I'm debating if I want to do the S. I did the original S in red. I'm thinking about doing it in purple. Thinking about going heavy purple with it, like that version. This version has him where he actually has the S in purple. But then again, I look at the Bizarro I did. I kind of like that red. I kind of like the original inverted Superman S. I think it kind of looks sharp. Dear Lord. I can hear Bubba's back. Yeah, I'm back, motherfucker. So what the hell? Yeah, I'm still trying to think of some of the new movies I watched that I was just like, damn, dude, that actually shocked me. It was good. There's a couple of them. They're few and far between where they're like real good, but as far as being serviceable or like, it's a good popcorn film, there's actually quite a few of them now.
Well, don't they have another Superman movie coming out, or did it already come out?
They're gonna do one. It's called Superman Turns Gay, and it's gonna have Henry Cavill in the lead, and like people are up in arms about it. Apparently, his cape's gonna be LGBTQ plus IA minus sign. No, yeah, they supposedly have a second of the new Superman, David Cornsweet, I think his name is. They're going to be doing a sequel to that. There's going to be, actually, to tell you the truth, one of the ones I'm actually kind of looking forward to is the new Highlander.
Oh yeah, God yeah.
And the guy who's doing it is also had a big hand in John Wick. So right there tells me what we're going to get. Because you think about like John Wick 2 with the sword scenes or John Wick 3 with the sword scenes. Like that could get really
Did you ever watch the evil Superman movie Brightburn?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
I love that movie.
Dude, that kid fucks them up at the end.
I love that movie.
He just goes ham. Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, did you see the new Superman?
No. I don't think I don't think I've seen like the last 3 Superman movies. I think the last one I saw was actually the Henry
Beans is like, I'm used to the abuse. What abuse? Cavill is the man, period. He's going to be the man in fucking Highlander. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, like, I've seen pictures of the set and him on it. He's going to be fucking badass in that movie. No doubt. Yeah, so the new Superman, it was like pretty, what's his name was really good as Lex. I would prefer Henry Cavill had been Superman in it, but you know, if I'm going to be dead honest, but the guy they got isn't terrible. But they fucked up in one part. So there's this message from Krypton that he has in his Fortress of Solitude. And the message is cuts off. Lex Luthor ends up breaking in there and getting the message and unscrambling the end of it. And it turns out that fucking they sent him there basically to be Brightburn and to conquer. And then, like, there's a part in the movie where it's like, oh, Lex is faking this or whatever, and then they double down and say, no, he isn't faking. He was actually, Superman was actually sent there to conquer. And it was like, bro, why? Why would you do that? Like, why would you do it's the problem is James Gunn shouldn't be. They got the tone of Superman right, should be hopeful and joyful and all that. He should be trying to spare everybody's life, that kind of thing. So they got that part of it down. But there was, what's his name? James Gunn should stick to doing shit like, oh God, Justice Society or something like this. You know what I mean? Like a quirky bunch of heroes. He shouldn't be doing. He should never touch Wonder Woman, Batman, or Superman. He's better at doing like an ensemble cast of fucking misfits that you put together. Kind of like Guardians of the Galaxy. Like James Gunn shines in that kind of shit with over the top humor, everything else. But writing Superman, you have to, like, I don't love the lore of Superman, but I respect it. And he really should have gotten somebody else to write it and direct it and everything. It looks like he's going to kill it with Supergirl though. So, but that story it's supposed to be beat for beat what it was in the comics, with her being depressed and drunk all the time and all that stuff. But yeah, the new Highlander, they may have something there.
Now, are they gonna just do a remake, or they're just gonna come up with a whole nother story?
It's still not sure.
Not sure.
The one thing I did see though is the rumor has it that instead of Connor McLeod just being in the Highlands of Scotland and all that shit, he's actually going to travel and be hunting immortals at the same time the Kurgan is, and Dave Bautista's playing the Kurgan too.
Well, that might be. I don't know.
But Henry
I'm
Cavill.
I'm iffy about it. It's just like even though that wasn't actually that would be my childhood. So that came out like in the 80s. It was like, leave my goddamn childhood movies alone, you fuckers.
I always get a kick out of when I was a kid. Remember, here we are, born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe.
Oh, I love that show. I still watch that show to this day.
Well, no, that's how the movie starts off too.
Oh,
right? Gotcha. Because Queen, It's a Kind of Magic, the album by Queen, that's the soundtrack to Highlander.
Oh, yes.
The actual movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when it starts up and they're in Madison Square Garden watching wrestling. And if you're paying attention, it's the Fabulous Freebirds.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I was Christopher Lambert. That's the only role I really even remember him being in. Outside of that, nothing really. But I remember,
the only other movie that I kind of caught him in, and it was pretty good. I think it was a made-for-TV movie. It was another book by Mario Puzo. It was called The Sicilian, and that was a pretty good fucking movie. That was a pretty damn good book too. It was called The Sicilian. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one.
That's the only thing I actually remember seeing.
I've heard of it, but I never saw it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I mean, you know how it is. I fucking used to know everything about everything when it came to gangsters at one point in my life, I swear.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, working for who I work for, all that kind of shit. You kind of had to.
Yeah.
You said something out of hand about a gangster. And around those guys, whoa, what are you saying? Hey, what the fuck? Hey. Swear to God, Italians are the only ones that can have a conversation that just consists of vowels. Like, hey, oh, hey, oh,
hey, yo,
hey, you, hey.
That's an Italian and a Jersey thing.
Yeah, it really is. It really fucking is.
Well, it's way past my fucking bedtime.
Yeah, I know that. And plus I hear your voice is starting to go too, Bubs.
Yeah, I'm starting to start cracking and shit. So
yeah.
All right.
Go get some rest, brother.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later. All right.
All right, love you, Bub.
I love you. All right, bye.
Bye. Well, guys, that was Bub. Bautista. Well, he's the villain in it, so I mean, like, Bautista pissed me off for a whole different set of reasons than he pissed you guys off. So the whole thing was there's a running trope, and it all comes down to wrestling for me. There's one thing I actually do respect about Bautista, and I'll get to that quite a bit Batista, the reason he pissed me off before any kind of woke bullshit. Batista pissed me off because when it came to wrestling, Daniel Bryan had caught fire. But the plan for WrestleMania that year was to have Batista go into the main event and win the fucking title. He had left wrestling for, I don't know, 5 years, whatever, and came back at the Royal Rumble and won. And the fans, like, legit, like, were rioting on him. That's why they called him Batista. Like, I mean, fans lost their shit about Daniel Bryan and the Yes movement at the time. But it was the whole thing. He's like, I don't understand. You guys should just put the title on me, all this kind of stuff, and we should stick with the plan. But the fans are actively telling you, like, no. And he still was like, well, that doesn't matter what the fans want. And it was like, fuck you then, dude. Like, you don't get it. The thing that actually makes me respect Dave Batista is this. Disney, when they were supposed to do Guardians 3 originally, damn, I just fucked that up. I'm going to have to go back in there and hit that with purple again. When they were originally supposed to do Guardians of the Galaxy 3, somebody went and blew up James Gunn's old tweets, and he had made some unsavory, fucked up tweets. And you could tell by the tweet he was clearly joking. But, of course, the woke mob basically came from him. We're like, we're canceling him. And that's when James Gunn went over to DC and did the Suicide Squad. And then Disney relaxed their position, brought James Gunn back in. Well, it would have been real easy for somebody else to come in and do Guardians of the Galaxy if everybody was on board for it. One of the main voices that were like, I will not come back. I don't care if you guys sue me on my contract. I don't give a shit. I will not act in your movie unless you bring back James Gunn. He's the director, was Dave Batista. He said, I will not come back as Drax the Destroyer. You're going to have to recast the role because I'll only work with James Gunn. I don't give a fuck what he said. He gave me this shot. He gave me this opportunity. He made me famous. He understands the characters, like all that. So, like, Batista legit put his money where his mouth was on that one. So that made me respect him a lot because he's like, James Gunn's been nothing but good to me, taking care of me behind the scenes. Excellent director, one of the best I've ever worked with, because Dave Bautista's worked on other movies. And he's like, but it was really James Gunn. He's like, so he's loyal like that, and I can respect the shit out of him for it. The other thing most people don't know is that when he was in his WWE run, he was a grandfather. I didn't see the one where he's skinny with a pearl necklace, but I can tell you The Rock looks like he fucking like, I don't know what the fuck happened to The Rock, but the last picture I saw of The Rock, he looked fucking emaciated and old as shit. And I don't know if it was he was getting ready for some kind of acting role or whatever, but when I say it looks like he just stopped whatever steroids he was on immediately, he looked bad. And I don't know if he has a disease, which, I'm not making fun of the guy because I'll never get that big in my life. But everybody was just like, yo, he's definitely off the gas. But yeah, I haven't seen anything to do with Batista in a minute. Actually, I lie. There's some movie trailer. I think it was called Wrecking Crew that I watched. But if you guys noticed, I didn't cover that one on the channel. Like, I had no interest in the movie. It just looked like standard bullshit. So when it comes to action movies, I guess I'm kind of snobbish like that when it comes to them. Because they're cheesy and they're supposed to be over the top. And, they're for guys who like that kind of fucking redonkulous violence. And, I don't know. I saw this shit for Wrecking Crew. I was like, this just looks like a typical paint by numbers action movie. Doesn't even look good. Like, doesn't look particularly good in any way, shape, or form. So I didn't even cover the trailer. They're all on Ozempic and shit. That's going to fuck up their kidneys. Like you're probably not wrong, but yeah, it's definitely going to fuck up their kidneys. If they are like that, I'm telling you that Ozempic shit. I got a bad feeling about it unless you're using it for diabetic control. I think if you're using it for weight loss, you're kind of fucked. And yeah, Eugene, I covered the Harry Potter show. The Harry Potter show does not look bad except for Black Snape. That's where you lost me. Like David had a whole joke about it earlier that he said, and it had me rolling. I'm not going to repeat it. I'll let him tell it on stream, maybe. Um, I'll just say like Black Snape makes no sense to me because when I broke down the trailer and everything, I'm like, the problem here is that if you're saying you're going to be faithful to the book with this adaptation, okay. But the moment you did Black Snape lets me know you are not going to be faithful to the book adaptation. So why would I want to watch it? I'll just watch the fucking Daniel Radcliffe movie if that's the case. Go watch young Hermione Granger and young Ron Weasley. Watched Alan Rickman as fucking Severus Snape. Your ex coworker. They're using Ozempic, and they're using it for weight loss, not for diabetes. Is that what you're saying there? That's a shame. You know, I said this before. I said this earlier tonight, and I'll say it again. Right? Women hit a certain age, and they're going to put on weight. Just law of nature. Some women are going to get skinnier as they get older too. Menopause is a hell of a thing. It's going to make you like fucking Skeletor, you know? Like super skinny, and a lot of times they're going to put on weight. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just nature. It's just the way it goes. Not something that should be controlled because you have too much. You have vanity issues, in my opinion. You know, if somebody's comfortable with themselves, they're comfortable with themselves. If they're uncomfortable, they're uncomfortable. But if that's the case and you need to lose weight, start hitting the gym, start working out, start doing things. And if you're doing something and you can't lose the weight then when you're doing that, oh, well, all I do is build up bulk and muscle. Okay, but you're making yourself healthy, right? If you've got to take something to make yourself lose weight artificially, you're asking for it at that point. Because if you can't do it naturally and you have to do that shit artificially so that you look better or feel better or whatever, it's not going to work out for you. It's actually like that should be the warning sign there. Especially not when it's like, oh, this is made for people with diabetes to keep them, even keel and alive and stuff. And like, oh, well, I'm going to use it for weight loss. Like, what are we talking about here? It's a whole nother level of extra vanity that you need to get away from because it's not going to work out in the end. You're not doing something healthy at that point. Not unless you got diabetes, then you're doing something healthy. Damn. That's fucking terrible. I feel sorry for that person, Beans. That's a shame. Paralyzed her stomach. Good Lord. Better living through chemistry, people. I mean, it's fucking, it's a shame. I mean, we live in a society where you got somebody like Sydney Sweeney looks hot as hell, right? That's great. She's young. She's supposed to look hot. She gets older and she gets fat. Oh well. You know, it's what happens when you get old. You're supposed to look good through your entire life, then that's not correct, in my opinion. I mean, I got to wear my glasses all the time now. I've got to take them off, put them on while I'm painting and reading chats. Like I'm reading the chat, I put my glasses on so I can see at distance. I have to take them off when I'm pulling, tight lines on a paint job. It's just nature of the beast. It's the way that works. Good. Good for you too. Hey, look, you know what? You enjoying the shit out of that food? Then enjoy the shit out of that food because you deserve it. I mean, I'm like that with the wife. I look at my wife. I'm like, I'm sorry. I don't look half like what I used to look like when I was younger. She's like, you think I give a fuck? Like, no. It's just like you give a fuck with it. No, I don't. You know, it's just one of those things. As you age, why would I want? I don't know. I guess some guys, it's all about that flash. And it's like, yeah, but if there's no substance to the flash, what the fuck good is it? What does it do? Does that make you feel better? You know? Ian says, I got chicken thighs in the fucking oven. Those are the only thighs I'm getting right now. God bless you, Ian. Hang in there, brother. We can't all be rock stars like Eugene and friggin', pull young girls, Not the single ones of us. No, I mean it's fine. Like, listen, be comfortable with thyself. Two things: know yourself and be comfortable with yourself. I'm not saying like all I do is eat and eat my problems and stuff like that, and I weigh like 600 pounds. Okay, that's not healthy. You know what I mean? Are you comfortable with yourself looking at like 600 pounds, but getting those emotional things under control? Then that's fine. But you know what I mean? I'm not encouraging anybody to be, slovenly or unhealthy. Try and get both those things. I'm a fucking slob. I'll be honest with you. I'm actually like I'm pretty healthy for the most part. My eating habits are very healthy. My smoking habit is very unhealthy. So, and my lazy ass is also pretty unhealthy. But you're single by choice. Hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. There's nothing wrong with being single. Um, I definitely I know people that have had a rough go at it with their significant others, whether married, girlfriend, fiance, whatever. And they just maybe they want that alone time to rediscover themselves and be them and be like, I can stand on my own first. I respect that. There's nothing wrong with it. Too much drama with college age gals. Aren't you like in your 40s though, Eugene? You gotta stop going to the fucking Taylor Swift concerts, Eugene. You gotta stop with that. It's naughty, Eugene. Naughty. Hmm. Also, now I got a bunch of you in here. Did you guys see my little trick with the heads? Check this out. So, granted, the cape's got to get glued on, which it's not ready for yet, but we got the cape on, and now that I've drilled in, you can see the magnet. I think you can see the magnet. Showed this earlier too. Yeah, you can see the magnet in there. And we has a magnet in each one of the heads that I drilled in. It's an attached head. So this is the screaming, this is the Smurf. Oh, hey, hold on. That one don't go in there. Face. And then we have the other head. Thank God I'm getting rid of Taco Tuesday face. And, yeah, the magnet's strong enough that it actually holds the cape on. So now I got to paint both heads. But yep, yeah, I actually got that shit working finally. I'm debating. I'm going red with this. Let's get in there with a. We're going with a flat red. I don't want to go to flat red. That's scarlet. I don't want to go with scarlet. That ends up like orange. I'm going to go into with it with a bloody red. I'm going to go in with a flat red and then a bloody red, I think, on this S. Are you liking the detail on the model beans? And thank you, Ian. I appreciate that. I think I do think my skill is coming up a little bit. It's not there yet, but I'm actually liking the way this one's kind of coming out. I think I'm going to go back over. I'm going to go back over like these pinstripe lines on the side. Like they look decent, but I really want them to pop. But the way I layered out the muscle with the breaks in the blue, hopefully this comes up and you guys can see it. And then I actually did the overshine on it. Like same thing with the back. Instead of it just being like a solid blue, it's actually got the accentuation on the muscle and everything. And then some of the highlights, like back here, you can see how it's much lighter. Because when I actually put them together just so I could get the angles on it. That's legit where the light would be hitting. So same thing for this leg. Went in with a little bit highlight blue. I think he's going to come together pretty cool though. I mean, hey, who wouldn't love? The only thing is, you better be careful doing that shit, cooking that late with that kind of stuff. You're gonna get a knock on the door. You're gonna get hit with the knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me. Twice on the pipe. Memes fuck off till tomorrow. Hey, young girl, what you doing down there? I mean, could be fun. Could be up for an adventure. Why the hell not? Bizarro. So, with Bizarro, it depends on which version. There are many different versions of Bizarro. Right? You had the dumbass version that they just did recently with the new Superman movie. That was like one of my least favorite Bizarros. If I'm to be honest with you, they should have just kept him Ultraman, made him from a different dimension, stuff like that. But Bizarro, you had old school Super Friends version, and then they kind of followed that up and did it in Batman the Animated Series, where Lex makes the clone of Superman, and Batman the Animated Adventure. It's fucking great the way they did them. But as far as like the 2000s, I don't know what he would have been in. Maybe that would have been the animated series. Because the whole thing is, it's like the reason why a suit goes purple and all that stuff. Like if you go back to the old ones, it's why I'm debating if I should paint this S purple instead of red. But I'm gonna keep it red just because I like it. I think it if I did them all in just the same two colors of purple and darker blue, I don't know. Wouldn't feel quite right about it, as David would say. Aldi's has the best ribeye, really. I don't know. Matter of fact, I had steak this week too. I've been eating a lot. It's a salad week for me, and then tonight was breakfast for dinner. So that was some eggs, some sausage, toast, that kind of stuff. Matter of fact, I gotta fucking finish off my pineapple juice. I gotta grab that. I have to eat what the wife lays out to me because she does stuff in a rhythm for me. She keeps my nutrition balanced. I gotta drink me pineapple juice. Wife finds out I didn't finish off my pineapple juice, she will beat the shit out of me in my sleep. Yeah, I got. A matter of fact, I just had jumbo shrimp the other day too. That's weird. You gotta stop following my food patterns. Fuck. But no, seriously, I don't know why I was in the mood for shrimp myself. I mean, here it's like, I think I had said that to Rogue. It's like, yeah, I'm having shrimp for dinner. He's like, dear Lord, you got some money, huh, son? I was like, fucking shrimp? Like, here, you can go out and catch your own shrimp. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not super big on shrimp, actually, any kind of seafood. Should I continue on with Arthur Bell, guys? Tell you what's seriously interesting though. Bubba like told that story because he's 1,000% a skeptic. He doesn't buy shit. Scallops I'll do. I'll do scallop shrimp. Fried, basically, on scallops, though. Every now and again, I'll enjoy them with some pasta, but for the most part, yeah. But yeah, seafood, usually like sushi, is usually tuna. I'm going to get sushi. Tuna, or I'll do California roll, maybe. Still debating if I want to do the Reddit Superman S. Well, guys, what do you say? Should we go back to Strange Tales with Art Bell? Where did we leave off anyway? What was the phone call about? I can't even remember. Yeah, I couldn't eat. Yeah, I gotta have variety in my foods. Depends on what I'm in the mood for. I can't eat always the same thing. Like even pasta, I love my pastas, but even that I get tired of after a minute. I'm like, all right, we need to switch this up. Clean the shit out of my brush real quick too. I just don't want to lose the tip on this one. Just the tip. You could eat meat only and be good. I need a salad every now and again. I do. I need veg. I need fruit.
Age. That's the big tip-off right there.
All right.
It really
Let this
should have
rock
been.
and roll.
And I just want to tell you one cat story. I know you're a cat fans here. We had a cat, little cat Scraps, that we had for 13 years. And we were moving to Virginia, and she was in really, really poor health, and we decided to have her euthanized before we took her to Virginia, or before we moved to Virginia. Well, my wife and I were, and she had this little cage, like a travel cage she used to love to sleep on in the kitchen.
Right.
And my wife and I were in the family room, and all of a sudden we heard this god-awful racket, if you can imagine somebody just bouncing this cage around the kitchen. I jumped up off the couch. The cat's on the cage. The cage is coming off the ground 5 or 6 inches, bouncing straight up and down.
Really not good.
No, it wasn't good. The cat jumped off, and about the same time I hollered at my wife. I said, come in here, come in here, come in here. You got to see this. And just as she came, and this thing continued to bounce, Art, for probably 10 seconds after the cat got off. And I'm not talking just like shaking. I'm talking straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down.
Yes, sir.
And just as my wife came around the corner, it stopped. So, but this house had just so many little things like that, and probably the very worst. And I didn't tell my wife this until after we moved out of the house. But we had one time we had 3 cats, and we had our pantry down in the basement, and I'm coming up the steps, and I'm not afraid of cats. Things don't bother me because we lived in this place for 13 years. But all of a sudden, I heard this low, guttural kind of growling coming from the corner of the basement, and I thought, wow, that sounds like the cats are really getting to get into one. That's what I'm telling myself. But the hair is standing up on the back of my neck. Well, just as I get to the top of the steps, I look over, and all 3 cats are curled up in the sunlight coming through the kitchen window. There was a cat now in the basement.
So it wasn't the cats at all?
Not at all, Art. So, but
well,
anyway,
all I can tell you, sir, is take sage advice and don't live in a place like that. The whole cat thing jumping up and down, bad. The growling in the corner, really bad.
That growling was
Let's
my
go to Skype.
butthole.
You're
I
on there.
had
Hello,
Taco
Aku, I
Tuesday.
believe.
Oh, it's me?
It's you, yes. Aku, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Finland.
Finland.
Oh yeah.
Okay, welcome.
Well, I'm glad to be on. Can't believe it. I'm on actually. Kind of a shock.
Well, you actually are, yes.
Yeah, well, oh yeah. Roswell, first of all. I'm
you.
a big fan of yours. Been for a long time.
Finish Roswell's. Excellent.
All right, yeah. Well, it's ghost time today, so I guess I'm gonna go for a ghost story too.
Good.
And I hope you understand my bad English, but
so far so good.
Okay, thanks. Well, this is actually a second-hand story, so I don't have a first-hand story to tell you, but second-hand is it's a good one.
All right.
Well, I have a friend who works as a security guard, and there's a mansion nearby, and he has to go around it very often, once in a day or so, go all around all the rooms and so forth.
Yeah, check it in. That's what a security guard does. Yes, you have to go around all the rooms. Mm-hmm.
And he has an electronic lock when he goes when he checks out.
Yes, sir.
And he has to put
Beans,
the right
it wasn't a raccoon.
there, and so
Raccoons
when
don't
he
say,
put the
there
right
is
code
no dinner, only soul.
Well, it kind of goes in the alarm on mode. So though, if there's someone in the mansion, it of course alarms the local police or so forth. So you put the right code in and wait for the right thing on the green light or so forth, and well, the story goes that he puts the right code in, and what you get instead of you get the green light like always, but you get also child laughing. And I know you like childs, especially child ghosts. But anyway, you put the right code in, and you hear a child laughing. So of course, you disable the alarm system to check if there's really a child in. Well, you go in, it's totally dark. Well, you can't see anything. You can't hear anything either. So you go out and put the code on again, and well, you see the green light going again, seeing that okay, the alarm system is on again, and you just wait, and you hear the child again laughing. Well, you just what else there is to do? You just have to put the alarm code on again and check the inside again to see if there is anyone inside. But there's no one inside. And what can you do? You just have to go outside again and put the code again. And after that, well, it didn't appear again.
And this was the first appearance of Elon Musk on Art Bell.
It was something. Once it does it again and again and again like that, either you've got a bad alarm system or you've got something that you probably don't want to know about. All the way from Finland.
You rebuke all the evil things on this channel. There's no evil things on this channel. We're good-hearted, good-natured people that just laugh and make fun.
Well, happy Halloween, Art and Roswell.
Thank you.
I have a ghost story for you.
Okay.
In the late summer of 2011, a really close friend, Holly, moved to Louisville, Kentucky.
And this lady asked for the ghost
Halloween
manager.
Weekend, another friend, Debbie, and I went to visit her, and she had lined up a ghost tour. And this is something that you walk around downtown Louisville, and they bring you here and there. And there were 5 or 6 stops on the trip, and
all very interesting. But I guess in a tour you don't really expect to see a ghost.
No, and to top it off, up until we arrived at the Brennan house, the main event had been the wind chill index. It was so cold, and we were hanging behind the rest of the tour group. There was another lady that had hip surgery recently, so we were going to hang back with her. And we arrived at the Brennan house. This is a historic mansion, and a family had lived in it for a couple of generations, and they were doctors and lawyers, a very talented family, but beautiful home, everybody crowding around the front, trying to get photographs of the orbs that the guide was telling us we were sure to capture. And we hung back, let everybody take all their photographs, and as people were starting to trek off to the next place, we stepped in and started taking a few photographs, and I was the last one to linger, and I'm standing there taking some shots. I'm not seeing anything. And suddenly, I have both feet firmly planted on the sidewalk. And by the way, this is a reasonably dark street. There's nobody on the street, and Holly and Debbie are walking away, and you know, come on. I'm like, okay. And suddenly, I am roughly shoved in my left shoulder, hard enough to knock me off of my feet forward. And I'm thinking,
Beans, dear Lord.
Okay, somebody shoved me. I turn around to
Yeah.
tell them how rude I think they
The
are.
time travelers.
All right, there's nobody
Yeah,
in the
we
street.
can get into one of those
Nobody
next
there.
time. I
And,
was going to do
my first thought, I swear,
Bob
my first
Lazard
thought was,
night,
don't
but
scream, go get the
yeah,
girl.
people were having. I can
So
only
I
find shit
quickly
quality
walked
audio
towards them,
on
and
it.
I said, you guys come back here. I swear to God, somebody just pushed me, and they're like, there's nobody here. And I'm like, exactly. We dash back, and the three of us are standing in front of this house in the dark, and we're taking photographs.
And then I realized my girlfriend was banging my husband, trying to kill me at the same
sort of
time.
like the hair on the back of your neck stands up.
Yeah.
And I felt like somebody was approaching me, and I knew we were the only three there, and I said, Debbie, I'm still taking photographs. Debbie, there's somebody around us. And I said, take some pictures of me. I feel like there's somebody by me.
And did
so she did. And as a matter of fact, I entered this photograph in the photo contest.
Oh, my.
Yes, it was
Okay,
called...
explain to me, since I'm not there right now, what came out in the photograph?
Well, it's hard to explain. I've never seen that kind of light anomalies in a picture, first of all. A lot of white streaking lights. I'm holding still in the photograph, and none of us are real proficient photographers. We just rely on our auto-schmato cameras.
Sure.
But particularly just behind me, up at the top of my head, there is a man there.
He's black, and he said, "Give me your money, bitch."
Face, dark eyes, deep dark eyes, and like an old-timey haircut where he had like a little pompadour thing in the front, maybe.
And you're telling me in real life this man was not there?
No, there was no one but us three ladies on this street.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, one thing you don't ever mistake is getting pushed. I mean, you know when you push.
Exactly. I mean, and you know, Debbie's taking these photos, and she's not seeing anything. She thinks she's photographing me. And so she turns and takes some more, and we're like, okay, now we're really behind. We got to get going. And I'm just like, okay, this is weird. And so we finish the tour, and we all go back to Holly's house and hit the sack, and we wake up in the morning, and we're all getting our coffee on, and you know, we're in our jammies in the kitchen, and we have the bar stools pulled up to the counter, and we're looking through our photographs, and I happen to pick up Debbie's camera, and like, what are all these lights in this photograph? And to myself, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh my goodness. This can't be. I mean, you don't even anticipate something like that in a photograph of yourself. And
I said, "Oh my God, Debbie, look at this photograph."
I said,
And
Debbie,
she took
what
the
is my
camera
husband's
from me
dick doing in your mouth,
and
Debbie?
just simply shrieked.
Yeah.
Art,
Absolutely. Listen, I'm with you all the way. You might expect lights, orbs.
Bitch better have my money through rain, sleet, or snow. That hoe better have my cash, or I'm gonna put my foot dead in her ass.
Photography, right? But, one, getting shoved by something, not at all normal, and number two, a man appearing in a photograph where there was no man, really, really strange. All right, we'll break here. This is Spooky.
Oh, shit. Come on, Art. You're killing me with the fucking break music, buddy.
Let's see, who's been hanging? Colorado's been hanging. Hi, Darren.
Hey, Art. How you doing? Roswell's.
Thank you.
When I was in college, I worked at one of the most haunted radio stations in America. It was the old...
Many stations actually are haunted.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't know
yes.
that when I took this job. I was an overnight DJ on a classic rock station. It was K-Sky Radio in Deadwood, South Dakota. And
Okay, Deadwood.
The address, believe it or not, dead serious, was 666 Main Street, Deadwood, South Dakota. So we think it was a portal for ghosts because of the strange address in Deadwood, South Dakota, 666 Main Street.
Did you
But
see
everybody that worked at
Wild
the
Bill
radio
Hickok's
station knew about
ghost,
a ghost
sir?
named Doc Smiley. He was a dentist from the 1880s to the 1920s in Deadwood, and he had a dentist practice at the location of the radio station in the second floor where the radio station was located. We were located right across from the number 10 saloon where Wild Bill Hickok got shot and killed by Jack McCall, in the 1800s.
Sure.
So there's a lot of history in that town. A lot of people met untimely deaths in Deadwood, South Dakota, and that's why I think there were a lot of ghosts in that town too. And one of them used to hang out at the radio station and do crazy things especially overnights.
Yeah, poor overnight guys.
So you said they're overnight one night. You remember the old AP teletype machines that used to
Clearly, yes.
to come over?
Of course, yes.
One night we were there, and the dentist office was converted into a newsroom. And through a double-pane glass, we looked through the glass and we saw a man standing there in Old West garb. And we thought that was pretty strange. We walked around the corner, and nobody was there. So he was gone. And then another time when we were working there, for whatever reason, whenever we played Led Zeppelin's Whole Lotta Love, things seemed to kind of crazy things would happen. We would have clocks on the wall would turn upside down. The old carts, that we used to play that had the commercials on, we'd find them stacked weird or turned upside down. Just all kinds of weird things.
Mm-hmm.
All kinds
actually, we used to, for example, if you played a card and you didn't allow it to requeue, you would automatically turn it upside down to remind yourself to cue it.
You're right. Yeah, that's true. So you remember how we used to stack those? Well, they would be all, changed around if you walked out of the room and came back. So it was just crazy things like that used to happen when you worked overnights at that radio station. Through the corner of your eye, you'd see dark figures walking down the hall. Doorways would creak and slam by themselves. And one night I was working late during a blizzard, and about 3:30 in the morning, I heard a really loud demonic roar come from down the hallway. So I thought it was one of my friends playing a trick on me. So I went running down the hall to see if I could catch him. Went down the stairs, and it was a snowstorm. I looked out the door, and there were no tracks or anything. So I knew that nobody else was at the station other than me. So it kind of freaked me out the rest of the night.
I'm sure. Well, there are so many stories. I don't know why radio stations are the target of hauntings, but they are. It's true. Now, I don't know why any radio station, particularly one in Deadwood, would allow itself to be marked as 666 in their address.
Where's Bob? I don't know.
Let's go to Skype.
Hopefully he's doing good.
Hello.
Good evening, Art.
Good evening.
My story is kind of an ongoing story.
Okay, Michael, you're kind of you don't have good audio. Can you move a little bit or something?
Yeah. Is that better?
A little. Back away a little more.
Okay, well, I bought the microphone. Is that better?
Well, not really, so just go ahead and talk in the mic.
Okay, I moved into this house 12 years ago, and every evening between 7 and 9, there's a thump at the door.
Right.
It's like someone hitting it, not knocking. And through the years, I go to the door and look out the peephole, and nothing's there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just kind of blew it off as, it's my ghost. Well, one night I decided, okay, I'm going to go outside and sit out there and see if this is the kids or what. And I went outside and I stayed out till about 9:30. Come back in the house and sit down. I get a thump again.
Mm.
And so I don't know what this is. It's been going on for 12 years. And I called you about 3 weeks ago and told you that my cat sees something flying around the room.
Sure.
And you told me that you don't want to know what it is because if it would get a hold of me,
Mm-hmm.
it would tear me up. That's
Probably
haunted
would.
me ever since.
Yeah,
You
well,
scared the hell out of me.
keep your eye on your cat, Michael. And thank
I'll tell you
very
what,
much
you
for the
can
call.
tell Art Bell's done with that caller.
Yeah, sure. Cats see these things. There's absolutely no question about it. Anybody with a cat knows. Texas brings Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hi, Mr. Bell. How are you this evening?
I'm great, thank you.
Well, happy Halloween. Well, we only got 25 minutes left here in Texas.
Uh-huh. That's enough.
Well, my story is about my twin brother, my identical twin brother with whom I was extremely close. Back in 2003, December of 2003, he took his life.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And obviously it was crushing beyond words for me. And in the weeks and months following his passing, we were close. Even for twins, we were extraordinarily close.
Mm-hmm.
And
We used to have sex with each other.
From the very beginning, I sort of always felt that I would receive some communication from him. I didn't really have doubt. I had doubt as to how it would happen, and if it happened in a place that would make other people think I might be insane or something like that. But I really thought it would happen, eventually. But as the months went on, and this is, now 3 or 4 months into after his passing, I had not yet received any communication from him, and I was very. I just wanted to know he still existed. I didn't at that point. I was still in shock. I was pretty fearless. I thought, even if the Catholics are right and they go to the bad place, if they do something like that, well, then I can figure out a way to get him out of there somehow. I really just wanted to know he still existed. And so I got home one day from work, and this was, again, probably 4 or 5 months at the most after he passed. I was working a very manually intensive job, so I would come home sweaty and grimy. And of course, in Austin, Texas, it's by April it's already in the 90s at least.
Sure.
And so would come home, immediately take a shower, get the grime off, and I was in the shower, and all of a sudden a song came into my head, and it was I didn't attach any significance to it at the time. It was a song from Paul's favorite band of all time called the Smiths. And so I exercised my God-given right as a person living by myself to sing in the shower, which I immediately started to do.
Mm-hmm.
And
Is it just me, or does Art Bell sound
1 or
really
2
fucking
seconds
bored with the callers?
my starting to sing this song, which I did not think of. The song came to me and sort of asked to be sung. in an
It's
odd way.
me, Art. It's F&A Ranger Xbox. I just wanted to tell you that I saw a spooky.
Before I got probably the first full line of the song out, I instantly knew my brother was fortunately not in the shower with me. He was right outside the shower curtain. I knew exactly the elevation of where he was. I knew how far away from the shower curtain he was. Everything about him was there. And the feeling was so strong, I had absolutely no need to look beyond the shower curtain to see if there was any wispy smoke or, you know, if there would be wind in my hair. I mean,
Should have asked him to hand you a towel.
Yes, right.
Well, okay, I understand that's very comforting for you, and I don't know how to interpret that, and whether I do interpret that as a ghost. I might interpret that as your own mind doing something that provided the comfort that you had been wanting. And I don't mean to diminish your story in any way, but as told, that's kind of how I would interpret it. On Skype comes Lisa. Hello, Lisa.
I'm a first-time caller.
Oh, where are you, Lisa? Where are you?
I'm good.
No, not how are you. Where are you?
Oh, I'm a truck driver, and I'm currently in North Carolina.
Okay.
So, my husband was in the Navy, and we were stationed in Guam, and he was out at sea, and my little girl was about 2 years old at the time. And we were sitting in the living room having MacDonald's for lunch, and she looks over at the staircase, which is off to her left, and I'm off to her right, sitting on the couch. And she's looking at the staircase, and she turns around and she looks at me and she says, "Mom, can I give that man a French fry?" And
I said, no, I already gave that man a BJ.
yeah, okay, sure.
Don't tell your daddy, daughter.
She turns back around and looks toward the staircase again, and then she looks back at me and says, "Where'd he go, Mom?" And I said, "I don't know, baby. I never saw the man."
Mm-hmm.
That was just, that's it. That's
Okay,
the story.
well, that's a good one, I guess. There could have been a man there that you didn't see.
Mhm.
Or
Yeah, like he was only about 2, so.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Dude, the way he said that,
Again,
like,
with
he's
that one,
just
I'm
not
sure what to do with it. There could have been a man there.
he's not having it
Or
tonight.
there could have been a man there that only she saw. Kind of hard to say, huh? Let's go to New Hampshire and Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Art. How's Wells?
Thank you.
Good. Well,
Oh, that's
story,
fucked up.
started about 23
He had
years
interesting
ago.
callers till they passed
My
away or
father
left his
had,
channel.
rented
Who
a
left
house
his
with
channel?
Boss, split entry house, cathedral ceilings, beautiful place. The first night that we moved in, my first night that was actually quite bad. I started with a really bad dream of me coming out on the back porch. We had like a large deck, and I saw this old man there, and he was sitting at a table. And when he turned around, his eyes were hollowed out; they were gone.
Bad.
And yeah, and he had his teeth were rotten. And just recalling it, actually.
Wait, was it me or did I travel back in time? What's going on here?
Yeah, and but not only that though, he looked quite old. But I woke up from it. But when I woke up from it, I was wide awake, and there were these big balls of light that were zigzagging through my room, and I was
Somebody's
terrified.
big light balls were in
They
your
were
face, sir?
Giant, I mean, people talk about like spirit orbs. I mean, this was back in the early '90s, before there were any ghost shows or anything. But there were these giant orbs. There was like with long tails zigzagging around my room. But
To tighten up in the center of that
the
S.
first night, and a lot of things happened. You know, in the beginning, I didn't tell anyone because it was my parents and my brother. I was 16 years old, and it got to the point where I'd get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Now,
I would have told everybody.
Yeah.
And you're not telling anybody about this?
Well, I was 16 years old. I was scared, you know, and I didn't know what my parents would think. You know, we weren't very religious. My father was an atheist. And my father, you know, he served in Vietnam. He was hard as nails, still is today.
My father would have beat the shit out of me for this foolishness, Art.
But I'd get up on the use the bathroom. Now, on the main floor, I mean, this place was huge, big living room, a den, you know, and then my brother's room was next to mine, and adjacent to ours was my parents' room. And I'd be so afraid to get up to use the bathroom because there'd be a giant mist going down the hallway.
I mean, you walk into the hallway and it was freezing cold.
Really?
And I would run down. The hallway was long. And this place was a mansion, but it was big. And I would run into the bathroom. And while I was using the bathroom, I could hear whispering and footsteps all through the house. And I'm just summarizing it because it's a long story, and I'm still being
Maybe it was Viet Cong your daddy killed. Dear Lord.
But, you know, there's been there was one
this is
occasion
definitely
like
a
back in the
fun
90s,
Art Bell
the
one,
computer
though.
could-
Just for the commentary
Well,
on
the
it, guys.
computers, when you use a program in high res, the screens would flicker. So you go out and buy one of those special screens you put on with Velcro, and they would stop the flicker on the screen. Back in the old days, it was PCs and Commodore Amigas and whatnot.
Sure, yeah, oh, I remember.
Yeah, but well, I used to love to write, and I still do. And as I was using my computer, I looked up, and there was this twisted face staring over my shoulder. And, of course, this was like at 11 o'clock at night. It was just, I mean, I could see the eyes even now. They were red, but they weren't like glowing red. They were pupils, but they were reptile-like. And I jumped out of my chair.
You know, most people
And I was like, cocaine is one hell of a
I
drug.
think it would do a darn bit of good. Whatever it is good to you.
I eventually told my parents.
He said, told my parents. I thought he said, I eventually shit my
You're
pants.
not just feeling these things up. I said, no. Well, I finally built up enough nerve to talk to my brother, whose name is Jim. Come to find out, he was experiencing the same thing. Seeing the faces and the screens and seeing figures in the house. You know, we have a furnished basement downstairs, and that's where the laundry room was. And I go downstairs to the laundry, and as I go to walk back upstairs, I hear someone whisper my name. And, of course, I start running up the stairs. Right, I start running up the stairs. When I turn around, I see this white figure with bulging eyes. I can't describe what it looks like. You know, it wasn't...
Just imagine if this S were reversed. It looks like Superman's.
UFO
Listen, Guy, you're haunted. I mean, you are just thoroughly, completely followed and haunted. That's all there is to it. You don't bother moving. Obviously, that thing will come with you. Good heavens to Betsy, will be right back on Spooky Matter.
There are people like that. No matter what they do, they're haunted.
It was the Greys.
Yields the following.
Wait, you did say the Greys. I think I read that right. I looked at it real fast. Did you say that it was the Greys or the Gays?
Sorry, John. Yes,
I mean, it could have been either.
And we're monitoring them. And I'll have something to say about all that tonight. But yes, it's rough. We know. All right, let's, let me see here. How about Washington and Craig? Hello, Craig.
I'm here.
Okay. Then it's your turn. Yes, it is, Mr. Bell. I'm fine.
All right. What I was going to tell you is I left the bowl out. Trick or treat. Take as many Roswells as you would like.
Thank you.
It's still there.
Yes.
Let's see what this looks like
well,
real
yeah, you know,
quick.
this
just want to tighten up on
kind
him.
of a little bit difficult to just get down in one sentence. It's got to be a few things. It kind of equates around some of the history of the property that was on. And this goes back to an area called Clarksburg, not in Pennsylvania or anywhere back east. It's actually in California. It's about 14 miles from the Capitol steps.
Okay.
UC Davis in the 1980s, 1890s, I should say, a little uptight here about that, but formed this conglomeration about reclamation of properties that were taken over by the floodplains of the Delta. So they came in and they went with this whole invention about pumping out the water and storing out the lands. Well, these were sacred lands to the Indians of that place.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, what they did was they were able to get the pumping stations in and get this one area reclaimed, which pretty much reclaimed the whole Delta region of the Sacramento area and then down in San Joaquin.
Okay.
But this guy named John McClellan, the person that did the landscaping there in Golden Gate Park, came in and did all of the landscaping on this property, and they made this property the signature soap piece of this land.
I think he's coming together all right,
It
guys.
kind of goes on from there, where there was something spiritual about this land to the native Americans that were occupying it and living in that area. This is something that they claimed as their own, and this is where they buried a lot of their dead. was high ground, but it was also something near the water. And then, you know, you have all the effluent of all the levees and dikes and things that were naturally created there. So they felt that. So it kind of comes down to where there's
I
a lot
mean,
of key
Eugene,
players in this.
you're technically not
I guess
wrong.
what we
Either
need to
way,
do is
you're
cut
getting
this short
probed in the
because
butt.
We do, yes.
I know. I'm going there with you. There are a lot of people there.
Give me
that are
1
involved
minute. I
in
want to
this,
look
but
at something. I got to go
one of the
grab it,
people
though.
that came into the hands of this property was a guy named Gus Sands, and this is all public record, and I can talk
Okay,
about this.
just sort of tell me what happened. In other words,
You just want to get right to the chase.
Yeah, the heart of the story.
Okay. Well, anyway, there was a lot of figurative things that happened in this event.
Yes.
And what we were doing is we were trying to bring this property back up to market, and we were working on it. And so, you know, and as we were working with it, we had a lot of characters involved in it, which are all the threads, and maybe someday I'll write a book. Who knows? But not for tonight's listeners, okay?
Okay.
So what we were doing is, in the summers in Sacramento, they get very hot sometimes. And so we would do the siesta thing, you know, lay down about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you know, and get yourself a little cooled off. Now, I happen to have a waterbed at the time. I used to take the sheets off, just lay on the cool bed, you know how that is.
Right.
Well, I had this event where I kept having these kind of weird dreams about electricity, and I'm an electrician, so I didn't figure it was more than just my imagination. But in some of these dreams, I was being lifted up through the light socket up in the ceiling, and then I'd come away with physical marks.
Physical marks. That can happen in dreams, yeah.
Well,
I had to go get that part of the base. I forgot I had
and thought maybe I'll just scratch
coded
my
it.
leg. No, they were handprints where I could not put them on my ankle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, those are weird enough things, but and there was
Want
a
to see
lot of
how
other
he
things
looks
that
on here.
tailed into this. But I guess the most amazing thing about this whole story was that I met this gal, and she was very spiritual. As a matter of fact, she was kind of a handler for this for a
Okay, we're going to actually have to get to the heart of the story, the end of the story, I guess.
All right, we're going to go right to it then, I guess, if
Okay.
you want.
Mm-hmm.
Right
Yes.
to the meat. So it happened that I was with this one particular gal, and she was a runway model and was a handler for the salad agency, and she was very spiritual, and she did a lot of healing things, and we had all that energy going. There was a lot of energy connected to this property to begin with, and which I didn't get a chance to tell you about all that. But as it turns out,
Gonna look badass, I think.
like I said, I had these recurring dreams. The one night, you know, we were resting, and then I fell asleep, and then in my dream, I was going in and out of the from the bedroom to the kitchen, and the kitchen was this brightly lit, really beautifully, kind of like green, and then checkerboard.
Yeah, this one's
foundation
coming
at the
out pretty
bottom, and
cool.
the lights were dimming up and down, and the gal was following behind me in my dream, but it was all well lit. It was all just like you would see it in your waking state. Okay, so, you know, and then I kind of looked behind me. I told her, I says, "Wake me up, the spooks are here," because I used to refer to these guys as spooks. They used to haunt the property. So somehow I was like back in bed, and she was holding me down on the bed because she said I kept coming off the bed, levitating. And
It ain't the first time.
those were
What,
her
you think that's
words.
rare he did with a
Levitating.
demon?
Well,
The hell? What's
like I
wrong with
said,
that?
Going towards the fixture in the ceiling above my bed.
Well, you apparently like electricity.
I guess as an electrician, I guess I would.
Yeah, I am definitely
thank
digging
you,
the way
Greg,
this
but
is coming out.
We just sort of didn't get there. The levitating part was definitely interesting, but boy, that was a long trip. Let's go to Texas and Bill. Hello, Bill.
All right, what a pleasure. First off, I got to tell you, Megan Roswell's, and it is so good to hear your voice. I've loved you for years, and you're so much better than anybody else out there.
Just keep
Okay,
left
I'm
and
a
right
doctor.
there, buddy.
I'm 67 years old, and back when I was in medical school, I was an exchange student, and I went to the University of London, Middlesex Hospital. And their hospitals and their doctors and their nurses were really great. They were a lot less
Fucking rebel,
they used
that's
a lot
great.
less technology than we did. The nurses were called sisters.
I used to love my waterbed.
And in working with the patients,
I had one when I was a kid.
I had a patient ask me, about a very kind, nice lady.
They don't make them anymore,
that
do they?
offered her tea. And who was that person? Well, I didn't know who that was, and I asked around in the hospital. And this is something that all the hospital staff knew, but none of the patients knew, and they didn't want anybody to talk about it at all. And the story of a ghost named the Gray Lady.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that patients that ended up dying right before they would die would see this apparition that they thought was a nurse, but she was dressed. She was dressed as the old nurses back then did, before the current ones. And I'm talking about the 70s, so even before that. And
I
she would
gotta
offer
go
them
way
tea,
light blue with this.
and they would be dead within 24 hours.
Actually, I don't.
And they told the story. Yes.
There was a story kind of like this that was actually in the mainstream press not long ago about a cat that would go and curl up next to somebody. I think it was in a nursing home. And every time this cat went to somebody, they would, within, as you point out, 24 hours or so, die.
Right. Well, I didn't read about that, but it's the kind of thing that was going on there. But they had their own theory about it. And one time they told the story, the staff there, about an apparently well patient that said, who was that really nice lady that wanted to know if I wanted tea? And this was a lady that was doing well and what?
Oh, no.
Yes.
I see it coming. I hear it coming.
Right, and she was dead within 24 hours of a pulmonary embolus, a blood clot to her lungs. And nobody thought she was going to die. So it wasn't like somebody was just going to the people that we expected to die.
I hear you.
And the theory they had about it was that this was a nurse who was taking care of people in the old days in that hospital, Middlesex Hospital. Mm-hmm. And a patient had asked her for some tea, and she forgot about it. She forgot to bring it. And the patient died. And so their theory was after she died, this was their way of making amends to try to comfort the patients that were about to die. And they believed it totally. They were totally convinced of it, and they wouldn't let anybody tell it to anybody outside the circle of people that worked there. Because
as a doctor, how did you feel about this?
You know, I have seen so many things that you wouldn't think was possible. People live that you wouldn't think should have lived. Mm-hmm. I'm on board with it. I really am. I mean, I think there's more things out there than people know about.
Obviously so. Thank you very much. That's very interesting from a doctor. It would be interesting, wouldn't it, to hear from other physicians that I know have heard many and have seen many, many things that should not be possible and yet are. Still, as a doctor, as a scientist, actually, and you can refer to a doctor, I think, as a scientist of sorts, right? Very well schooled. It's almost ingrained in them to, well, chuckle at this sort of thing, and yet they meet up with it. And as they do again and again and again, I wonder how it affects them. All very, very interesting. All right, let me look at the times. Obviously, Marty in California has been waiting a long time. Hi, Marty.
Hi, Art. How are you?
Fine.
I just wanted to tell you about something that happened to our family. I adopted my 3 little grandchildren, and the 10-year-old granddaughter of mine, she went over to a friend's house to spend the night, and she'd been over there a couple of times before, and it had taken her a while to go back, and I just thought maybe it was just her and the little girl maybe, had gotten into words or something. Kids do that. Anyway, she went over, and she called me the next morning, and this is a child that doesn't get excited over anything. She was, Grandma, you have to come and get me right now. And I said, what's wrong with you? And she said, you just have to come and get me. Right now, Grandma, you can't, you just stop doing anything you're doing and you come and get me. So I got in the car and I went over there. I knew it wasn't just a child thing. So I picked her up and she ran and got in the car and I left and I come home and I told her, I said, Sissy, what happened to you? And she said, nothing, Grandma. And I said, did someone hurt you or
My waterbed had a heater in it.
Touch you? No, Grandma, I'm okay. I'm okay. And so I just let her go because I thought maybe it was just nothing. And that evening, it was about time to go to bed. She came in and she said, "Grandma, I need to talk to you alone." So we went in my bedroom, and she just broke down and started crying hard and shaking. And I said, "What is wrong with you?" And she said, "Grandma, there's two black figures in that house over there."
I don't like black people, Grandma.
"What are you talking about?" She said, "Last night when I was asleep, she said something was breathing in my ear." And then she said, "Well," and it started pulling me across the carpet and had me by my ankle. And she said, I went to the shower, and the next morning, and she said that it was something was on the other side of the shower curtain, and she got so scared that she ran out without even drying off. And she said, "Grandma, it's playing with that lady's babies."
And that's why you got to keep Uncle Jim away from these kids.
I had to make her a bed next to my bed because she just was hysterical. She was so scared and traumatized. And so the next morning I called my friend and I said, "You need to come over here because we need to talk." And she came over, and I told my granddaughter, I said, "Tell her what you told me." And she just broke down crying again. She said, "There's two black things over there, and they're playing with your baby." And my girlfriend, she completely fell apart. And so I told her she needed to ride home, and I said, "Well, I'll give you a ride until." And my granddaughter said, "Well, I don't want to go." I said, "Come on, Sissy, I'm not going to leave you alone, home alone. So you go. We're not going to get out." So I drove up in the driveway, and it's kind of an upgraded driveway, uphill a little.
Yes.
I pulled up there, and the lady got her baby, and she got out. And, this lady's hysterical. She doesn't know what to do, and she's scared too. And I told her, whatever you do, don't keep the baby from them. It might make whatever it is mad, and then it could really, if it's playing with the baby and not bothering it. Anyway, she got out, and all of a sudden my 10-year-old granddaughter started kicking the back of the passenger seat. She was screaming like somebody was stabbing her. She said, "Go, Grandma, go, he's coming out the bathroom window." It was a 2-story. And I said, "Oh my God." And she said
"It's Uncle Pookie, and Pookie got a TV."
Go. So I flew out of there.
And you saw nothing?
No, I didn't see anything. I was having some kind of cardiac arrest when she was doing this because it scared me so bad.
Yeah.
And seeing her hysterical. So I flew out of the driveway, almost tore up my car, got her home. She was just hysterical for days and days. Slept next to my bed. I had to get a see-through shower curtain because she was worried about something being on the other side. It took a couple of months before she was asleep in her own room.
Kids say the darndest things, don't
I
they?
would suppose that this kind of thing would put you into a state of shock. So that, yes, you wouldn't want to be in the shower, and if you were, you'd want to be able to see out. And playing with babies? No, I think not. Perhaps it would be interpreted by somebody as play, but it only takes once, right? Let's go to Jeff in California. Hi, Jeff.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Quite well, thank you.
Great. I'm a little nervous, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. I'll try my best here.
Best thing to do is take a deep breath and just relax.
Yeah, we're not all used to being on the radio like you are. I have a ghost story that happened to me. It was back in June of 1985. A friend of mine that I grew up with had the same birthday, and I hadn't seen him for a few years. And we always tried to get together on a birthday because we had the exact same birthday. And at that time, he ended up in a little town. It's called Lake Elsinore. And I drove out there. We got together, and we
I
went
know
to,
you guys are saying, but
I
Gam,
asked
you're
him,
going to paint
if,
over those
there were
damn
any
veins
old
through
abandoned
everything.
houses or anything like that to visit, because that's what we did a lot of when we were growing up. And he told me there was this great one nearby, and we went by it. It was this gigantic structure, and it was left over from like the 1920s.
It was Diddy and his boys.
Abandoned houses. I spent some time with you.
Fucking.
Oh, yeah, it was always fun to explore when we were kids, So I was just kind of doing a little catching up and all of that. But when I saw this place, I was just extremely
like I was saying,
intimidated. It was just massive.
the reason I'm drawn in the veins
like,
now
we're going to go in there
is
tonight
because
after
when I
dinner.
cut over in
It's like,
gray,
you got to be kidding me, It's just huge.
I'm going to try and go a little
So, we went to
translucent
eight,
on the veins so
and,
that they pop under the
driving
skin.
towards the place, we
And if
ran
not, I'll
into a
just
friend of
highlight
his,
them afterwards again.
down the street,
But
told him
I'm drawing
about
them
it,
in so
went to his
this way
place,
I
got
know
a
where they
crappy-
are.
I guess we just
go
lost
into
that.
this place.
Oh, you are there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did we cut off or?
Yeah, for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was.
Anyway, go ahead.
So we went through this place, and it was extremely huge. It just took hours and hours to go through every bit of this place, room after room, on and on.
Oh, the ghost got him, guys.
And on. Went through there.
Shit, is that me or is that the actual? I gotta look now.
Went out the back and trying to explain this because we went up an
Ooh,
outside staircase.
that's actually really fucking
next to
creepy
a
right
room
there.
Up there, just at the top of the stairs, and suddenly I heard
It's like
footsteps
YouTube wasn't loading right for a
down
second.
below, and I was extremely, we were all very nervous. It's like, oh my gosh, who's in there? And when no one said a word, and we're just sitting there, and the footsteps got closer and closer and closer and closer until they were upstairs on the level we were at, and these footsteps came right up. I had my back to a door. There was just pitch black in this room. And, whatever it was walking just right up within arm's length of me. And it was just, had no idea who was there. And we just jumped up and we bolted out of this place as fast as we possibly could, And I was just really, I was just really shook up about that. Like, who the heck was that? Well, I went
Caller,
back.
has anybody ever told you your voice is gayer
Now,
than
why would you go
Liberace?
back after that?
Well, because I just went out to visit. It was broad daylight.
Mm-hmm.
It was a
All right, so
completely
you
different
went back.
thing. Yeah, and the thing that just, really got me was that seeing in the daylight, these footsteps that I heard, and they were as plain as can be, they were in the room below us and they came upstairs. And it's just, to make it quick, whatever was making those footsteps, and they were as clear as my voice is, this person, or whatever it was, went through the ceiling and went through walls, came, it was just, there was no way to go from the lower level where the footsteps started, except to come outside into this back courtyard and come up the flight of stairs at the top of which we were sitting at.
Well, ghosts can do that. I mean, they can go through
yeah, no
material things.
kidding. But I just couldn't figure that out. Well, I stayed there the whole day. We were hanging out, and we went back to that night. I had brought a really big flashlight with me. We went through the whole place again. Nothing happened. We went out the back again, and we went out into the courtyard. We went up the same flight of stairs, back to the very same room. Went inside. It's like peering through there. There's a little bathroom. It's all broken up. This place is abandoned. It's been that way for quite some time. And then as we were peering into this bathroom with a flashlight, all of a sudden there was this loud boom noise. But it was so strange because it was like just a second before that noise, we both just sort of simultaneously jumped back a step together. And then this noise, and then these bats come flying out of this bathroom, It's like they're all, brushing through the hair and across the face and everything. But I heard these two very distinct grunting noises, very low.
Melissa was there.
Grunt. And it was like, bats don't make that kind of noise. And in my head, I'm not telling
I told you.
I heard a voice say, "Get out." I did not. But in my head, those
He
words
heard my
translated to
friend
that, if
Peter's
that makes
voice
sense.
say, "Get out of my anus."
It makes sense, and you should have gotten immediately out. That's certainly what I would have done. California and David.
Art, how are you?
Well, very well, thank you.
fantastic. It's a pleasure to talk to you, especially on Halloween.
Yes, sir.
My ghost story goes back to 1988. I had just graduated high school and was working at this garden center in Pasadena, California. And it was a great place. It was, a lot of the structures on the property were back from the early 1900s. And one day I'm in one of the buildings, and about a 15 by 15 room, and I'm against one of the sides of the building, cutting up some paper, and I end up backing up into a ghost.
And how does one know you've backed up into a ghost?
Well, I felt the person behind me when I
tingle in my cheeks, sir.
My foot ended up on their foot, so my heel didn't touch the ground, and I felt like I pushed a body back, and I turned around. I thought it was my boss having snuck up behind me, and I turned around, and this is a big room, and there was nothing there. And by the time I stopped running,
I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. You ran. That's what I would have done, too. When you're bumping into a body, you can feel it. It's very solid. So, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I literally turned around and said, I'm sorry, and I don't think I got the word sorry out. I ended up coming back into the store. I literally ran probably a couple hundred feet out into the street and came back and talked to a couple of the employees there, and they had told me that up to 3 people had killed themselves on that site, and that just freaked me out. But,
I would say you definitely had an encounter with, I'm not going to say disembodied spirit.
Just say something.
Like that spirit had a body.
It was the Demogorgon from the Upside Down. Nice.
Arizona. And Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm just very thankful for your call. Very, very lucky for me to talk to you.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, this happened several years ago. I was in my house here in Phoenix, Arizona, and my husband and I
live totally in Phoenix, Arizona.
And we were watching TV, and it was actually close to midnight. I think it might have been October 5th or something, but I'm not sure. But we were watching a show called Most Haunted. It was an English show with a girl named Yvette, and they were supposedly doing a live show in London, ghost hunting. And they were having like a seance. They were supposed to be getting in touch with Jack the Ripper at one point, and then they were doing a Ouija board. And we had all the lights in the house out. We thought it was kind of amusing, and we were kind of enjoying it. So while we were watching the show, I had to go to the bathroom. So my husband was in bed, which is actually an important point. I got up, and I went down the hall, which is like you go a short hall, and then you make a right. So I was like 2 halls away. And I shut the door, and I heard from the back of the hall that I was next to, in the back of that hall is a guest bedroom. I heard footsteps coming down the hall from that room. And they were very slow, heavy, plodding steps. And the whole house was dark. I didn't bother to turn on any lights. And I thought, why is Robert getting up? And I thought, what is he going to go feed the cat? Or because it was going towards the kitchen. But in my heart, I knew that was not my husband. I just was aware that subconsciously that those were not his walking.
Right.
The steps got closer to me. They were very slow. They sounded just like Frankenstein. Seriously. And then they went into the kitchen and stopped. And I thought, if I open this door and it's all black out there, like I'm just going to die. I opened up the door. It was all black out there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And,
you obviously lived.
I don't know what that was. I went back down the hall. My husband's lying in bed staring at me. And I looked at him and I said, I thought I heard you walk down the hall. And he looked at me and he goes, I thought I heard you walk down the hall. But you were supposed to be in the restroom, and then I saw the light come on when you opened the door again. So we both heard it from different parts of the house.
Right, I got you. Let me tell you what I think. And it's just what I think. It's not what I know. You were watching, you said, a seance on television. You were watching somebody manipulate a Ouija board on TV. And this is just a wag, but listen. These things invite things to you. And it may well be that even on television, it does not matter. If you're watching this kind of material, or I might add, listening to a program like the one you're listening to right now, that discussion of these things invites things to you that you might not want.
Shit.
Just a word of warning. But even through the TV, Ouija boards, seances, no, not good. Maybe okay tonight, but otherwise not good.
I can see her lying there in her satin dress.
All right. Where
in a room where you do what you don't confess.
Frequencies other than 80 meters.
Well, thank you.
And I want to give a shout out.
Rebuking all these
to
people's bad shit.
I'm very loosely affiliated with them, thank God. My story is about a friend of mine from the 80s, went back when I lived in Illinois. And we more or less lost touch with one another, as people do when they get older. And
right.
I moved to this really painfully small town called Allerton, which was literally out in the middle of nowhere. And it's a fairly short story. I was laying in bed, sleeping, minding my own business, and out of dead sleep, and I don't like to get up in the morning, so this had to be something for me. Somebody's tugging on my foot, and I thought, oh, what's this? And it was my friend David saying goodbye. And
He said, right, mate, you're a dickhead. I'm out of here, mate. And I was like, bye, David.
I was curious, so I got up and got ready to go to work, turned on the radio, and there's the news story that my friend David had died in a car accident about 3 miles south of where I was.
Good Lord.
Yeah, and it hit me pretty hard.
And he had been tugging on your foot, waking you up to say goodbye.
That's right. And we were
it's better than him tugging on your dick to say hi, I guess.
I hate to bandy the word spiritual sense out there, but we weren't typical, knothead high school kids.
Yeah.
So it actually figured that he would do that, if you know what I mean.
It does. That's one hell of a story, buddy.
Yeah, good story there, buddy. I trust you, bud.
If it had happened to me, I guess, first there would be horrible shock, and then, I don't know, I guess you'd be at peace with it because you realize your friend did say goodbye to you, but that's rough stuff. That really is rough stuff. I wonder how many.
What's a painfully small town?
To say goodbye.
A town of like 500 people, and there's like 20 of them children.
Absolutely fascinating.
And everybody else is like old as shit.
Ron. Hi, Ron.
Hello, Art. Roswell to you. And I wanted to just give you a brief start on what happened to me. I have a best friend, and we've known each other for 30 years, and we fish a lot, and it's night fishing. And, of course, as both we were school teachers, so that meant not much day fishing, so we do a lot of night fishing, especially in the summertime. And that's how I got started listening to you each night. And I probably had the first CC Radio Plus, and I also have the Versacorder and all of this because I would have to get up early in the morning to go teach school, and so I would have your program to record every night.
I see.
Well, and so while
I don't know, is that my net that's crapping out, or is it the video?
who is my best friend, and I would go out fishing night on the weekends, and we were having to go through
Videos
at that
fighting
time,
like hell not to play
I think
for some
WBT
reason.
in Charlotte was one of your stations
right
back then, and we would just
I
get out
haven't
there.
watched
and
that
of course, we would
racist
hear
movie,
boats of it.
Centers.
The boat would turn some way, and then a way that we would lose a little bit of the signal.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was just because it was coming in. Charlotte was coming in on Skip, and you know how Skip goes in and
I
out.
do. Comes and goes.
Sure you do. I'm a KA4 FUG for 25 years, so we know about Skip. Well, so we were fishing, and it was late at night, and I was listening to you, and he was listening to you as we fished, and you had just gotten through the section where you would give the world news and talk maybe the first 15 minutes on the world news, and
That's right,
and
yes.
and I didn't know what your next topic was going to be, because we'd catch a fish and that would go over top of your topic, and then so on. So we moved up this lake, and we moved up to a point where there was a creek running in, and it was running into the main body of water, and we were almost to the headwaters of the lake. And as we sat on this point, and normally that's a great place to catch fish because you've got the creek coming in with fresher water, cooler water, and and running into the
Go
body, main body
translucent
of the
on me
water.
where you guys can still
Well,
see
I
that
was
vein.
just looking around and listening to you, and looking around and fishing, and looked up toward the headwaters, and I saw this what I would describe as a night light, a street light, and it was sort of pinkish, and I thought, well, who would be this
Yeah,
lake is
check
so
that out.
remote,
I
Art,
actually got
that
that vein
there
to
are no
pop
houses
through.
on the lake. There were, there's nothing there. There's one boat launch, and you have to drive a 5-mile dirt road to get to
We're
it.
getting DEI X files straight out of Wakanda.
Well,
Nice.
this light moved, and the next time I looked at it, it was bigger.
All right, I got to
And
think
then the
about
next
this for
time
a
I
minute.
looked at it, it was bigger, and it started coming through the trees. And the weirdest thing, Art, as it would come through the trees, if you were to take a flashlight and walk through the trees with a flashlight, every time you went behind a tree, you wouldn't see the light. But yet this...
Man, I don't know what's going on with that. That is the YouTube file actually shit
was
in the
coming
bed.
through the trees, this whole forest of trees, and you could continuously see the light.
I
It was
don't know
a
why it keeps
ball
doing that,
that
but
started out no bigger
it's just
than
doing it now.
if you were looking 3/4 of a mile away at a street light, and it got to be, as it approached us, as large as a good-sized pumpkin. And
Was
by
it a
this
great
time,
pumpkin?
We were getting scared. I'll be honest with you, and so we turned off all our lights on the boat so as not to attract anything. And all of a sudden, this thing came, and it came out right out to the point, and the point was clear on the end. There were no trees where the point ran to the water, and it came right on off and went into the water, and that was the last we saw of it. It didn't.
Ooh, that's weird.
Somebody turned it off, Art.
That is really weird. I have no clue. That's a cross between a ghost story and a UFO story. I have no idea what that would be. Something that would grow, or very small light, bigger, 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 basketball size, and then into the water in front of you. Pretty weird stuff. Let's go to
They call that a
Ohio,
will-o-wisp,
I
Art.
believe. And Debbie. Maybe not. Hold on.
How about Scott in Maryland?
Yeah, Scott in Maryland is where we are. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Art. Happy Halloween and many happy Roswells from my wife, Jessica, and her mother, Nadine, who have been fans of yours for decades.
That's the way to get those plugs in.
I met my one and only ghost in 1978 in a lighthouse in Long Island Sound. I was in the Navy. I was 20 years old. I was in submarine school in Groton, Connecticut, and through reasons that I don't remember, I came to make a friend who was in the Coast Guard and was one of the lighthouse keepers of the New London Ledge Lighthouse, which is in Long Island Sound between the north shore of Long Island and the Connecticut coastline.
Yes.
And at one point he said, hey, how about you come on out to the lighthouse for some weekend? And I said, sure, that sounds great.
So I got together with a buddy, and we picked up a bunch of groceries, and we went across the river from Groton, where sub school is, to New London. And he picked us up in the Zodiac and took us out to the lighthouse and showed us all around, and it was great. And we're having a good time out of the lighthouse, and it's a Saturday night. And there's 4 of us who are watching TV there. It's the 2 Coast Guardsmen who are on duty, and myself and my friend from sub school. And we're watching Saturday Night Live, and we hear this big thumping, bumping noise from upstairs, really, really loud. And so we go upstairs to see what it is. And we don't really see much except a bunch of free weights, like for weightlifting, you know, the big round heavy ones.
Oh, yes.
They're scattered all over the floor of this room at the lighthouse that they used as an exercise room.
So that had been the noise.
That had been the noise. And my friend Jerry then says, well, yeah, there's a ghost out here. And he tells us the story of the ghost of the lighthouse. And apparently it dates back to the 1930s when civilians were lighthouse keepers. And the way the story went, according to Jerry, was that a husband and wife had been taking care of the lighthouse, and she had been fooling around on him, and he found out about it. And when he found out about it, he threw himself off the top of the lighthouse and killed himself.
Wow.
So, okay, we thought, that's pretty interesting, and we went back downstairs.
Well,
to watch
at least he
TV.
didn't, have to suffer his disgrace for long, I guess.
It's a short time later, and all 4 of us are again watching TV. And we again hear this, loud thumping, noise from upstairs. Well, this time we ran upstairs. We wanted to see what the heck was going on. And we get to the exercise room, and this was the strangest thing. All of the free weights that had been scattered around the floor were stacked up in the middle of the room, with the biggest ones on the bottom, and then going all the way up to the smallest ones on the top. And they were stacked up there in the neatest stack you could imagine for free.
And so from the time you heard the noise, you ran up. It could not possibly have happened that quickly.
Well, no, and plus, all 4 of us were together, so it's not like somebody was trying to pull a fast one.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, and then, we were all kind of freaked out at the time. I was, like I said, I was like 20 at the time. And then the next day, my friend Jerry took us down to the basement of the lighthouse, and he dragged out all these old logs, all the log books from the lighthouse, from when the Coast Guard kept it and from when civilians kept it. And if you go through page after page, and over the years, there were many, many entries of people writing down entries where ghostly things had happened, and some of them were just like standard ghostly stuff, like, doors slamming and creaking noises and stuff. But the really cool ones were like entire floors would be painted, or brass would be polished, or stuff like that.
That's kind of cool.
And it was almost
That's a helpful
guy,
ghost right
the
there.
lighthouse keeper who threw himself off the top of the lighthouse was haunting it.
Like,
and
hey,
trying to
look,
keep the place up,
I'm going to leave this red paint in this
like,
room.
keep up
Hopefully
the
this
duty.
suicidal
That sounds
keeper
that's
comes
exactly
back.
Right, and that is what occurred. And obviously, it was haunted. There are haunted places.
This is the plot of Aquaman. That's fucking great, Eugene.
He had books, logs of prior hauntings. That would be eerie, wouldn't it? Really eerie to sit down after that had happened to you and begin reading of the years of hauntings. Wild stuff. All right, Kansas Springs Joe. Hi.
Hold on.
Hello.
He said, "Hold on,
Going
Art.
once.
He's
Can you hear
important."
me?
I hear you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi.
Right there.
My name is,
Wow,
My name is
it's
what?
been a little
Wicca
while.
Wicca
It's
Slim
pretty cool
Shady.
to hear from you, Art Bell.
It's cool to hear from you, sir. Do you have a story?
Oh, I have a pretty good story. It's 2 stories in one, I would say. Basically, back in 2001, my father passed away. He was a big fan of yours,
That's
actually.
way too thick.
Sorry.
He's
on
spent
2
years-
levels for you, and since he was a fan, for me.
Yes. We trust me, you're probably gaining fans at this point. He passed away. I was probably 19 years old at the time.
It was in March. I come home from 2 years of playing college football, and at Christmas break, semester change, I switched colleges and came out to a local college. Anyways, I came home and he passed away in March when and then a couple months later, I failed out of school. I mean, it wasn't good for me or my mom, but my older brother was I guess you call him an overachiever. He was a high school valedictorian, perfect SAT, 1600.
Yeah, I had a sister like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, your story?
Well, the story is that 10 years later, almost 10 years later, after the death of my father, I come home and I'm married. I have a 1-year-old kid, and then 2 years after that, I get a divorce. Don't want to get
Sorry
into
for
that,
all that, sir, but your story.
Of course. What happens is I'm sitting there one night with my mother, and
They'll
she's
just
telling me the
cool story,
She says,
Brodem.
I'm sitting in my house. Basically, what happened was a man from down the street said that he had seen my father walk into his house, and then he came down to tell my mom that she needs to look into his shirt pocket for a note. She looks into his shirt pocket for a note. She finds the note. My brother goes to college based on the note.
Dude, this guy is like sniffing coke or something.
Takes more.
Like just blew some lines.
Well, there's a lesson in it for you. You have to get to the point, to your story, before the phones give out. Adam in Canada, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How's it going?
Fine.
So my story involves a friend of mine. He's got a cabin a few streets down from my place in Western Washington. And we've got my friend's little brother. He's never slept in the room in the cabin. And he's always complained that it was haunted. And nobody believed him because he was the class clown and, always joking around, messing around with the family. So nobody took any notice of him. And,
Are you talking right into the phone? Because it's kind of hard to understand what you're saying.
Sorry, I don't speakerphone. So the family lives in Hawaii, and they have their place in the summer. In Western Washington. And they decided to move here full time. Decided to sell this little cabin, buy a bigger place, and they decided to sell it back to the family they bought it from.
Yes.
And when they offered it back to the original family, the father said, "I'm too old to look after it. I'll offer it to my kid." So he called up his son, and his son was like, "No, I don't want the cabin. It's haunted." And the father's like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Oh, there used to be an old man in coveralls pointing at the light switch." So the old man was like, "Okay, don't worry, I won't tell it to you. I'll tell him no thanks." So he calls back to my friend's dad and goes, "Sorry, we don't want it." And long story short, my son says the place is haunted. My friend's dad goes, "Oh, that's funny. My son says the place is haunted too." And he goes, "What's wrong?" He goes, "Well, he says that there's an old man pointing at a light switch." He goes, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask my son what he says." Sure enough, my friend's little brother says he sees the exact same thing. This is 10 years apart that they're seeing the same ghost.
Well, there's, I guess, pretty good basis for that sort of thing. It is said that ghosts do things repetitively, sometimes again and again and again. Maybe that's some sort of karma that comes upon them, but they're always doing the same thing. Some kind of cycle, some kind of repetitive cycle. Hello there in Canada. Mike, you're on the air.
Oh, wow. How are you, Art?
I'm okay, sir.
I'm a little nervous, so please bear with me. Anyway,
I shall.
In Nova Scotia, Canada, and we live in a fairly old house. Actually, a very old house, 200 or so years old. I live in a town called Annapolis Royal, and it's actually one of the oldest towns in North America. It's actually the location of the most battles fought in North America and all kinds of things like that. Check it out on Wikipedia if you have a minute, and you'll see what I mean. Anyway, I'll get to the point. Basically, when I was a little kid, probably 8 or so, I got this feeling, kind of 2 in the morning, woke up in the middle of the night, and I saw this, I guess to say it politically correctly, an African-American gentleman standing over my bed. I live, like I said, the house is a very old house.
No, I know you're lying because you said you're in Canada, right?
Old dirt road community of probably 50 people.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, like I said, I saw this.
I thought this is going to end
Ran
as
into my
drafted
parents' room,
by
and
the
I
New
kinda
York
just
Jets.
dismissed it as,
Yeah, what a terrific
a bad
ending.
dream, and I went to send me back to bed. And anyway, years later, I had kind of, asked around about it. Of course, told this story, over the years, and knew some older people in the community. And anyway, I got to talking to them, and they told me a story about how the people who built my house were actually African American, and they moved here to
Just say
Canada
black caller.
after the expulsion of the
Okay,
Acadians.
we know what you mean.
Know your history. Anyway, so basically, we're at the last house on this road, like I said, far away from the actual community of Annapolis Royal. So they gave all the black settlers the furthest land from town, of course, because they were black, basically, it was
different time.
And yeah, exactly. So basically, how the story went that I heard was that just because of the fact that they were black and they were doing all right for themselves, some of the white settlers came and hung them, basically. And
I mean, this is a great story. It ended with such a uplifting punchline there.
In the late 70s, and rebuilt this house, and it's a work in progress kind of thing. But hobby farm kind of.
Anyway, Art, this all breaks down that you're just a racist. That's what I called to tell you, Art. Have a good night.
We got some information from the deed office that verified their name. Names were actually Ike.
Okay, well, I don't need the name, but it is
No, I mean, it was just a very interesting story. But like I said, I've seen this, saw this apparition.
Oh, I hear that music starting up.
Okay, we've got to run, sir. We're way out of time. But you did see an apparition.
Oh, nope.
About that.
That's the end of the show.
This is Spooky Matter on Halloween.
That was it. That's the end of that one. We're going to be saying good morning to Stranded soon here. I only got one of the faces done, too. Well, base coated anyway. But what do you guys think? Got that harsh gray skin color right now. It's going to get lightened on the next go round. Should I see what else I can find for artsy here? I said I'm actually having fun painting these fucking heads. What I'm digging, though, I'm pretty sure you guys will be able to see it. Let me make sure I got it lined up. Those veins really did pop through. I wasn't sure how they were going to come through, but they're coming through. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, Madman Mike Markham. I don't want a 2-hour one. I don't think I'm going to be going that long. Let's get something kind of concise. Well, this is interesting. That's a 2-hour one. Fuck it. We'll go with this. Was already watching it at some point. this thing actually plays. I hate it when it does this shit. I might have to start this one from... I might have to back out, go back in. Shadow People Stories. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. It's like
build up beforehand and everything.
All right. Joe Talbot here in Pahrump. Keith, my webmaster. Heather Wade, my producer, who works herself to death. Stream Guys, LV.net. Sales, Pete Everhart. TuneIn Radio. News, Amy Martin, of course. And my beautiful wife, Erin. And, of course, my beautiful daughter Asia. 8 years old now. And seeming like an adult to me. Amazing, just amazing how quickly they grow. All right, so there are a couple of few things I want to talk to you about before we begin it. Dr. David Jacobs is coming on tonight for the third time for a very good reason on Midnight. I think he has made the most compelling case for abductions, and I'm afraid the most compelling case for an invasion of our planet. I know it sounds crazy. You just sit back and you listen. You'll figure it out. I do want to talk a little bit about this show. People apparently have the idea that all I do on this show is paranormal. And yes, I do a lot of it. But that is not all I do. And those of you who remember back to Coast, probably remember most of the paranormal stuff I did, but I did a whale of a lot of other stuff. And if there's something going on in the world, I pay attention to it. It's as simple as that. I'm not running with blinders here. And so I do other things if I consider them to be really important, of mass interest. And, I understand that right now you're overloaded with the whole ISIS baloney. But when the homeland is threatened, when it's begun here, then it's newsworthy, and I do talk about the news. So those of you who have memories of Coast to Coast AM, I suggest they're slightly selective, as memories tend to be. We remember the things we want to remember. And so I've always done all sorts of things. I've had country music stars on. I've a million different things. It was not paranormal every night. Mostly not political, though. I don't like politics.
Me neither, Art. Me neither.
I guess you could consider ISIS politics, but I really don't. I just consider them a threat. Like nuclear weapons or whatever. They're a threat. And also, so there is that. I mean, come on, folks. Remember back to Coast, the early years, and you'll know that I did a lot of different things, and I still will. If something comes along I think I need to cover it, I shall. Another thing, people last night thought I support Trump somehow. I think it's because I quoted something Don Lemon said on CNN. He was talking about the Trump statement to bar all the Muslims, and he said something he said, I think it's possible that millions of Americans, or many Americans, in their privacy of their own home, are agreeing with Trump. I was just quoting Don Lemon. I don't support Trump. Actually, I don't support anybody right now. I'm sort of disappointed with the whole field. Nobody jumps out at me. So, for those who might have been curious, that's me. I'm a libertarian. Right now I don't find anybody that I get really excited about. Period. So the news, and I always do discuss it. And it begins with Trump again, of course. His call to block Muslims from entering the U.S. is being met with a chorus of near-universal condemnation across the country, around the globe. From the halls of Congress to 10 Downing Street, Trump's statement Monday, advocating a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the U.S., was blasted as bigoted, unconstitutional, and potentially dangerous for American interests abroad. Well, almost everything is dangerous for American interests abroad these days. Iran has tested a ballistic missile. They did it last month. We just find out tonight.
Oh, don't worry. They're going to use them, Art. They're going to use them.
Since the summer's nuclear agreement, State Department said only that it was conducting a serious review of such reports. The test actually occurred November 21. According to the official, coming on top of an October 10th test, Iran confirmed at the time. Officials said other undeclared tests occurred earlier than that, but he didn't elaborate. Just what they need is ballistic missiles, huh? To go with the nuclear weapons they don't have because of the agreement, right? Driven by the Paris terror attacks, the U.S. House voted overwhelmingly Tuesday to tighten controls on travel to the U.S. and require visas for anybody who's been in Iraq or Syria in the previous 5 years. So even the U.S. Congress is beginning to make moves, as they should. All right, so coming up in a moment, I think this is a very special show. David Michael Jacobs is a retired professor of history at Temple University in Philadelphia. He has also been a UFO researcher since 1966. In 1973, he completed his doctoral dissertation in the field of intellectual history at the University of Wisconsin-Madison on the controversy over unidentified flying objects in America. This was only the second PhD degree granted with a dissertation involving UFO-related themes. He's written and delivered many articles, papers, and addresses on the subjects of UFOs and abductions, has been a consultant to the major UFO organizations from 1977 to 2011. He taught the country's only regular curriculum university course on UFOs and abductions, UFOs and American society. Since the early 90s, he has specialized in the UFO abduction phenomena and has investigated over 1,150 abductions with 150 different individuals. So coming.
Oh, what a night! Late December back in '63.
Art Bell. To call Art, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
That's it, all right. Okay, if you think you're ready, here comes Dr. David Jacobs. Doctor, welcome back to Midnight in the Desert.
Thank you for having me again, Art. I appreciate it.
You're here for a reason, because
this was December 8th, 2015.
I've talked to, actually in my career, because I remember going back thinking what a breath of fresh air you were in the beginning, that you didn't think all these aliens were the friend of man and meant us no harm, and they were all warm and fuzzy types, and you're the only one who says no.
Yeah, actually, my colleague Bud Hopkins, who is one of the great pioneers in abduction research, felt the same way. And but people I just didn't hear that from people. It never materialized in anything I ever did, except once. It didn't exactly materialize, but a woman who I worked with, who was very, very, very much into the New Age world. So much so that it was difficult for me even to understand what she was talking about when she talked to me in just in sort of normal language. But she came twice. She came once.
He's basically saying this bitch is nuts, and she came twice.
Oh, let me just say, she had a standard abduction event. They took her out of. Actually, she was in the middle of New York City, and they did this to her and that to her and this to her and that to her, and then they put her back. And she wrote me a very angry letter saying that she did not remember what she wanted to remember. She had it in her mind that something else entirely different had happened. And she told me something completely different than she had in her mind, and she blamed it on me for asking questions like, what happens next?
Really? As though you should have all the answers, all of them.
I had all the answers, and I had obviously some sort of control over her, like Svengali and Trilby or whatever. And but in fact, that's not the way the kind of light relaxation induction I do. It's just relaxing people and getting them to feel very calm, and then asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
All right. Is there any doubt in your mind that abductions occur?
Well, no, there is not. There used to be many, many years ago when I didn't know enough about it. But the evidence is your basic sledgehammer between the eyes now. It is not subtle. It's people see other people being abducted and may not be abducted themselves. People are abducted in groups and can confirm each other's abduction.
Can you give me a couple of examples of that? Because people love proof of things, and what we're going to discuss tonight is pretty wild stuff. So, yeah, let's begin with a few cases.
Well, I'll talk generically.
Okay.
People are abducted in groups oftentimes. Now, lots of these are family groups. For example, here's two sisters. A sister lived on the grounds of the home that the other sister lived. The other sister was married. The other sister wasn't. And both of them are abductees because this is an intergenerational phenomenon. If a person is an abductee and has kids, then all the children will be abductees.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had this abduction, and one of them called the other one up in the morning and said, we were abducted last night, and I remember telling you that I was going to resist and not do anything they wanted me to do. And I remember you told me that I shouldn't resist because it never works that way, and it's different, and you can't just say no and that sort of thing. And the other sister said, yeah, I remember that. And then you said you were going to do it anyways, and I said no, it was just a waste of time. And then they took up this argument that they had on board the object in the next morning on the phone.
Do you know? Can you tell me without names where this occurred?
Well, I work with people who live within about a 100-mile radius of me, so I can see them often, them having to fly here or that sort of stuff.
And your location is?
Well, I'm in just outside of Philadelphia. I'm in for all intents and purposes in the Philadelphia area.
All right, good. You mentioned there are abductions.
So Jersey side or PA side?
Witnesses actually see the person abducted or see the craft or both.
That does happen every once in a while. The most famous case of that was a book called Witnessed by Bud Hopkins, which was the Linda Corteil case. She's actually, after all these years, this happened in 1989, after all these years, she is actually starting to do some talking at UFO conferences. But not only did some people see her being abducted, but hundreds of people apparently saw her being abducted. It was a huge sighting. Traffic stopped on the Brooklyn Bridge, if you can imagine that.
I can.
And the one person who got in touch with Bud Hopkins, who had witnessed this, thought she was watching a Hollywood movie or something. And one of the interesting things she said is that while she was stopped there, she could hear people behind her in the cars behind her screaming. And Linda was taken right through her window, and with 3 small gray beings and into a waiting UFO, all of which was visible. Now, Bud thought that might have been a purposeful display, but I look at it more mundanely. I look at it as an error. The beings who are abductors are living, sentient beings. They are not perfect, and they make mistakes, and I think this was a mistake, actually.
They done did fucked
we
up.
will never know, but that's my guess at it.
Most certainly not the norm.
No, definitely not the norm. However, sometimes roommates will see other people being taken. Just a few seconds of it, but they can tell. One woman related to me a story about how
she saw the abductor, and it was like, don't you say nothing, or you're not gonna get this Jello pudding, Bob.
Into bed, and we just a session on that, because that was the oddest thing was it wasn't her memory; it was her roommate's memory. So that happens once in a while, and of course it happens with family all the time, and you have to remember also that people are physically missing from their normal environments. This is not some sort of, I don't know, astral plane type situation where the mind leaves the body and they travel somewhere. It's not like that at all. It's a physical event that happens in real time. It's not like they come back and it's only 10 minutes later and it feels like they've been on board for 4 hours. It's not like that. If they feel like they've been on board for 4 hours, they've been on board for 4 hours. And when they return, it's 4 hours later. They usually notice that, or often notice it.
So linear time.
It's linear time, and not only that, but people sometimes are returned without their clothes on. And oftentimes, if it's at night, it's with their pajamas not on.
That's right. We call that the hot Cosby round here.
Or they're on backwards, or they're wearing somebody else's clothes.
Oh, that's really weird. And that implies there are mass abductions, and so clothes occasionally get mixed up. I don't know.
Not perfect people. Exactly right. Yeah, not perfect aliens, I should say.
So in these cases where there have been witnesses, one would think that the New York Times, the big mass media, particularly with witnesses, if they stayed around to talk, would have printed this kind of thing up, right? I know that Bud Hopkins and yourself collect it, but why didn't it hit the mainstream?
Because it's totally insane. Completely
crazy.
That
and it's totally bullshit.
Yeah.
The New York Times used to publish UFO
Because Bud Hopkins, I believe, the guy he's partnered with, was proven a fraud, if I remember correct.
They
could be wrong on that.
Published abductions, but they would publish UFO sightings, especially major ones seen by a lot of people and all that stuff. Major newspapers don't do that anymore. The only papers that do that are regional papers or small town papers. But major newspapers do not do that anymore. It's just old news.
Yeah, I don't quite get the mainstream press, Doctor. I recall the Phoenix Lights, and so interesting.
Don't worry, they're going to be exposed soon, Art. You give it another year with the Russia hoax, you'll be all right.
We just talked about the Phoenix Lights. It was such a gigantic sighting. So many thousands of people sighted these craft, and then I sort of got done with it. We wore it out, and then 2 months later, Doctor, the mainstream press suddenly had this, oh my God, Phoenix Lights, there's been craft over Phoenix. It's like somebody threw a switch, and the mainstream press suddenly got it and ran with it. It was so weird.
Yeah, and that was some time ago now. That was a
long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, and every once in a while, a major event will happen, like the UFO sighted in Chicago at the airport at what's the name of the airport?
O'Hare.
At O'Hare Airport. or the
Yeah, that one's
sighting
actually
in
a crazy.
Stevensville, Texas.
That's a crazy sighting, the O'Hare Airport
it
one.
really is the exception that proves the rule. It's an awful situation. People have very few places to report it except for some UFO organizations. The United States government, the Air Force or whatever, will not accept UFO reports from the public.
That's right.
They just refer them to local organizations. And they will accept UFO reports from their own pilots because, they think maybe they're going to be an intruder of some sort, the Russians or whatever, and so, but other than that, the UFO phenomenon seems to have peaked in the 90s in terms of news attention and in terms of television attention, and picked up a little bit in the thousands when cable became, huge. And the number of stations suddenly became in the hundreds, and they had to fill the time. And now it's sort of dying down again.
Yes.
But the interesting thing is that the UFO phenomenon is exactly the same as it always was. It's although sometimes people say that they see more triangular-shaped objects and larger objects than they used to in those days, but
larger objects.
But nothing has affected the UFO.
And Leon is getting larger.
No relation to the society or what the society thinks, or the news media, or television, or anything like that.
Well, God knows we're shielded from our own news. So here's a question for you: is the phenomenon just an American one, or is it worldwide?
It is a global phenomenon. The United States is not the mainstay of UFO sightings. It happens all around the world, as do abductions. It's a global phenomenon. My guess is that it started probably around the same time, maybe last quarter of the 19th century, but it might have started here first. They might have gotten here first and then spread
Then they
out.
got bored.
I would doubt that. I would really
Nothing but
really
Survivor
doubt
on
that.
TV and The Apprentice.
So it doesn't seem to go back much further than the last quarter of the 19th century, and even then it's problematic. So when people talk about ancient aliens and all that, the evidence for that is, well, it's between slim and none, and as they say, slim left town.
Yeah, some notes on rocks, pictograms on rocks, that kind of thing, that are a little suspicious, but beyond that.
And of course, in those days, people saw strange things in the sky every night of their lives, practically, because they didn't know what stars were, and they didn't know what meteors were, and they didn't know what this was and what that was.
All correct, yes. Here's something to think about.
Unfortunately, that's been
the
proven
animal
false.
mutilations, and in fact, the abduction of cows, pretty well documented. All of that stuff. Was that prior to the human abductions or concurrent with?
That we just don't know that, and it's probably going to be an unknowable unless they tell us in some way. The they being the occupants, as they used to be called years ago in UFO circles. So we don't really know. There have been documented cases of animal mutilations, but for what purpose, I can't imagine. I can see stealing a whole cow. I can see that, because then they would cut it up and make food for hybrids, which we can talk about later. But to take just certain organs, it just doesn't make any sense.
No, and they're all precision surgical cuts and all the rest of that. But what does make sense to me is that before you would begin doing whatever you're going to do, and we'll talk about that with human beings, you might take a look at what are considered to be lower life forms. And
Sorry,
look at
sir.
some of the
I'm hearing
biology
the grift
before
in
you
your voice.
started in on the highest part of the chain.
How do you mean?
Us. In other words, you might want to take a look at a cow or a chicken or a cat or a dog or whatever before you began looking at humans, the top of the chain, we think.
Yeah, but it's so hard to get them under hypnosis. You know what I mean? It's very difficult.
Yes. Well said, but you get my point, right?
Yes.
I mean, when we come up with a new drug or a new procedure, we generally try it out on lower forms first.
It is possible that something like that happened way back when, back in the last quarter of the 19th century or maybe the first quarter of the 20th century. It's possible that my guess is that when they first got here, now we're talking about the abduction phenomenon again.
Right.
When they first got here.
I'll tell you what, hold your thought or we'll never complete it on this side of the news. So we're going to do our break, our news, and what have you, then we'll come back with Dr. Jacobs. And I'm telling you, what you're going to hear unwound tonight is going to scare the tar out of you. It really will, because it did me. That's why Dr. Jacobs is back here tonight. I'm Art Bell.
Lunatic Fringe! Fuck yeah.
This is Midnight in the Desert. To call the show if you're east of midnight, call 1-952. Call Art. If you're west of midnight, call 1-952-225-5278.
Those are the numbers. My guest is Dr. David Jacobs. His subject is alien experimentation on humans. And here he is again. All right, Doctor, proceed, please.
Oh, let's see now. Gosh, what was I saying? I lost my thread of thought, which, of course, I do on a daily basis. It's actually on an hourly basis.
That's quite all right. Let's move as quickly as we can toward this because there's so much. When do abductions typically begin?
Well, I actually just remember what I was going to say before.
Yes,
but I can just when these aliens first came here early on, they had to do some sort of study, even when they came here or from afar, to figure out that the life forms on this planet were amenable to them.
Exactly.
So that had to be done, and I would imagine, and it could have been done from afar too, for all I know. So they knew what they were doing by the time they showed up, or at least after they showed up. They pretty much had the routine down. They knew what they're going to do. They knew that this planet was suitable for them. They knew that life forms were suitable for them. Everything was suitable.
Well, I absolutely guarantee you, if I opened the line for abductees, I'd be flooded with people claiming to have been abducted. Now, I'm sure some of them are real, and I'm sure some of them are perhaps fabrications. I don't know, but the people sound very earnest and very honest and not as though they're kidding around at all. So that's just my observation.
Generally speaking, when people say that they've been abducted, the chances are that they have been abducted. Now, that's not everybody, obviously, and you have to be very careful here. And there are people who are.
Art, I'm calling in. They put it in my butt. I work at Amazon. The aliens have taken over. Yo, Art, they definitely took over here, okay? They're putting it in people's butts here.
Don't make those kinds of claims unless they pretty much truly believe it, because they are such outlandish claims.
They are actually many times even embarrassing. Let's move on. When people are abducted, they describe frequently lying on a table. Why?
I lost everybody.
Well, table procedures are an extremely important part of the abduction phenomenon.
Right.
They're given what we call an examination. Whether this is
we're
an
at game over
examination or
time.
not, we don't know. But they're put on. Their clothes are removed. They're taken into a room. There's a table there. They get up on the table. It is not like a table that normally we would consider a table with four legs and all that. But then there's a series of procedures that are administered to them that are both mental and physical procedures.
The gray overlay.
We do not know what any of the technologically based procedures are. They use instruments. They use various kinds of contraptions and this and that. We have no knowledge of what these things do at all, which is a very interesting idea because, as I've said before, the abduction phenomenon is unlike the UFO phenomenon in that with UFOs you can be mistaken in what you see, but with abductions it's black or white. It's you're abducted or it's mental. It's physical or it's mental. And if this were mental, people would simply make up what these contraptions are, what these technological machines are doing to them. You know, they would just do that.
All right. Well, once again, we come to the proof part, Doctor, and perhaps here we can give people a little bit of proof. Are there similarities in the procedures that people describe that they have gone through? Yes?
Oh, absolutely. If there weren't similarities, we wouldn't be talking.
All of them say that their buttholes have been stretched.
Detailed similarities about specific instruments and things like that I've heard 100 times, and nobody has the slightest idea what they are, and nobody outside of me and other UFO researchers have ever heard anything like that. And so it's a procedure. It's procedures that are both physical and mental as well. In other words, one time I was working with a woman, and she was a young girl at the time, and stop me if I've said this before, and she said that this being was staring at her, and I said, well, you know, what's he staring at? Is he staring at the fact that you're laying there, you know, assuming he's standing around or something? And he said, no, he's staring where he's pretty close to me. I said, well, yeah, you know, is he looking at your head or something? And he said, or your body, you know. She said, no, he's looking at my eyes. He's looking at my eyes. I said, well, how far away is he from you? And she said, well, his forehead is touching mine.
Wow.
And I said, well, can you close your eyes? She said, no. I said, well, can you avert your eyes? You know, go left, right, left, right, left, right. She said, no. And I had absolutely no idea what that was.
Very interesting. I mean, if you think about our vision, if we were forehead to forehead, Doctor, I couldn't make out details of you at all.
Right. I did figure it out to the best of my abilities, which may be totally and completely wrong, but I did figure it out eventually. What they're doing there is their eyesight is not exactly the same as ours. They have different properties, but they're hooking into the optic nerve, which is the only nerve that can be seen from the outside, from what people tell me, and using it as a conduit to energize any other neural pathways in the brain that they want. So the correct question to ask people when this happens is, what's going on in your mind doing this? And they'll say things, well, let's see, I'm seeing a tabletop, I'm seeing a pencil, I'm seeing a dog, I'm seeing a painting, and all these disconnected objects, as you can see that they're just going through memories in some way that are flashing, you know, one after another. Like somebody said, somebody was like they were thumbing through a deck of cards or something, and they were seeing what this person did in the last few weeks and all that. And then there's other things. Well, first of all, I've also had people describe to me different sensations in their body as these people are inside their minds. You can tell that they're going to different spaces, innervating nerve endings in the spine and this and that. But there's something else that goes on here too, unfortunately, and that is that they can, in fact, stimulate sexual response.
Oh, all right, here we go.
Yeah, through the eyes, of all things. And
through the eyes, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
just look
through
in
the
my
eyes.
eyes,
This
baby.
is all done
Just a little bit
staring.
longer.
Oh, gee, I wish they could pass that talent on.
But what this is an egg-taking phenomenon. This is not... whereas when I wrote my first book on The Secret Life, I thought that they were extremely interested in sexuality and all that, the human sexual response. They have no interest in that whatsoever. now that I've learned more, and but it's all about facilitating the taking of ova from women, and how that relates, I do not know.
And sperm from men as well, correct?
Take sperm from men all the time. Take eggs from women all the time. That's all table stuff. That's table procedures. People are never abducted just for table procedures. Well, I shouldn't say never, most of the time, people are not abducted for table procedures.
All right, and again, there is a chain here. In terms of abductions, they frequently begin early in life, or Dad had one and now I'm having one, and they continue through life and then even through generations. But if what you're saying now about sperm and eggs is true, that would make sense, because they would be tracking and observing their product, their work.
I suppose, but they're taking those sperm and eggs, they're fertilizing them, adding something to them. Maybe it's DNA from aliens, maybe it isn't, I don't know, but they are altering that zygote. They place it back in the woman, and the woman then feels pregnant, is pregnant, and then after a couple of months, the little tiny embryo that is there is removed.
All right. Hold on for 1 second, Doctor. I want to read you and everybody something. This came from a nurse who we are in discussions with now, and for reasons that will be obvious, she wants to remain and will remain anonymous, as will the patient in this case. But I'm beginning to get more of these. This one stands out. Hi, Art. I just wanted to tell you about a patient I recently had in the ER. It was a young mother who had already presented twice previously since confirming pregnancy 10 weeks ago. On those visits, she said she felt uneasy about her pregnancy and was concerned for the baby's well-being. Each time, we did blood work and an ultrasound to confirm that everything was as it should be. On the third visit, she presented to ER stating that she just didn't feel pregnant. And could we please ensure that all things were okay? Upon obtaining blood work, her HCG levels were those of a
Not creepy at all. Yes. Oh, yeah, look at you. That was a chunk lagger on my damn PC.
Pregnant woman. Her pelvic ultrasound revealed no fetus,
1,000% something to do
no
with YouTube.
evidence of a recent pregnancy. We knew this was not correct because we had recent ultrasounds showing a live single fetus within the uterine cavity. This time, there was no fetus present. The patient did not report any signs or symptoms of a miscarriage, just simply quit feeling pregnant. She was apprehensive about this pregnancy right from the start, and now the pregnancy had vanished. To a documented and photographed via ultrasound fetus was now missing, no sign of it or where it went. I couldn't help but immediately think of your guest talking about the hybrids. Could this be a case of a pregnancy that was removed from the mother, as your guest had suggested? She sounded eerily familiar. So I got that. When I got it, I called Dr. Jacobs right away, and I said, oh, my God, listen to this. And he said, I've heard it 1,000,000 times. Right, Doctor?
That is correct. That is correct. This is standard. Once they take that altered embryo and put it into the woman's uterus or wherever they're going to put it, they also place it in other areas. That woman will have it removed at around 9 to 12 weeks, and this happens to most women who have ova, and if they've had an oophorectomy, if they've had their ova removed, then other things are done to them. I mean, they still use them for incubation and for other things, so it doesn't get them out of the woods, so to speak. But this is extremely common. Bud Hopkins first began to study this years and years and years ago, decades ago, and what they're doing here is they are, I'm going to use probably the correct word here, manufacturing hybrids.
Mm-hmm.
They put these little embryos into tanks and gestate them in tanks, and eventually they are removed, and then the woman is required to hold them from time to time, feed them from time to time. We're not sure whether they're the same babies that they took out of her.
You know, I have heard these stories, Doctor, from women directly. You know, in the interviews that I've done over the years, I've heard these stories. I've even heard women tell me that they were reintroduced to a child they once had. You know, when the child is 3 or 4, they're abducted and actually shown the child. I have no idea why or what it means, but I've heard about that.
Yes, I've heard about that too, but we can't guarantee that is actually their child.
I guess not. And in some ways, it's not.
Right. I would assume it's probably not, because I don't know if they keep records. We don't have any evidence of them writing things down anywhere. Well, maybe there are people sometimes who seem to be looking at a clipboard, but a writing.
Well, they may have moved past the pencil.
They might have moved past holding something in their hands, for all we know.
That's right.
But the thing is, though, that we don't know how they differentiate between any of the maybe sometimes hundreds of fetuses, babies that they have floating in gestational tanks, waiting to be taken out. This is tanks with nutritional material in it, to keep the babies alive, so to speak. And they're fed through skin absorption, essentially.
Okay, and these babies, you call them what?
Well, these are all hybrid babies. These are
we call them weirdos.
Of alien and human, and so there are different types of hybrids. Ones who look really, really quite alien, but then again not. And when I say alien, I'm using gray aliens as the standard, although they are not the brains behind the whole enterprise. But the gray aliens, everybody knows, everybody loves, and so that's essentially, I think, what's happening with them. But I can't be absolutely sure.
I'm not so sure everybody loves the gray aliens.
Well,
they know about them.
Advertising agencies do, I think. So.
Oh, that's true.
There are ones who, and there's a gradation of children who look really quite grayish, so to speak, and ones who look really quite human. And then there are some who look absolutely human. But there aren't some that look absolutely like gray aliens.
All right. Do these hybrids get returned to Earth despite how they may look?
No. If they're going to be taken to Earth to live here,
boogity.
They must look
boogity.
Absolutely human, with no distinguishing characteristics whatsoever that would suggest otherwise.
All right, but those are brought back.
Those in recent years are being brought back to live here, yes. Though I never thought I would say something like that ever in my life, but there it is. And that appears to be true. That's my last book, my latest book is all about that. And so yes, even now, even after I've done a bunch of interviews about this, it still sticks in my throat a little bit to have to say that.
I understand. What do you imagine, or have you heard, or do you know happens to those that look a little too alien to be returned? I wonder what becomes of them.
Right. The ones who are, for example, what I call early stage hybrids, who look really alien. They have very, very dark black eyes, but there are whites in the eyes, little bits of whites on either side. They have a little
Better
mouth.
be worried about them
But
whites.
it's an actual mouth.
Lord, hold on, Doctor. I don't know where that hour went.
You all don't want to go away. Trust me on this. You don't want to go away. Professor David Jacobs is my guest. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay right where you are.
I'm over here speed dancing. All right, I'm over here fucking painting my ass off. I'm fucking tired. I can't leave these faces undone.
Back again. We're talking about abductions. We're talking about humans who've been taken, and sexual things have been done to them. Not sexual in the terms of sexy sexual. Sperm taken from men, over from women, eggs. And they're doing something with them. They're creating hybrids, and some of those hybrids are being returned to Earth. The ones that look human, the ones that you wouldn't even blink an eye at, are returned to Earth. The others, well, we don't know, right, Professor?
That's right. Although there's pretty good evidence that they simply become members of the workforce.
Wonderful.
In other words, what you're looking at here is not simply aliens examining us, aliens studying us. This is a workforce borrowed and built through human genes and all that, along with alien genes, if they have such things. And everybody on board a UFO, no matter where UFO is sighted or what a UFO is, and there are exceptions to that, but everybody on board is working towards a goal. In other words, this is not just a study. They're not examining us. They're not trying to figure out what makes us tick or anything like that. And so this is boiled down to a goal-directed, a very carefully thought out and expertly done program, ultimately to build hybrids.
Mm-hmm. You told me a story about a case in which a fetus was removed from a woman about the same way, the same kind of story I told you. You might want to repeat that one here if you're able.
This is a woman. Well, I've got a bunch of these, but I think this is the one where a woman had elected to have the pregnancy terminated. She couldn't be pregnant. She couldn't even have imagined how she was pregnant, but she was. She had it confirmed and all the rest of that. And she elected for a termination. And if this is the story that I told you, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Little Red.
She was on the table, and the doctor was there, and he started the procedure. And he said, and he got astonished. He said, "Well, there's no fetus here. There's no." And the nurse who was standing there looked at him and put her finger to her lips and said, "Shh." And the woman who was on the table said, "Huh? What are you talking about?" You know, she was sort of out of. And they put her back down, and they continued through the now mock termination procedure, because my guess is that everything was a matter of liability at that time, and because they had already told her she was pregnant, and here she is not pregnant. But she didn't know it. There was no expulsion of there was no blood that was there. There was no cramping. There was nothing like that. Now, I'm not a gynecologist, and I would assume that.
I don't know. I'm not a gynecologist either, but you got to stop doing these checkups in your office, sir.
And it might be, on the toilet, and the person doesn't even know it. That might be possible.
And I've heard cases of very early term things being absorbed.
It has to be extremely early term, just a little nodule.
Got it.
Be, eventually, it becomes a foreign body in the person's foreign body in the person's body, and they can't absorb it. They have to just expel it.
How would we even possibly know how many cases in America or worldwide of disappearing fetuses, like the story I read from the nurse here, there are? Could we possibly know that even?
I don't know if there are records of that. It'd be interesting to find out. I would like to know that. It happens to all women abductees who have ova ready to be, ready. Now, when I say it happens to all of them who have ova, well, they all do, because I've had kids who are as young as 13 or 14 have eggs taken from them. And it's along with all this sexual buildup beforehand and everything, for some of them, it ruins their lives. They become sexually attached in a strange way to these gray aliens, and they look for a mate later
Gray
on.
aliens are making sexy
I
time.
had one woman who told me that
She only dates
saw a
Asian
guy
men
who
now.
was 30 years older than her, or whatever it was, and he was short, he was bald, and he wore big, thick, horn-rimmed glasses. She fell for him. She couldn't control herself, and after she learned about the abduction phenomenon, she realized why. But
Right. I mean, clearly it was the aliens.
I mean, she knew it was odd when it was happening, and they got married, and then they lived separately. But
they split up shortly after because this dude was like, "Yo, you think I look like a gray alien? Fuck you, bitch."
And that's how it came out. I'm still in contact with her after this story.
All right, let's move through a lot of things fast. How do the abductees describe the way these aliens look?
Well, there's a variety of different aliens on board. There's ones who look insect-like, or insectolins, as I call them in my new book, and they are the ones who are in control. They are the commanders-in-chiefs.
Oh.
They give orders.
I hate to tell you this, buddy, but that name insectolins or whatever you just said never caught on.
Taking abductees up to the UFO. They do specialized things. They do some procedures. They will, but they're the ones who everybody obeys, apparently. Off to the side, and I'm going to leave these off to the side, there's a small group of ones who look sort of reptile-like, reptilians or reptilins, as I call them.
Right.
And
they reptilian caught on.
Do the same
Reptilins
that everybody
did
else
not.
does for people. And I'll talk about them a little bit later if you want. But they are huge on the internet and not huge with abductees.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's gray aliens who come in two types, tall and small. The taller ones do more of the table procedures and that are more complex. The small ones chauffeur people around from room to room. They come down and they get abductees, bring them back on board. They help them get their clothes on. They help them get their clothes off. They're major figures in this because they will do some procedures themselves, but they have their place.
All right.
Then there's a whole range of hybrids who are also in the same business of doing everything that the gray beings do.
Right.
Early stage, middle stage, late
Art Bell's
stage,
just like,
late
yeah,
stage.
cool story,
Right,
bro.
so what I was going to ask is, do you know offhand which species, if we can talk about them that way, we are getting our DNA mixed up with up there? Any clue?
I can't absolutely tell you that. We don't know. And here's the problem. We don't know the backstory. We don't know where they are putting the egg and the sperm together and altering it in some way. We don't. It's got to be done in an assembly line fashion because this goes on night and day, 24/7. Taking eggs and sperm and all the rest of that. This is just constant. And so there has to be an assembly line type of situation with gray aliens or insectolins or reptilians or whatever it is somewhere else, but not in the confines where people are. So Bart Hopkins had one person who said that she saw one of these assembly line type things where they were diddling with the eggs and the sperm. But that's only one person saying that, and you need more than
Looks
one
funny
to
with the
have
white hair.
Have some sort of reality to it.
Sure.
You could have dreamed that or something,
Sure.
So we don't know anything that goes on backstage, oddly enough. Even with people who've had long events, 3 days, 5 days, there's very little backstage that we know.
Load this
Sometimes
brush.
we'll know
I need to
a
go
little bit more,
smaller.
but really very little. So it's everything is as it should be.
Good night, Ian.
All right, here's a question for you.
Trust me, I'm fucking exhausted right now, and I got a stream later tonight.
Hybrids, ones that
but I'm like,
can be returned to Earth
I knew I was going to do this to my damn self too. I got into these eyes, and once I did, or like into these faces, now I'm like, I'm hammering on them, and I want to get them set, because if they don't look right, then I can fix them later.
They still live in the UFOs up until they live here. The ages starts around 17, 18. Now, it's impossible to tell because, number one, they do not know their own ages.
Exactly.
Because they are not born. They are just taken out of a gestation tank. And age means nothing up there. They don't have birthdays. They don't celebrate ages.
I really should have glued this thing in.
If they think about my guess is between the age of around 17 and 23.
Okay, and they've been virtually in tanks until that point, or at some point
do they
come out of the tanks? Do they go through some sort
Going
of
in with white.
Oh God, I don't know what the right word is.
Teeny tiny brush.
Briefing procedure. I mean, they've got to be told something about Earth.
Right. Well, we've never seen them actually taken out of tanks, but we see them in various.
I mean, have you seen these yourself, sir? No, you haven't. Then you're a lying motherfucker.
Larger and larger and larger, and then people will say it looks like a baby that's floating in there, you know. And then they're removed, and I don't know exactly what time. Once again, we don't know the backstory, and they then have a society that they live in on the UFO, and they learn things about Earth. Even the ones who are not going to be here, to live here, learn things about Earth for reasons that I do not know. And some of them might become part of the workforce as well. And we don't know what happens to all the rest of them who don't measure up to being perfectly normal. We don't know whether
they send them to Somalia.
Space, or they're used for food, or whatever they're used for. We don't know that.
I hope not food.
So do I.
So they are returned to Earth in increasingly large numbers, and then when they get to Earth, they cannot just simply function, because we are actually a pretty complicated society, and if you haven't lived in it, unless you've lived in an awfully good assimilation of it, you can't function, right, when you get here. So
that is correct. Now, once again, I can't speak for everything that's happening in India, where you have tremendous numbers of people walking around all the time.
Oh, yes.
But in America, it's a very complex society. They learn as much as they possibly can learn from abductees on board the UFO before they get ready to come down. However, the amount that they learn from abductees is minuscule, infinitesimal compared to what they are required to know when they finally get here. In other words, having to wait for a red light to cross the street, or how you what a bottle of Coke is, or a can of Coke, and how do you open the can, and what does it taste like, and these things you can only learn if you're here. Because they don't usually take foodstuffs and things like that on board the UFO. So they have the abductees then take over teaching them when they're here as well, and go with them to different places to teach them what a supermarket is, or what a doctor's office is like, or what a doctor is. And every single thing that they don't have on UFOs, which is almost everything, they have to learn just like they dropped out of the sky from Mars.
Right. And you say it's abductees that teach them.
abductees teach them. Aliens aren't going to teach them because the aliens don't know either. So their job is not to know. Their job, the gray aliens, for example, is to just do the tasks that they were bred for, that they were made for. They're single-minded. They have no other function than that, and that's what they do.
All right. You use two terms, hybrids and hybrids, right?
In my latest book called Walking Among Us, which the title describes exactly what's happening, I guess, I say that the ones who are walking among us, who are actually here, who are living here, I call them hybrids because just to differentiate from hybrids, actually they're hybrids. Actually, they're aliens.
Now they're hybrids and aliens.
They're all
Nice.
aliens in a way. And but the hybrids are so human-looking that you cannot differentiate, and therefore, just to make sure that I'm clear about who's who and what's what, I use the word hybrids for the ones who are actually moving in and living here and staying overnight in their apartments, that sort of thing. Now, there is one difference between hybrids and humans. They can control us, and we cannot control them. When on board a UFO, all people, all humans are under control for most of the time. Every once in a while, somebody breaks loose and runs down the hallway and all that. But it's unusual, and most of the time, they're under tight control neurologically. Everybody who speaks on the UFO speaks telepathically. There is no sounds. There's no music. There's no patter of people talking. There's no nothing. It's just sort of silent with people shuffling along and instruments clanging and this and that.
Yeah, but if they're ever going to get back here and function even in a limited way, they have to learn to talk.
They have to learn to talk. They have to learn what music is. They have to learn what
Thank you
they have to learn
for the face,
everything.
looking cool. Appreciate that. And yeah, this dude is so full of shit.
The UFO, and then when they come down,
Like, what I don't like is when people talk like they know for 1,000%. And this guy's doing a lot of that.
An older caretaker, and they learn about what a kitchen is, and what a refrigerator is, and what a computer is, and what a television is, and what a rug is.
All right. Here's something I want to observe. I have talked to many abductees in my years, and many times, Doctor, there's a physical altercation of some sort. And while we might imagine because they're aliens, they're super strong,
I might redo these eyes. I'm not going to see
really
them.
not. And I've talked to people who have pushed the aliens, have punched the aliens, and have otherwise physically assaulted them, and they usually are described as lightweight, not physical at all, and usually can't take a punch.
Yeah, I've had that also. I've had have them push them, and had one grab one by the throat. I had one pull. She was being walked down a hallway with her arms up. They were holding onto her elbows. Two aliens, and she got one elbow loose, and then just brought it forward, and then flipped it back and hit this gray alien in the eye with her elbow, and a white substance came out.
Right.
And they hustled her away, and they said she shouldn't do that. That was bad. That was not good. That was bad. And they put her in stirrups, and then they tied her down, so to speak, to a table. And they were very, very upset, and then they went on with their procedures. But that does happen. It does happen from time to time. But these gray aliens weren't built for strength. They were built because they have certain tasks to do that don't require a whole lot of strength.
Well, I've got a reason for what I said. In other words, if you're going to talk about an invasion, if you're going to talk about a slow but sure invasion of our planet and our species, then, you know, they may have ray guns or who knows what they've got on those ships. But really,
which I am going to do the
right
hair
now got
before
about
I finish
7
for tonight.
billion
I'm
people
debating on these other set of eyes.
who would fight them and who would cause a lot of trouble for them. We have bombs and missiles and nuclear weapons and a lot more strength physically than they have. So if you want to take over a planet, let's be honest, we're talking here about invasion, this would be the way to do it instead of, the classical Independence Day scenario.
Well, right, exactly. What you're doing is you're putting down humans, people who look human, who are just average size, average weight, average everything. They might be, ever so slightly naive, but they're humans, and you can't tell. They're doing it in a very intelligent way, and it's taking them a very long time to do it. But that apparently means nothing. Time means nothing. The question then is how long do these beings live? And for gray beings, are they just, they keel over backstage somewhere and they just clone another one and out comes another one? They all look alike. And then there are the insect-like ones, the ones who are calling the shots here. How long do they live? Do they live 10,000 years? Do they live only 500 years? We don't know that. But time apparently means nothing. There's no particular hurry from what I can gather about this.
Apparently not. And again, so that people understand, these hybrids that are returned
actually, I just fucked up.
Are in every way that you would see and or hear just like us. One major difference, and that's the difference that I guess would make all the difference, and that is they can control what we think. We were talking about mind control last night, and here's a pretty good example of it. These hybrids have the ability to control what we think. Is that correct, Doctor?
That is correct, and you're putting a light froth on it.
Well, go ahead and put all the icing on you want.
They can make us do whatever they want to make us do. They can make us act in any way they want. They can basically control our functioning, our higher level of functioning and thinking, and they can make us love them and hate them. Whatever it is, they can do it. Now, there are some people who it's much more difficult to do it to. They're resistors. The woman named Karen Morgan, who appeared in all three of my books on abductions, is a resistor from the beginning, and she still resists, but she winds up doing whatever they want anyway. It doesn't matter.
Way too big.
But most people are not resistors.
I fucked up.
And they just go along with whatever is said to them.
Not the shape of his eye.
But the problem is that makes us a second-class species.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. If they can control our thoughts and our actions. Let me ask this. Is there any indication, Doctor, that they are frequently exercising this already? Or do you think when the right moment comes, they begin exercising it in large numbers?
Oh, gosh. Well, that might be the change for all we know, which I haven't talked about yet. But I don't really know. Here's what I do know. All communication is telepathic on board. People are hearing words. They're repeating. They're saying things, and there's back and forths with beings and all that sort of stuff. When they leave, they have totally forgotten that they were abducted, and there is no telepathy. Except every once in a while, because these beings who are here are not perfect, an abductee will still be telepathic when they come back, and it fades after about a week, about 7 days or so, and then it's gone. And they can tell what people are thinking in a room, and they don't like it. They hate it. They don't want it to happen that way. They don't want to be around people then. And I've had several cases of that, and one person complained to me, and I said, just wait it out. It'll fade, and it does. So that happens. That's a mistake.
All right, what is I have people calling the show all the time telling me they feel like a singularity is coming, a great change. You used the phrase, the change. What do you mean by that, please?
Years ago, people were describing how these aliens were saying that soon there's going to be a change. Change is coming soon. Soon everybody's going to be happy. Soon everybody would know their place. Soon it's going to be wonderful, etc. And so, as I think I mentioned to you before, I asked them what they meant by the change, if they knew, and nobody knew.
Well, I'm told all the time that's when get Windows 10, and then I'll be happy and all will be well. My computer tells me that every day.
That just happened to me last week, actually, so I have experienced the change.
Yeah.
Then I asked them what soon meant, because if time means nothing, soon might mean in 10,000 years, or it might mean in 10 minutes, for all we know.
Of course, yes.
Nobody knew the answer to that either.
But it is your contention that this taking of that which is most precious to us, our youngsters, in the womb, is going on massively, and it's an ongoing thing, and these humans are being replaced by hybrids who can control us. So if that isn't an invasion, I don't know what is, and that's why when you got on here the first time and talked about it, I finally said, well, my God, you're talking about an invasion, and you I think you said it, I didn't.
That's right. It is that. It really is that. This is an existential threat. This is a threat to all humanity. It's a global phenomenon. It's not just us here in the United States. And people, you can't imagine how many emails I get from people from around the world filling out a questionnaire that I have on my website talking about all these unusual things that have happened to them that don't happen to non-abductees. And the numbers that are out there in terms of how many people are abductees is enormous. It's a small percentage of the population. Bud Hopkins and I, figured out it was 2% through the Roper polls, asking questions about certain questions that they which would indicate that they were abductees. But they used 6,000 people to answer these questions. The plus minus on this for error rate was only 1.4%, which is very, very, very low. And we figured out, after cooking the numbers down so that they were more realistic, we figured out that about 2% of the American people were abductees. Well, 2% of 330 million is one hell of a lot of people.
Yes, it is. And what bothers me is, we're taking a break here, Doctor, that, when it gets right down to it, there'll only be the change. No fight, just a change.
You keep saying you got something for me.
I'm going to want to fight.
Something you call love, but confess. You've been a mess where you shouldn't have been.
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you, but remember, the NSA. Well, to call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
All right, we are going to open the lines now. That number again, the national number, area code 952-225-5278.
Yeah, I didn't know where he was getting the money from, but I appreciate that because I can't remember if it was Rebel, somebody, it might have been, shout out to Brad. Also, it could have been Ian. Somebody had said something about that Trump was going to do it, and I was like, why? Like, and where's he getting the money from?
You can use. You can, of course, come to us on Skype. Love to have you do that. And I think most of you by now know how to use Skype, right? We are MITD 51 for North America, Canada, and America. And
I'm not sure
outside of North America, we are MITD 55. That's MITD 55. Other lines you can use if you are so inclined. We have a first-time caller line, area code 775-285-5800. Easy enough. If you've never called the show, we kind of reserve that away for people who are
on it, and then
area code 775-285-5800. Roswell is an avenue you can also enter into. I'm going to give you that number now. It routes through Roswell, New Mexico. Kind of appropriate, I think, right? Area code 575-208-7787. Again, area code 575-208-7787.
All right, let's get the hair done.
We're
rounding the bend.
Is Dr. David Jacobs, and what he's saying...
We're rounding the bend.
...is nothing less than startling. And I want to talk just for a moment about the change. Doctor, the world surely
It doesn't
is
look
in
stupid. It
difficult
looks
straits
good.
right now. There's no question about that.
I mean, I'm torn on it.
There's always the
I
possibility
kind of
that
like,
we will somehow destroy
I did a
ourselves.
blowout
It's
with the
always
eyes,
looming, it
so
seems,
it
over
looks
our
like it's
heads.
glowing.
I wonder
Basically,
if
like he's
such an
lighting up
event
his
were pending
freeze
or
vision.
likely,
Because you got to remember, Bizarro has
that you
freeze
believe that,
version,
they would
freeze
use what
vision
they
and
already
heat
have
breath.
in place,
The exact
these hybrids,
opposite.
and they would
The part that I'm
simply
happiest about, though,
project
that came out on
changes
this
to
head
our
in particular,
minds
is
to
right here in the
stop
neck.
it all
These
and
veins.
perhaps hurry their agenda along, whatever.
I can
God's
still
name
see
that
them through
is.
the fucking gray. That's awesome.
Well, once again,
I'm
these
actually
are
shocked by that
hypothetical
one.
questions that are really tough to know. I don't know if they have any knowledge of the politics of the society or the international politics of the society, of the world rather. I don't. From what I can gather, they have no knowledge of the name of the country that they're living in. They have to be told that. I mean, the level of knowledge that hybrids have is extremely small. What's going on in the insect-like ones, in the insectoids minds, that I don't know. My guess is that if they can just hold out and we don't destroy ourselves in the meantime, that we will be working. They will be, in fact, in control of governmental activities.
Sure. In other words, if they have the ability to control our thoughts, control our actions, then they could either, I suppose, propel us towards something awful, although one cannot imagine what earthly reason they would have for doing that. I would think that they would propel us toward, their own, whatever their goals are.
Yeah, it's also certainly possible that as second-class species, we would be living under the control of these aliens.
Yeah, it's B3D Zerk is who did this design. Same guy who did the bust I did before.
Who knows? I do not understand, and I don't really know what the change is either. And it's something that so many people have talked to me about. Nobody knows. The change could be the change of ownership of the planet, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. The change of ownership of the planet.
Like, legitimately,
what better way to take over a planet than
it's the
what
same
we've been
exact
talking about
design on
tonight.
the face.
You don't need the big guns.
It's just, you can tell my paint technique is different. The way I'm going about it is different. Like everything.
Us for them, and I refer to the hybrids, until there are sufficient numbers of them to simply accomplish what they want to accomplish. Boom.
Exactly right. Now, there have been disturbing things about this that I've heard for years and years, and I could never quite figure out how or why or what, but this certainly might play a part in it. People have been told sometimes that in the future you're going to have a task. In the future, you'll know when the task you have to do the task, and they will tell them sometimes what the task is. And a lot of people have told me this off-the-wall story, that they will be standing on a sidewalk while a group of angry or disturbed or confused or frightened humans are running down the street. And their job is to manage crowd control, is to say everything is okay, everything is fine, just keep moving in this direction, just keep moving in this direction. And in one of these accounts that I heard, they were all moving towards a flying saucer, a UFO, a space traveling vehicle. And that was one of the more disturbing ones that I heard. But that's one of the most common things that I hear from people, and it's such an odd thing to say. You know, if you're trying to make something up, that wouldn't be. How would you even think of something like that would be your job later on? You know, you think a job would be something like
I don't know, because I'm not batshit crazy, so I can't think like them, sir.
Or helping the aliens out with their procedures or whatever it is.
Okay, Doctor, I really, really, really want to go to the phones, but one more question for you, and then we will. And that is there among aliens, a lot of people wonder this, is there a pecking order? Is there a hierarchy?
Yes, the insect-like ones are at the top. When they first came, they had to have beings with them who would go down and get people because they don't go down and abduct people. So they brought a small workforce with them of other aliens who I think are the reptilians, the reptilian ones. Then, after they got eggs and sperm and all the rest of the stuff, they created the gray aliens. So they're next on the pecking order, probably with the...
Yeah, it kind of sounds like something the Anunnaki would do, right?
And then comes the various hybrids. Now, it's not that authority flows downward and people have have lower statuses. It's just that they have different tasks. They have different jobs. They're literally built for
Sure they do, sir.
to do different
Sure they
things.
do.
Well, do you believe that they're cooperative with each other or toward a common goal, meaning us, or do you think there are differences among them as there are differences among nations here on Earth?
No, there are different. They, for example, gray aliens sometimes will get into a discussion about doing a specific procedure. Most of the time, they just do it. But sometimes there's a question of if they should do it or not. That might be the only disharmony that I've seen. Most of them just do what they're supposed to do, and they do it 24/7.
Yeah.
There's no indication that they sleep. Hybrids, the more they become human, the more they differ, the more they can get sometimes into little arguments and things like that. But they're still all under control, and it really is a different species, and so the pecking order isn't exactly the way you would think of it. It's just that everybody knows their place.
Okay. All right. Let's go outside the country. Johnny, you're on the air.
Good evening, gentlemen. Dr. Jacobs, I understand that because you've done this research over many, many years, over so many subjects that you've come across, that you've got like a video recorder of events that seems to be recorded by all walks of life from all cultures. And so my question is, with that so much data and storage of information, have you been able to pass this information on as a sense of intelligence, to be able to share it with other people that...
Well, I tried, but they said I have no intelligence. They can accept
what
this.
aliens age group they're coming to? Are they going to be like troopers? Things like this. And my other question was that in the Bible, it mentions that there will be indemnity between them.
Johnny, those are very different questions. Hold on. Let's get the answer to number one.
Well, the first one is there anybody in the scientific, academic, or governmental communities who is interested in this subject? There are a few people, not in the numbers that it would take to really tackle the subject. And in most countries, there's nothing. And most UFO organizations in other countries focus on the outside shells of objects. They focus on people seeing UFOs and not on the abduction phenomenon. In other words, not what's going on inside the objects. Even though there are people who say that they've been abducted in countries around the world. In terms of the federal government, I don't know, but my guess is that nobody cares whatsoever about this subject. My sense is that you have to have a group of scientists of very, very serious quality, serious, big-time scientists, internationally known Nobel winners and all the rest of that, who sign a letter saying that this needs to be studied by the government. And maybe that would push people off the dime a little bit. but it is so off the wall. It's so crazy. It's so unlikely, and it's all done in secret, and people don't know what that they're abductees, and then they suddenly do know it, and this and that.
But my question, Dr. Jacobs, is with the subjects and all these subjects that you have, are any of those prepared to come forward and disclose so that we can watch and hear these hypnotic regressions and hear what these people are saying, so that the public can make up their own mind, and maybe between us we can use intelligence in that way to maybe come to some other understanding. But to go back to my other question, Dr. Jacobs, it was regarding, in the Bible it mentions an indemnity that would be put between them and us, and I assume it's in the spirit, in the life force, which I believe is where God resides with us. You know, when we die on the earth as a bit of meat, or back to the dust, as they say. But the spirit is a continuum, and I believe that is the breath of life of God for my personal saviour. But for you, sir, I ask you, do you have a spiritual belief that this is some sort of spiritual battle to come? What is your personal value on it? Do you believe in some saviour for yourself, a God for your family?
Well, in terms of the abduction phenomenon and the aliens,
What say you, mate?
I don't see them as being spiritual people in any way, shape, or form, or understanding even what that is. They don't seem to have anything that has to do with intellectualism and emotion.
That's really going to scare people to suggest that they have no spiritual center whatsoever. Really scares people.
That's right. Now, the ones who are hybrids, who are moving in, have the apparatus to be that way, I think. I don't think it's going to work on them. I don't think they will become religious or spiritual or anything. But they become more human-like after they're here for a while, and therefore they have a tendency to be kinder, to be more. It's hard to explain this. To have more of
empathy,
an emotional sense, at least.
Mm-hmm. All right. I want to make an appeal right now, and that is, most of you heard or will hear on repeat the letter I read from the nurse about this lady whose fetus disappeared. 10-week fetus just flat disappeared. Now, I understand that there are privacy issues. I understand, as I mentioned to you, we're talking to her. We're trying to get permission from the patient, but it's not an easy thing to do. People don't want to talk about this. It's the last thing in the world they want to talk about. But I am making an appeal. If you're a healthcare worker who has experienced this, much as the doctor talked about it earlier, remember that? That might not be all that common, or it might be, I don't know. But if you've lost a fetus in that area, and you said it was between or around 10 weeks, but between what and what, Doctor?
I'm going to say between 9 and 12, just to give it a span.
All right. I would like contact. I really would. The only way to move forward with this and to gather proof is if all of you help. And so if you have experienced something like this, either as a healthcare worker or as an experiencer, please get hold of me. I am KNYE at knye.com. Let me give that again. KNYE. That's Kilowatt Nancy Yokohama Easy. People get dyslexic with it. Don't do that. It's KNYE at knye.com. I would really, or you know what else? Art Bell at knye.com. Either one of those two email addresses will get to me. So either healthcare workers or women who are willing to discuss this. I think it's time. If this is real, we've got to begin building proof. And I guess that's where you begin. Have you thought about how to build proof, Doctor?
The proof is a tough one. Proof is ultimately...
So the way that you're talking, I'm assuming you mean the doctor. He does hypnotic regression on people that are claiming to be abducted, and it's what he's telling you about
and
their
filming
hypnotic
them,
regression.
With various different angles with different people who
Man.
have no knowledge of this abductee, but who are wearing
I can't believe how
wires
far
near
this thing's
them.
come tonight.
And because when they're in public, they talk out loud. Otherwise, it would draw attention to themselves. So,
And I do love being able to do this. I'll tell you that
the
much.
best way is to just bug people's homes with videos and have their permission, and see what happens in the middle of the night, or when people aren't around, when if they're living and if they don't work, what happens to them during the day and all that.
Sure.
And there's ethical problems here. There's non-ethical problems.
I know that. I know.
Problems. The main thing is.
Listen, I talked to this nurse, and she said, "Oh no, I would lose my livelihood, my license."
Yeah, because you're violating HIPAA, lady.
So we simply asked her, next time this lady comes in, this particular case, would you please have her contact us? Now, the odds are probably pretty low of that, but it's worth a shot. Real quickly on the phone, hello, you're on the air. Hello there, Bloomington, something, I think. Going once.
Yeah, I have a question for the doctor.
Yes, go ahead.
Where do people get the Martian alien look form from? I heard you say they look like humans, right?
No, the ones that come down here, what he said was the ones that do come down here, the hybrids that get returned to Earth, look every bit as human as I hope you do, sir.
Exactly. So where did the Martian figures come from?
We didn't mention Martian, did we?
No, but I mean, there's lots of people out there that say they're alien encounters. They've seen a Martian instead of a human figure.
Oh, I see. Well, so you mean just to say alien as opposed to Martian, I think. The ones that end up looking somewhat alien don't get returned to Earth. The doctor thinks they may be either disposed of or serving in a workforce.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for the call.
There's actually a reason to think that has logic to it, and that is about the workforce situation. The population is exploding.
Oh, it is. You're right about that. 7 billion, Doctor. Hold on. We're short break. Short break. National number 952-225-5278. You tell me, folks, is this a better way to take over the planet, or do you expect large saucers?
So yeah,
exploding cities. I think this is the way you would do it.
That's how the doctor gets all this knowledge, is by regression therapy. Hypnotic regression therapy from people that say they've been abducted. But yeah, the other guy he mentions in this, not the doctor himself, not Dr. David Jacobs, but the other guy, Bob something. I remember hearing a whole story about that guy, and he's like a piece of shit apparently. And like a lot of his stuff with Bud Hopkins, I think the dude's name was. But yeah, apparently he's a piece of shit. I don't know. I'd have to look into it deeper.
775-285-5800. If you've never called the show, feel free. 775-285-5800. Or the Roswell entrance. That's area code 575-208-7787. Again, 575-208-7787. Skype, of course, at MITD51 for North America and MITD55 for the rest of the world. Doctor, welcome back. So many people that want to speak with you. Let's go here, wherever here is. You're on the air. On the phone, you're on the air. It says San Diego, I think, or something like that. Are you there? Going once? Going twice? Go on. Las Vegas, you're on the air. Hello.
Welcome from KBET in Las Vegas. Art, I'd like to ask the doctor a question about these insect critters. Are they, what kind of insects Could he tell us what they might look like? Are they like bees?
Okay, it's a good question. It's a fair enough question. People try to imagine when you say insectoid, what? Go ahead, Doctor.
Most people describe them as looking like, sort of like praying mantises. They have a triangular-shaped head. The eyes point straight down. There's no mouth to speak of, from what I can gather. There's no ears. There's no nose or anything like that. And they're very, very thin. Sometimes they wear robes, of all things. I do not know why, but people will report this every once in a while. And sometimes these robes have, like, high collars on the back of their necks. I don't understand it. Because aliens don't have a sense, because everything is telepathic, they don't have a sense of music, they don't have a sense of beauty, they don't have a sense of art, literature, they don't have a sense of anything like that. So everything inside is sterile, and the way that hybrids dress while on board is extremely plain. A beige pair of pants for the males and a pullover shirt, a beige dress for the females with three-quarter length sleeves, and that's it.
Okay.
And
how tall are they?
The ones who are the insectoids, the praying mantises, are probably the tallest, and the shortest are the short aliens, at probably about 3.5 feet tall. The taller aliens would maybe be 4.5 to 5 feet tall, maybe a little bit more. The hybrids, the ones who are moving in, are, I think, around 5'9", right at the average.
Right at the average. Caller, anything
All right,
else?
thank you, Art.
You're very welcome. Take care. Skype, you're on the air with Dr. Jacobs. Hi.
I actually think I like the
hello,
the high beam eyes better.
Ellen, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hi, Art.
Yeah, that when I say you're on the air, you have to go.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. This is my first time calling on Skype.
Well, welcome. It sounds great.
Thank you. Great. Well, I wanted to ask Dr. Jacobs, who takes care of these hybrids or hybrids when they're here? And, I mean, how do they maintain themselves? Do they have a job? I mean, it's crazy to learn the English language, let alone, sustain themselves here. Who takes care of them, watches them, or whatever?
Or other languages, because it's not just America, right, Doctor?
It is a global phenomenon, and we only talk about it in America because we know more about it here than anywhere else. But they maintain themselves with the tutelage of the abductees. Their abductees' jobs becomes
The translation there was, people in America are willing to buy my bullshit where foreign nations won't.
How to cook, teaching them what an egg is, teaching them all sorts of things about how to live here. It takes a long time. They are very, very, very quick learners. There is no indication right now that they have any other language other than the language of the country that they're in. Here's the oddity. People will overhear gray aliens talking on board a ship. Let's say they're lying on a table and I say, well, what are they talking about? And they'll say, well, they're talking about doing something, blah, 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 blah. But the point is that they're hearing it in English. My guess is that every person in every country hears it in the language of which they speak.
Telepathy.
Telepathically, right.
Yes.
So the question then is there an alien language at all? I mean, how do we get to that? Because we never hear grunts and squeaks. You'd think that if they're talking among themselves that they wouldn't be speaking so that the person could understand English and tap into them.
All right.
Well, but what my question is how do they maintain themselves once they're here? What do they do? Do they work? How do they fit into society?
Right. The best way I can say it is that in this book of mine, Walking Among Us. There's one episode in there where a group of hybrids came back to the ship, and there was and they stood around as if it were a cocktail party, except that it wasn't, and they mingled with abductees who had helped them when they were growing up, and they were telling them how well they were doing. And this one woman reported that several of them had jobs. The jobs were essentially interns, learning how to do a job. That was their job. And they liked it a lot. It was extremely interesting.
So they ran the Biden
and
administration. Now it
really
makes
good.
sense.
It was really fine, and all that. But they can do pretty much whatever they want to do. If they want to eat something and they need money to pay for it, they can do it two ways. They can simply go to a bank and ask for money, or go to the abductee and just ask for money, but I don't exactly say ask. I just mean take it.
Remember, they control our thoughts. They control our actions.
Yeah, there's a story in the book where a guy who walks into a clothing store because he was wearing the wrong clothes for something, and he walks out with an article of clothing. He walks right past the cashier who's standing there, and he nods to her. She nods to him. Hey, everything is fine.
Keeps on going.
The woman who was behind the cashier, it did not occur to her that he was walking out with this.
If it happened in California, I won't be shocked.
She watched him do it. So now, how they're eating, I am not sure. I know how they're eating when they're with abductees, but how they're eating alone, we can't tell. Don't know yet. In other words, and here comes a little keg in the works, a little kink in the works, rather. If it was a keg, I guess they'd be drinking a lot of beer. But if it's not, the fact is that maybe they go up to the UFO from time to time to get nourishment. We don't know that. However, we do know that abductees have come to their apartments, made them food, showed them how to make food, showed them how to store food, and all that sort of thing. And we do know that they've gone to restaurants and have eaten food in restaurants with abductees.
Probably going out without paying, just walking past, I'm sure.
Well, if the abductee is there, they will remind them that they have to pay.
Oh, that's right. They're teaching them. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks a lot.
All right, you're very welcome, ma'am. Thank you for calling and using Skype, by the way. Thank you very much. All right, so here's somebody on my computer screen through the wormhole. It says, Art, but how do they get legal identity? They need an ID, credit cards, all the identity stuff that modern society requires. How do the hybrids get that? Fake papers or what?
Right. We don't know that. Except that if they learn to drive a car, and we know that they learn to drive cars, that's not uncommon at all.
Right.
If they're stopped by a police officer for an infraction, the police officer they over them, they'd roll down the window, and the police officer would think, oh, this person did not commit an infraction. I guess I must have been mistaken, and that will be the end of that.
Another talent that I'd like to acquire.
Right, but other credit cards, I don't know how they do that, or if they just use an abductee's credit card, or if they tell the abductee to use a credit card, or if they just have enough cash on them for whatever they want to buy.
And then I would presume, in the case of the store clerk, for example, that just let them walk out with whatever they've got, the store clerk would have no memory of that act, what she just did. She might later notice something's missing, but she wouldn't even know she did it, right?
That's probably true. She would not have questioned the idea that the person walked out without paying. It would not have occurred to her to question it.
I like this head better.
All right, let's go to our first-time caller line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Art?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I can't believe I got on.
But yet you have.
Yes, I have. I don't know if they're really questions, but maybe just discussion points.
Okay.
I have two of them here. And the first one is it's a real scary thought. If they can control our minds and everything already, who is to say that there's no way in fighting these aliens, these beings.
Well, wait a minute. That's a good question.
Once this
Is
all
there
together,
any way
too.
to fight this at all, Doctor?
I don't know. I keep saying I don't know.
If you don't know, I appreciate you saying you don't know. I worry about people I have on who have answers for everything.
Here's one
This where we're
situation.
rounding home.
In order to control us neurologically, the question is, can that be done if a person is wearing a helmet or a hat that covers their entire head or something? We don't know that. And there's a guy named Mike Mencken who makes hats, and people swear that they're not abducted if they have these special Velostat-lined hats on.
Oh, tinfoil hats. Gotcha.
You can't do that all day long, every day, 24 hours a day.
Sure
But
you
he
can.
might be onto something, and abductees say that works. But even then, it's difficult to tell because most abductees don't know when they're abducted. All they know is that they feel tired in the morning, and that's it.
And their butt hurts.
But,
yeah.
But we need intelligent people who can sit down and think of the weaknesses of this phenomenon. Now, this is a clandestine phenomenon. It is secret. It is kept secret from everybody. Nobody knows.
Oh.
That is extremely clever, extremely good. It allows them to do everything. But, in a way, it also shows weakness. There's a weakness there.
Somewhere. I hope so.
We can only hope.
Yeah, we can only hope is right.
Exactly right. And so what that weakness is, we're not sure of, and we need to have people who are a lot smarter than me, and lots of them, who can sit down and deal with this problem. And right now, there's a handful
Everybody's
of people
like,
who are concerned
you're
with this
fucking nuts.
in the country. It's awful. It's astounding.
I totally
how
hear you.
little the scientific and academic community are concerned with it.
Caller, anything else?
Yes, I have another one here, which goes back to some of your older shows.
Sure.
We've had shows with time travelers come and speak. Maybe the next time you have one, maybe you can bring up this subject, and maybe they know something from the future that we could use in our defense.
Well, I'll keep that in mind should I run across a time traveler. But what the doctor is describing is insidious. It is simple.
Here's where we're at
It
with
is
Bizarro.
effective. Again, they're not physically strong creatures, actually, but they've got a planet of 7 billion people to control. Now, how do they do that? Well, I think all evening long, the doctor has been explaining that. The only question that I have is when the change comes. And I guess that's just plain has to be open-ended, right, Doctor?
In anything. It could mean just suddenly a superiority in numbers, that the number of them are so great eventually that they just naturally take over, and maybe it's only a 10-to-1 ratio or a 100-to-1 ratio, and they could easily take over in some way. We don't know the whys and the wherefores of this. The only ones who know that for sure
It's a
are
long
the ones
one.
who are
Long
the
one, but a
leaders,
good one.
Professor, is there any indication they can control large numbers of people, or is it one at a time?
All right, we were going to stop that right there. Thanks, Art. Thank you, Art. I appreciate the hell out of you. You keep me in the game. I appreciate everybody who watched and comment, toss the coin to the Witcher, all that kind of good stuff. Beans, thank you for always tossing the coin. You're amazing for that. I appreciate you to no end. And I know everybody's up way past their bedtime. Even my dog just came to. It was like, yo, it's good boy night, motherfucker. Where's my puppy cup? But I think this is pretty much where I'm going to stop my painting for tonight. I still have the base to do. I still have to go over stuff like his outline here. Really want to get that gig line looking nice. I'm going to get into little details like the fingernails, his little Bizarro #1 sign that goes on his S. That'll go on there kind of like this. Yeah, that goes goes in there. That gets glued on. He's got his Bizarro #1 sign. He'll be flying when I'm done. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Morning. Little Miss, stranded life form. Yeah, definitely a long one tonight, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry about it. Yes, looks good. Thank you. Yeah, I can kind of pick them up, I guess. But check out the faces. So you got that face. Set them down and do this, which is going to make the cape drop when I do it. Well, maybe not. I might be able to do this slick. Like I said, because of our new magnet system in there. Where you can go with that face. I prefer the other one where he's screaming, but that's just me. I guess because I like the bad guys like that. Yeah, I think we're not looking bad on this guy. He's coming along. I think I might be able to wrap him up next on Sunday. I think that might be it for him. There is also a chance that I think Smurf actually wants to stream on Wednesdays for some reason. We'll see. That's a possibility. The grrr, yeah. I'm wiped. We're pushing 6 o'clock in the fucking morning where I'm at. I am fucking wiped. Got to get this puppy his puppy cup. You guys are amazing. Thank you for hanging in through the technical difficulties in the beginning and all the bullshit and the black pill, the white pill, the Art Bell segments. Just being chill all around. I appreciate the hell out of each and every last one of you. Couldn't do this without you. Could, but it wouldn't be as fun. I am whooped. So I am just going to tell you guys, always be creative because I think he's coming out better than I could have hoped at this point. And yeah, always be creative. You're just going to keep getting better and better at it. Just hang with it, people. Thank you again. Everybody have a great night. I will be back on later tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, and I'll be gaming, and it's definitely going to be Icarus. So I hope to see you guys then. Everybody take care. Enjoy your day. And don't take shit from anyone. Good night, guys.